Hello, everyone, and welcome to the LPL. My name is Dominic Saderomer. This is Ryan Froskuren Moore, and we are so excited to be kicking off today's set of games. Frosky, how are you today?
Look at all the space we have for activities.
Look at we've got, you can see our hands now. It's ridiculous. I know. It's awesome.
Not just head and shoulders now. But yeah, I'm fantastic. We got some great games lined up for you. I'm sure we'll get the schedule on the screen in a second. We can go through those matches real quick.
Yeah, so first, before we get to the schedule, let's actually take a look at the standings where all of the teams currently are in the LPL. We're obviously seeing a couple of quick changes. On Friday night, the LPL playoff bracket was announced. So we saw some really distinct changes, and here are the current standings for the bracket. And you can tell it's pretty crazy.
So the too long didn't read of the new LPL playoff format is it's about rewarding teams that are more consistent over the course of the LPL season and punishing teams that may have been sandbagging for a proper seeding going into this gauntlet style bracket. But here we are. We're very close. It's probably one of the closest splits that the LPL has ever had. EDG still sitting up in the top over their fantastic back-to-back 2-0 over LGD and Invictus.
Xiaogu hot on EDG's heels, but in the middle of the pack, it's 6 points separating third from 8th place. Any 2-0 would mean a lot of movement, and with the new weighted bracket standings, that's so much more important for teams to do better. Let's go ahead and take a look at the back half, and you can see Vici was at 17 points, Unlimited Potential, who are actually going to be playing today along with King and RNG, are very close. They're at 15 points. 1-2-0 puts them back in contention with those top 8.
And what's important is that the top 8 go into the playoffs, and that's what's nice about this graphic is that these are the 4 teams that are just outside of that playoff bracket round, so they have the chance to squeak in there. Again, a 2-0 would mean 3 points, so you can very easily start shaking up the standings.
And we'll actually go ahead and start to talk about some of these games that we've got coming up today. For those of you who are here before we started introducing ourselves, you'll have noticed the schedule. Up first, it's King versus RNG.
And then, of course, it's going to be Unlimited Potential versus Invictus Gaming.
Then Masters 3 are going to be taking on LGD for our third set of the day.
And then it's the Clash of the Titans, probably one of the most important matches of the day in terms of standings. It's Snake versus OMG.
Yeah, so it looks like we're going to have a very exciting set of games today, but our first match of the day, King versus RNG. That's the one that you and I get to do.
And I'm really excited. You know that I always enjoy casting King and some of the crazy, silly things that they'll be doing. So let's kind of talk about King and where they've been. We took a bit of a break. We haven't seen them for a while since the Demacia Cup. Likewise, RNG, they played earlier in the week to hit and miss success. Big featured matchup, though, for me is going to be these bot lanes. So this is going to be Wushin and Lei, RNG's bot lane, versus Name and Zero.
Yeah, that looks to be an action-packed bottom lane. Name, the man himself, he said, if you give me a team, I will take it to Worlds. Well, he's got his work cut out for him right now because currently he's not even in the playoffs for the LPL.
Yeah, he's definitely got an uphill battle to climb, and he's pulled out some interesting picks so far. I think we saw a Draven, which Name's played it in the past, but it speaks more to kind of his history as Devil on Positive Energy than his history as Name on EDG, and now on King, I guess.
Going up against him, it's going to be Wushin for RNG, and Lamey, you talked about him as well. Looks to be an exciting set in that bottom lane, but I actually kind of want to hit on the mid lane a little bit because you've got Korn taking on Xiaohu, and Xiaohu's seen a bit of growth over the past few weeks.
And the really important thing about this matchup in particular is where we are in the meta. So it's not 5.13, it's 5.12. Yeah. Why is this important? Because Runeglaive Ezreal is still incredibly potent with the Luden's Echo. That change hasn't gone into effect, so you can build, or you will build, both items on that. And why is this important? Because Xiaohu, one of the first LPL mid laners to pull out the Runeglaive Ezreal. We've also seen Pawn play it to a lot of success. So I expect that to be a maybe not highly contested pick because Korn can be a little bit limiting in his champion pool, but definitely something that Xiaohu will be looking out.
Yeah, and you can see King in the standings right there in the top lane. Your eyes do not deceive you. It is Insec after transitioning to the top. It's been Hui to fill for him in the jungle, and he's playing reasonably well lately. You can see him on your screen right there, Hui. Man himself.
He actually had a really impressive Gragas game most recently in conjunction with Insect's top lane Yasuo. But likewise, who also has been picking up Yasuo? It's Korn.
Yeah, Korn has been playing really well these past few days, and you know, I imagine Windwall would be a pretty good ability for blocking those Runeglaive Ezreal Mystic shots. But there's the AD carry, the man who's looking for Worlds himself. It's Name.
And look at that Draven pick. Haven't seen that in a hot minute for Name, but joining him in the bot lane will be Zero.
Yeah, Zero. he's been making some interesting decisions lately.
That is one way to put it.
I think my favorite was when he started off with the Targons.
Nope.
Went Guardian's Angel
Nope.
first, then Quicksilver Sash second, before finishing upgrading the Talisman of Ascension. It was a the Face of the Mountain.
Yep.
Yeah, that was an amazing game.
They won that game.
Yeah. You can see Insect on your screen right now looking awful happy. There's Hui, also prepared for this set. As it looks like King, they're going to be taking this awful seriously.
The important thing to note about King, so kind of looking through the statistics, when I was trying to, pull some statistics to kind of, what's the word I'm looking for? Boost.
Yep.
Support my theory about them. The idea is snowball. So King have one of the highest average gold leads at 20 minutes when they win, which is rare because they are sitting at bottom tier of the standings. They average 3.7k of a gold lead at 20 minutes when they decide to win a game. So it's all about making high impact plays as soon as possible.
That is awesome.
His head needs to be a little bit bigger.
Oh man, Insect. Oh look, and there's Name on Jinx. Ah, that's so cool.
I was going to say disturbing, but yeah, it's cool. On the other side, though, we've got RNG.
Yeah, RNG going up against King. You can see they've only got a 3% higher win rate than King for the time being. Hopefully, they'll be looking for a few points here. Let Me's going to be starting in the top lane.
So again, RNG have a rotating top lane roster of 3 guys. They've got Godlike, Sky, and Let Me typically starting off, but it's usually all about this guy. MLXG, captain, shot caller of the team. He sets the pace, and he will always look for the kill rather than the objective control.
Yeah, and if you're keeping an eye on those MVP points, I usually like to think of those as an indicator of how well someone performs or how often they carry. MLXG had about 1,400, and there's Xiaohu in the mid lane. And here now we have Wushin in the bottom. He's been playing a lot of Corki.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't say.
I would imagine so.
He also plays a lot of Vayne, despite the fact that his last picks only shows 1. He's one of those guys that will just insta-lock Vayne, probably at some of the most inappropriate times. But it's fine. He's got Lei with him in the bot lane.
Yeah, it might not be a good time to lock in Vayne when you're going up against Name. I think that should be an interesting lane matchup.
What's also really important, and the reason why I wanted to really hype up the bot lane matchup of Wushin Lei versus Name Zero, is that both RNG and King have one of the lowest lane swap rates of any team in the LPL. Likewise, they also have the lowest dragon control. So again, it goes back to both Huey and MLXG. They would rather 100% always go for the kill in lane rather than the objective control like dragon, like a tower.
Yeah, you can see RNG on their screen right now as they're preparing to get into Champ Select for their first game against King. There's MLXG himself. And they're probably thinking, should we go for dragons or do we just kill him?
Big thing is also going to be Echo, especially, so it's kind of wonky whenever you're facing across King because their champion pools are so, I'm not going to use limited, I'm going to say unique. They have very unique champion pools, and they have a lot of interesting flex picks between Insec and Korn, despite the fact that Insec, being a jungler to the top lane, he's been playing more Vladimir's, Yasuo's, things like that, which of course then Korn can also flex alongside his Rise pick. But a big thing for Korn is that he plays mid lane Echo very well, and typically we've seen Echo really take off in the jungle position in the hands of MLXG.
Yeah, you'll notice the stats on the bottom. Last time RNG played against King, they ended up 2-0ing them, and that was before Echo was released. So
it was also before their Koreans were allowed on the...
Yeah, it could be a completely different story this time around, and the stats relatively similar for the two overall. Slightly higher blue side win rate for RNG, but all in all, it should be a pretty even matchup. Yeah,
and again, needs to be stated that... it's actually quite rare for King to get 2-0'd since Insec and Zero have rejoined the roster. I believe only 2 teams have done it, one of them being Invictus Gaming, but for the majority, King have split 1-1 since they got their Koreans back in their Xiaogu set.
Well, looks like we'll see if it is going to be a 2-0 for RNG, or if King is actually going to manage to pull their britches back up and climb back into the playoff spot that they so desperately need, because it's starting to get pretty close. This is the last day of Week 8. We've only got 3 more weeks of the LPL. I believe King has got, I think, 7 or 8 more sets of games to play through in order to earn points and get themselves back into the playoff standings. It's getting to do or die.
Look at the dramatic shift, and you bring up a very valuable point, but just how crazy the shift is from... Think of last year's Worlds. You have 3 people who participated in Worlds on Team King. You've got Insect, Korn, and Name, and Zero. Yeah, you've got 4. The only person who wasn't at Worlds last year is Huey, and now they're sitting, tied for last place on the bottom of LPL.
Yeah, an amazing shift, and that just speaks to the power of these teams and the growth of the LPL as a whole. We've been saying it this entire split, but it feels like this LPL is a completely different beast than the ones we've had in the past, just because it is so incredibly close.
No, I completely agree. This is the closest that the LPL split has ever been. With the new playoff format, it's kind of do or die. We call it the try-hard mode, but we should be getting to champ select relatively quickly as the coaches pacing behind their teams.
Yeah, you got to imagine what's going through these guys' minds as they prepare to get in, because as we mentioned, the new playoff bracket has been announced, and people are trying really hard to get points. Obviously, EDG and Xiaogu rushing for that first and second spot as hard as they can, and now we've got teams like RNG and King vying to get back into playoffs and climb their way back to the top of the standings, because even if you do make it into playoffs, that means in order to win, you'll have to go through a gauntlet of 8 games if you start off in that 8th place spot.
Likewise, historically through the LPL, right before the playoffs, there's always been an upset where a team scrapes in at the very last second. If you think even all the way back to the one that caused Wei Xiao's retirement when LGD snuck in over WE with I think it came down to a time technicality that LGD finished their games quicker. But here we are, we're in Champ Select.
It is Champ Select indeed. This is game number 1 between King and RNG. Jace immediately banned away from Xiaohu. Insec and Korn's Yasuo similarly banned away, so it appears as though we're getting some target bans. We'll see if Ezreal goes through, as interestingly enough, King blue side ban Echo.
I actually really like this. Don't want MLXG to get his hands on that, so we're curious what the priority pick will be, if it will be a Rise or if he'll be banned from purple side. Kind of a different strategy from RNG to ban Yasuo as opposed to what Xiaogu was doing when they unveiled their mid lane Nautilus to counter the Yasuo.
Oh yeah. Things are a little bit different. Victor now banned away from Korn. So far, we're seeing pretty standard target and meta bans out of the two teams. King taking their time with number 3. And I'm looking forward to see how they're going to end up playing this out, because King, they haven't exactly had the smoothest of splits. You talked a little bit about how it took so long for them to get their Koreans. Now they finally have in second 0, but they just can't seem to get any wins.
They can't get any 2-0s. Yeah, you're correct.
Yeah.
The win as opposed to the draw. And I mean, it's been kind of the overarching narrative for King the entire split is we just don't really know where their ceiling cap is. But at the end of the day, if you're not a consistent team, you're not an elite team. And so King are not deserving of that title yet.
We'll have to see if they can pull out some points on this one against RNG, as the last ban from RNG will be Rise, taken away from Insec.
They need to pick Ezreal.
If they leave that Ezreal open for Xiaohu, that would be pretty devastating. Again, this is patch 5.12. That's 5.12. Runeglaive Ezreal at the top of the standings, and couldn't quite make up his mind in time, so we decided he was going to check his runes and masteries. Guys,
got the wrong runes and masteries. Although we did see a Shin hover. That is also a pretty standard priority pick. Invictus Gaming, Zatai, and Amazing J were the first 2 top laners to bring that one to the LPL after Shin made his changes, again on 5.12. His energy costs less to do his taunt, so now he can get that more rotations of that spell off during those big team fights. Likewise, his passive was changed up, so it kind of buffers his lane phase a bit more. So we've seen a lot more Shin entering the LPL.
It will be interesting to see if that is what the final ban or pick is going to be for that first choice, because a first side priority pick of Shen with Ezreal open.
I mean, we've seen counters to the Ezreal already appearing. You had, what was it, Doinby. You had Godvi on the Diana. You had Doinby on the Kassadin, which I actually really liked the Kassadin pickup into the Ezreal, because you know that Ezreal's not going to affect your lane phase too much. He's already sacrificed his kill pressure because he's taking Smite. Likewise, Ezreal has pretty much no winning matchups until he gets his Sheen, which in the Runeglaive, that's what you're going to get. So Kassadin gets a bypass-free lane phase. He's going to be just as mobile, if not more, than Ezreal, so Ezreal won't be able to kite away from him. And he's also going to have a crazy, absurd mid-game, late-game power spike that the Runeglaive Ezreal will also have. You are sacrificing your poke and wave clear, but if you bring a hard engage team...
might be something to deal with that. And I mean, we've all seen how aggressive Insec has been in the past few weeks. The Flash Hemoplague Vladimir has been my personal favorite.
The zoning Hemoplague? Where he just flashes forward and he misses? Yep. Pretty excellent.
And then he just drops it on the zone and is like, well, I guess pull away.
No, but it does speak to kind of the strategy and style that King have started to create as their identity or their MO. So what they like to do is they'll run multiple wave pressure points. So it's almost like a split push pressure comp. They run a lot of Twisted Fate, a lot of Yasuo, and they either bounce the responsibility between Corn or Insec. It seems to be a little bit more viable when they give the responsibility to Insec with Vladimir, just to be a split pusher. And so they're just constantly, even with Name, picking up Sivir more, just playing about different waves and not necessarily looking for team fights, but trying to outmaneuver their opponents.
Seems to be something a little tricky because they've been playing against teams like EDG and Xiaogu who are capable of keeping pace. And yesterday we even saw IG keep pace with EDG over the extended duration of that team series. And it's sort of a dangerous game to be playing. If you're not as mechanically skilled as your opponents and you try to outmaneuver them, what happens when they catch you?
Well, it's also a completely different strategy than Starhorn Royal Club, which if we're speaking of King, they're effectively the pseudo Starhorn Royal Club because Starhorn gets relegated, buys the spot back in, relabels as the King roster. King roster then gets moved over to RNG. Let's not even talk about the fact that that's a whole mess of things. But if you think all the way back to what Insec and Zero when they were first brought over to the LPL and what their style was, it was having Uzi, giving all of the resources to him and doing a very protect the AD carry composition, and now they're trying to run, with the Twisted Fate and the Yasuo and the Vladimir and split push here and communicate that with the bilingual team.
Because they've got Name, who is the AD carry. He's the guy who said, give me a team and I'll take it to Worlds.
Very different styles, though.
Yeah.
The one thing about Name is he has demonstrated over the course of his career to play both styles, whereas actually I would say the same of Uzi as well, specifically with the most recent split, although right now OMG are running their sub-north as opposed to Uzi. But if you think back to Uzi, if he's known as the hyper-aggressive jump-in-your-face, murder you in lane, Vayne Tristana...
Yeah.
He's now started to shift it up to Corki, to Sivir, and playing more of a utility style. So both of them have seen enormous growth in kind of rounding out of their styles and their identities as players.
Which looks to be an interesting matchup in the bottom because now you've also got Wushin going up against Name. And you've got to start wondering, will we start to see, can we expect to see a lane swap from these two? Because Wushin going up against Name looks to be exciting. And it's a point you talked a little bit about earlier. Statistically, these teams don't lane swap, but when would they? If they don't do it against Name, what are they saving it for?
I don't think that either of them will lane swap, just because the teams just don't lane swap. They like to find their standard lanes and then try to snowball off of jungle pressure. Again, it just goes back to stylistically what these teams are good at. So teams who are good at lane swapping, OMG, LGD, EDG, people like that, even Vici in particular, it's because they're able to take advantage. So, okay, why does a team lane swap? It's not necessarily that you're trying to avoid, a power pick like... It's not like you're trying to avoid Flandre or you don't want a 2v2 against Uzi. I mean, that used to be the case back in the day, but lane swapping has evolved now. It's matured. It's, okay, we understand how to play the pressure points on the map, and we can make a snowball off of structure objectives as opposed to, ganks and things like that. But if you go back to RNG, to King, where did they find their advantage? Well, statistically, King find their advantage in the first 20 minutes of the game. If they don't get a snowball, they don't win the game. So they need to have the standard lanes because they're relying on their jungle. And if they start lane swapping, then you isolate your jungler to, either power farming or assisting the side lanes as opposed to setting him up to a standard game to gank those lanes to find those kills. So it just is very counterintuitive to things that come naturally to them.
For them to do something like that. Yeah. So then that begs the question, against a team like RNG, are they mechanically capable enough of getting that early lead?
Yes. MLXG will, again, almost to a deficit, gank a lane
go for the kills
versus try to secure an enemy buff or a dragon. Not that he can't do that. I mean, some games he just snowballs wildly. But right now you have two high snowball, high impact junglers who need to make ganks happen in the lane phase. I suspect that majority of the action will be based around the bot lane if we do get a 2v2. Maybe we will see a lane swap.
Yeah, could be. So with this high snowball style lane, we could expect to see a Nunu.
No, I think we'll see more carry-oriented junglers.
Okay.
Echo was banned. I was going to say that was going to be a big contested pick.
Yep.
Nidalee, Rek'Sai, Gragas, probably the three that we'll see. Maybe a Lee Sin if Huey's not able to get his hands on Gragas or Rek'Sai. Statistically relevant champions for him are going to be that Rek'Sai. But here we are. We're back in draft
finally
phase.
Catching back up, taking a look at the bans. Doesn't look like there's anything different from those sets. And It was the Shen first lock for King. Now it looks like RNG decided to deal with it by putting Lamy onto Thresh.
But again, we talked about, what does King like to do? They like to run split push pressure composition. So picking up that Shen fits in that perfect style. See how Insec will make use of that on the other side. We said it was going to be Nidalee, Rek'Sai, or Gragas. And here we go. It's Rek'Sai.
Immediately the Rek'Sai, and Hui's like, you know what? We're just going to go down the tier list. Nidalee, not quite there, but there's Gragas. Wide open. Lots of disengage. And with that, interesting. With the Thresh already locked in, do you think there's a chance we could see Zero swap over for Janna at the last second?
I would like to see a Janna just because I think she synergizes really well with what a lot of teams like to do. But again, it's counterintuitive to what King have shown as their...
King style.
Maybe not, because they're trying to siege towers and manipulate waves, and Janna will empower that, making you go faster on the map with Tailwind. But Zero plays a great Braum. I think last split before the World Championship, he was undefeated on the champion. So I'm not going to say it's a signature pick for him, but he has shown some great consistent results on it, at least in the past.
We'll have to keep an eye on that because it looks like he's taking it into Wu Xin on Vayne and Lamy on Thresh. And Condemn certainly is one way to get people away from your Frostbite stunt.
Lei's signature champion is Thresh, as is Thresh for mini supports, but he is very good at it. Wu Xin, we've talked about how it's Corki and Vayne every single game.
And going right back to the Corki, you can see Name right now looking at Sivir. He's like, wait, it got this far down the draft phase? We're running through picks and bans right quick, and there are a lot of pretty strong choices available.
Likewise, the Fizz being hovered over for Korn, that is a signature pick for Korn. He used to be very well known in solo queue for his Fizz. When he first entered the LPL, it was permabanned against him. Unfortunately, when he finally got his hands on it during the world stage, it was very hit and miss, and he's yet to kind of live up to the reputation that he first had in his rookie year.
We'll have to see how he does because he's going up against Xiaohu right now, who's currently hovering a Syndra on Lamy's side. The top lane, Let Me, deciding to go for Hecarim. We didn't get a chance to talk about that earlier, but that was locked in, and now we've got the final roster picked up for King. They are completely rounded out. Solid engage, disengage, abilities to reset the fight, a lot of assassination and picks. So RNG, they're going to go for a bit of safety themselves, and it looks like Xiaohu should opt into this Lulu.
Again, but the emphasis on King's strategy right now is still you have so many options to play with split push pressure, rotating, sieging, Sivir, Shen, even Fizz with his pick potential. On the other side, RNG, they're looking for more of a standard protect the AD carry team fight composition. So can King kind of run RNG around the map long enough that they're able to fight them late game, or will RNG be able to pull the trigger and force King into an unfavorable spot with the onslaught of shadows?
We'll definitely have to find out. You can see the coaches shaking hands as we prepare to get in the game, and this looks to be an exciting match. We're going to go ahead and run through the lineups. It's Let Me versus Insect with Shen and Hecarim.
Not quite sure how this one's going to pan out. I think it's just going to be a farm fast for either top laner, and then it's about late game impact. In the jungle, though, it's Gragas versus Rek'Sai, Huey versus MLXG.
Yeah, that looks to be a pretty exciting matchup. A very bloodthirsty jungler on MLXG. In the mid lane, Korn versus Xiaohu, Fizz versus Lulu. And at the bottom, this is where we're expecting the main highlight, Name versus Wu Xin.
And of course, Name picking the Sivir into the Vayne that I already saw. Typically, Vayne is considered the counter pick to Sivir and can bully her around in lane phase if she gets a hold of her. Joining them will be Zero and Lei on Braum and Thresh.
Yeah, it looks to be an exciting matchup all in all, and I think we should really keep an eye on the junglers. Will the junglers be able to impact those bottom lanes, that bottom lane, as effectively as we expected to?
I don't know. That's kind of the question on everyone's mind. I definitely think it's more so in the hands of MLXG because he is technically the more veteran jungle compared to Huey.
All right, we're getting into game right now. And we have loaded onto the Rift. It's King versus RNG. This is the LPL Week 8 Day 3 Set 1 Match 1. And everyone's running out of the Rifts. You can hear the crowd leading the chants for these two teams. Clearly some King and RNG fans in the audience.
Got a lot of famous players, a lot of popular players in the match. Again, we talked about how, 4 out of the 5 members for King were on the world stage last year, so not quite the same position this time around.
Bit of a drastic change for King, but this is definitely the time for them to start changing things up. We're 50 seconds in. You can see a defensive 5 line coming out of it, and we talked a little bit about this before Champion Select, that we're not really going to be expecting any sort of lane swaps. We've already got some wards coming out from Wushin and Name to keep an eye on it. Korn playfully trickstering around. He actually burnt a lot of mana there. I wonder if he's going to be allowed to complete this recall, if Xiaohu's going to let him.
Well, Xiaohu's breakdancing on ward right now, so I think he's pretty fine to just let him go back.
Yeah.
But here we are. Lei is actually pressing the back button. I don't know if he's maybe just playing around with his back. Okay, that's what he's doing. I was going to say, it is going to be the 2v2 in the bot lane. No surprises there. These teams don't lane swap, which is curious because they don't lane swap, and they also have the worst dragon control in the entire LPL. These are the 2 bottom teams at it.
And that's what you would expect from a team that keeps their duo on the bottom side. They've got pressure on that bottom side, but ironically enough, they don't have a lot of dragon control. Insec.
This is cheeky.
Yeah.
Does he has taunt. He's looking for a cheese level 1.
Ooh.
Get in there. They've got to get to the lane.
King looking to get aggressive. Here comes Zero and Name. The leash successful for Hui. Lamy and Wushin are going to head on down to lane. They do have a bit of experience by taking away one of those minor golems. Let's see if Insec is going to find them with harass coming out. Wait, what? Oh, he actually landed the taunt. Wushin gets caught. He goes low. The stun locks him up. They got to finish it. First blood picked up by Name.
Beautifully mechanically played by Insec to flash forward and just barely graze the end of the taunt on Wushin. That is... Get cheesed.
Oh, yeah. Well, one way to start the game. This is King with first blood, already turning up the heat on that bottom side, and suddenly RNG probably are going to start sweating a bit.
Should be noted, though, that Insec did lose some experience. Now, of course, he got the experience off of the kill, was able to back and then teleport to the top lane, but of course he didn't take the camp that Let Me did, so sacrificing his advantage to give Name that first blood.
Yeah, and that sort of speaks to what we kind of expected from King, that they are going to put that pressure on the bottom side and try to let Name do what Name does.
Yeah, but it's also very interesting because Name, at the very beginning of kind of this King roster, was playing a lot more of his Jinx, these hyper carry champions. It's only recently that he started to trend back to Sivir and kind of augment and empower Korn and Insect to make plays for him. So it fits thematically for how you would think the team would position and wait around a power like Name, but most recently they've actually been kind of trending away from it.
We'll have to see how things work out if Name is able to continue with that aggressive team play pattern, if King will be able to take the win. MLXG currently waiting in the Dragon Pit, but isn't quite going to find anyone going for that Trinket Ward. Quick recall from Name and Zero is going to net a super fast pickaxe. King look to continue putting pressure on that bottom side with the early back in those items, but here's MLXG stealing away the Raptor buff from Hui. He's not going to spot that coming, but uh-oh, here comes Hui. Zero.
He's looking for a gank through the, like you said, through the Raptor camp.
Oop, looks like MLXG makes it out of there in time. Spot Zero dropping out.
The only reason that he was able, oh, hold on, this is...
Continues to provide chase. Here's Lamy. Zero might have to flash. He does. Makes it over the red buff camp and gets out safe.
Making so many aggressive plays off the fact that Name and Zero backed, allowing MLXG this window of opportunity to go and look for a deep ward. And then as soon as Name appeared in the lane, knowing that they had the superior position with Lei being there first, still risky because they actually didn't have any eyes on Huey.
Very risky play indeed, but it ends up paying off for MLXG as he's able to seal away that camp and clear away the pink ward for Korn. That's 100 gold trying to keep him safe. That's 100 gold now missing. Name now in the bottom lane, finally caught back up with Wushin. He does have that pickaxe for raw attack damage over Wushin, but seems like Wushin seems to be doing just fine for now, especially with MLXG on that side. Hui might be looking for a gank in the mid lane. He finds Xiaohu, flash, knockup, finds him. He goes low. Let's see if the burn is going to be enough. He silenced Corn, juggling aggro. Hui doesn't have it. He takes another turret hit, goes low. Xiaohu gets the kill.
Complete miscommunication from Huey and Corn right there to look for the dive. They're not able to juggle the tower aggro, and that is devastating because now not only does Xiaohu have the advantage in the lane because he's already a ranged champion and Lulu's a lane bully, but he has the EXP advantage of taking the jungler down as well as the blue buff.
Yeah, that's a scary lane for Corn to be in right now. He has no more sustain on his flask. He's got no more potions, which means he's going to be sitting at that low health for quite a while. Luckily, he is Fizz, does have Playful Trickster, and is an absolute nuisance to actually assassinate. So we'll keep an eye on whether or not MLXG is going to actually find a gank on that side over there. And this has already been an eventful early game.
It's been a little bit unfortunate, though.
Yeah.
So we talked about how both of these junglers were going to be looking for early plays, early ganks on the lane, and it comes back and it bites Huey really hard. And not only does it impact him, because obviously he then loses his blue buff, although he was kind of on the teetering end of it for his jungle clear, but specifically Corn, already in a very tough uphill matchup.
Already things looking a bit tough for Corn, though King do still have that shining light of First Blood on the Name. He does only have about 5 CS ahead right now. Hui gets his Razor Sharp buff procced almost immediately as Xiaohu and MLXG with a deep roam might be able to find Hui over here. He makes it over the wall. There goes the Wolf Spirit. Some damage comes across, but Xiaohu can't quite make it in time and decides to let Hui go.
MLXG should be in full control of this jungle, especially with Xiaohu having the advantage in the mid lane. As long as he plays to top side, look for him to contest second rotation of blue buff.
We'll have to see how that works out. Interesting to see that MLXG has been so aggressive. It's something that we talked a little bit about earlier, and he's certainly living up to that aggression. Zero takes some harass from Laney, but MLXG, I feel like he spent more time inside of King's jungle than his own so far.
It's the thing about MLXG, he's a very young player, obviously relatively new to the LPL, not necessarily competitive experience because of LSPL. He thrives at one particular style, but it's been his issue of trying to change up that style, especially with the Cinderhulk meta, not being able to, be the best Sejuani in the league. As the jungle trends back towards, devour junglers on 5.13 or more carry-oriented junglers, MLXG just kind of gets a meta buff. So we'll see if his performance continues to rise, but it's always just been an issue that he plays one style particularly well, and if he doesn't get to play that style, it kind of teeters out.
Yeah, well, he's currently playing that aggressive invade-based style in this game. Ward is spotted out as King get very aggressive, sending 4 members to the bottom side of the map, plus Insec has his stand united. That could be 5 right quick, but RNG are able to respond appropriately. They've got MLXG down there, Lamey is already down there as well, and you've even got Let Me with his teleport, so looks like they're going to play it safe, keep that turret alive for now, though Name looks to make a good case for bringing it low. And Corn's forced to hop away. MLXG does find Hui. I don't know that he's going to have any backup, though. He's going real aggressive here.
He's got red buff versus Gragas not having it, so MLXG understanding how much more powerful he is than this Gragas, and will just continue to invade Huey over and over. And again, that's what happens if you translate an advantage in the mid lane, as opposed to, it's really hard to force the Fizz to fight you. He's just going to Playful Trickster away and just stay away and try to safely farm. Although, hold on, Huey might be in trouble.
Buff right now. Huey does have his smite, so he should be able to secure it. Yeah, goes from 100 health to 5. So
instead of just continuing to attempt to abuse your lead in the mid lane, they just translate it immediately into the jungler. Okay, Fizz, you won't fight us, we'll invade your jungler, so we force you to fight us, or you lose everything.
Let Me actually with a very quick invade finds the blue buff unattended, knowing Huey's on the other side. Let Me immediately turns on to Insec. Here comes Corn dashing forward, and Let Me's forced to onslaught of shadows his way out of there. Let's see if Corn provides chase. He flashed the wall. Fish comes out. Let Me's caught in the Chumba waters, looking for a solo kill, and Corn should be able to find it. He does.
He didn't necessarily need to take the tower shot. He would have killed him off of the burn, but great collapse and protection. So the onslaught continues into Huey's jungle, but King finally responding.
Yeah, an appropriate response, and that kill is on Fizz as well. Right now, the gold is on the people that it needs to be for King. Name, rocking that first blood. He came into lane with a wicked early advantage. Oh, MLXG going for a super heavy invade. I think he was looking to steal away that blue buff right there, and now he's going to find Corn over the wall. He knows Corn has no mana. This is a very bold play for MLXG, but he's able to make it work.
Just the confidence, the protection, knowing that Korn had expended not only the ultimate, but the flash up into the top lane, so he wouldn't have those abilities available, and knowing that Xiaohu was back in position.
Oh, MLXG might have overextended himself a bit here. Take some damage. There's Insect with the Shadow Dash. A great Stand United nets another kill for King.
He just overstayed. So we talked about, you know, the confidence and understanding that you can invade because Fizz used so many ultimates, but at the same time, if you see the Stand United coming down, that's probably a cue to leave.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that was MLXG going down. The third kill now for King. Name swinging towards the mid. He will find Xiaohu and Lamey to defend the turret, but here comes Wu Xin. They're going to try turning this around. Name takes some damage. There goes the knockup, but it goes wide. Name's caught. He goes low, and he goes down.
Beautiful flash forward from Lei. Fun fact, Lei has the highest kill participation of any support in the LPL.
Ooh, well, it's clearly working out so moderately. He currently is only 1 out of his team's 2 kills. Didn't get an assist for that first blood earlier on, but
take away the stat. Doesn't deserve it anymore. Didn't get the assist.
Clearly, one exception is the whole story of the rule. But let's talk a little bit about this game and how we got here. There was the early first blood from King, and now RNG putting up so much pressure with RNG, but King are responding appropriately. They're getting kills, but more importantly, they're getting kills on the right people.
And it's really just been an onslaught of pressure applied to Huey. Now, MLXG did make an overstep previously and died in the jungle, which allowed King to try to make a play onto that mid-tier tower, but a great flash forward from Lei means that RNG get their footing back into it and actually are the first siege on the mid-tier tower.
Yeah, they do take down that mid-tier 1, though they lost their own bot tier 1 a little while ago. Now, Dragon is being started up by King. Looks like RNG are in no position to contest it, and they're going to cede that over. Dragon number 1 secured for King, though they might lose that top tier 1. No teleport for Insect. Yeah, Letme's going to take that.
So we have our answer. Who is the worst team at Dragon Control in LPL? Because we have the bottom 2, and it is RNG.
Yeah, looks like that's going to be the trade. RNG sack it over. Insect flash taunt. He's looking for the kill here. Challenging Smite goes down. Lemme doesn't have enough mana for the onslaught of shadows. He's so close. Is he going to make it out of there? Oh my gosh, he doesn't have vision. Insect is going to land the dagger, and he finds it.
I think Insect was actually trying to kill him with the Sunfire cape. Just wants to walk up to him, but does pick it up with the Q.
Oh, man.
Loses the tower, and of course it was the call of RNG to say, you know, we're not in position to contest this dragon, so we're just going to trade the structural objective for the monster objective, but not ideal for Insect to find a play on the back half of that.
Yeah, well, the scary thing is that, yes, King are getting these kills, but they're actually down in gold over RNG for the time being because of those early objectives. They're going to have to start looking to take a few turrets of their own to start netting that actual global gold advantage over RNG.
Well, they're in prime position to do that. We look at Name's build. He's got the classic BF sword, pickaxe, upgraded speed boots. So he is there to take towers and to take them efficiently.
He's there to chew bubblegum and take towers. And he's all out of bubblegum.
Wu Xin wants to chew some bubblegum.
Yeah, but he's not going to find Name's because Name's all out.
No, he can definitely find Name if this turns into a 2v2. I'm actually going to give the advantage to Wu Xin, Van in the duration of her final hour.
And the completed Blade of the Ruined King on RNG as that early global gold nets the earlier item.
See who gets involved, though, because we actually do have MLXG also heading down.
Yeah, he's racing down as quick as possible. Boots 1 coming across. Let's see if he is going to land the hook. Ooh, just narrowly misses.
Using the spell shield anyway, but we've got 5 members of RNG now looking for this tower. King quickly trying to get back into position.
Yeah, they're trying. Hui's on his way down. It's now 5 members, as you said. They're going to try getting some damage down. Name is slowed. And RNG don't have enough minions.
They're trying to stall for Insect up into the top lane. Has the completed Sunfire Cape. We talked about split push in. He's got the Stand United available should his team need him, but he's looking at that second tier top tower.
Yeah, he's pushing for the top tier 1 right now, and looks like RNG decide not to commit on that bottom side. King are let to keep that turret, and they answer with one of their own.
So much wasted time from RNG, just kind of mispositioned across the map, and King pick up another free objective as well as finally take the gold lead.
That is the gold lead for King, 1,014.5 minutes into the game. And so far, this has been an eventful game, though it's relatively low kills, relatively low turrets. It's all been about positioning and trying to prevent the other team from positioning around. You talked about RNG putting so much pressure onto Hui. Well, It has net a pretty solid gold lead for MLXG. You can see he's up about 20 CS right now, but he's not really been making that many crazy ganks happen. He's not been that bloodthirsty jungler that we expected.
Well, they had momentum and they had the lead because, again, King just managed to sneak that one back, taking the global objective in the top lane. But by mispositioning and pressuring the incorrect side of the map, they effectively gave the last 2 minutes back to King to not only set up their farm, but to take another tower. So any momentum or lead that they had, they squandered because they played to bot side as opposed to trying to focus down mid.
We'll have to see if they can reclaim yet another lead as Wushin looks to find some pressure on the Name. But Lamy's already down there, and so too is Zero, so they should be able to defend. MLXG still on that bottom side.
Round 2.
Yeah,
they want the outer tier tower, and it should be the easiest objective to obtain, but they need to pull the trigger before Insect gets a wave set up into the top side. So just needed to go.
Oh, there goes the Lantern over the wall. You've also got a roam from Xiaohu, as it looks like Lamy wanted to try making some action happening, but Name, with both his summoners and his on the hunt, should be able to escape out of there, though it seems like they might, in fact, lose that tier 1 to another 4-man push from King.
Oh, that's finally good, though. I mean, that's what RNG were there for initially. Problem is that they didn't pull the trigger quick enough. But hold on.
Warren looks to find a solo kill on the Lamy. That turret did go down. Insec actually using the Stand United. And there are no kills despite the pressure from King looking to get some revenge for that fallen turret.
But they got the tower.
They did. So now what's the response from King? Looks like they're going to send 3 members mid. Name split pushing on the bottom side. Actually caught in a bit of an awkward position because they really need that Sivir to start knocking down turrets.
He's trying to force the wave in. Does need to rotate towards the mid lane. Yeah. I think they're actually going to find a window of opportunity if Xiaohu mistimes his back.
They just might. Dragon's up in a minute. Here goes Korn. He's clearing out that Raptor camp. Everyone just taking their time with a nice slow game. Hui actually going forward here. Knocks Xiaohu back into the fight. Name joins the fight, destroys Xiaohu. A lot of ultimates being blown. This is now 5 members. That's a lot of the wave clear missing from RNG. They might lose this tier 1.
Really beautiful play from here. He talked about how, you know, Rek'Sai typically was his only statistically relevant champion in terms of wins, but he's really stepped it back up on the Gragas. They need to back. So right now they're backing and they're resetting the wave because this dragon is about to spawn in 20 seconds. So expect them to pick up, refresh their sight stones, upgrade their trinkets, pick up their pink wards, and start heading down towards that pit.
We do see some pretty big items being picked up. Insec on his recall completes a Randuin's on top of that Sunfire. He's not going to take any damage from any of these early game AD damage dealers from RNG. On the other side, Korn looking for his own needlessly large rod, and Name going investment banker status with the Avarice Blade.
More important, though, is that his Infinity Edge is completed, especially for the big 5v5 of this dragon. We do have the needlessly large rod also in the pocket of Xiaohu, so we'll add more flat health as well as flat resistances to his shield, as well as the wild growth on Wushin.
We'll have to see if that works out effectively as this dragon is being started by King. They've got better positioning. Letme is actually on the other side of the map. He's got his teleport, but it seems like RNG are going to let this one go.
Second dragon trying to trade the top side tower. Insect doesn't have teleport, but he is racing across the map right now in his leather boots.
Oh, come on, let me. Oh no, he's going to drop a ward. Finally, he's going to get back onto the tier 2. And once again, RNG make the exact same decision that they made 6 minutes prior. Sacking a dragon for a turret, though. Looks like they're going to put a lot of resources onto this top side. Can they dive Insect? He's got a lot of stats.
I think it's just about sieging the tower as opposed to diving Insect, trying to take the free objective, and it looks like they will get it.
Ooh, yeah, turret goes down. RNG keeping pace in global gold with King.
King goes down for the top side, so quickly now just trying to respond to the pressure point that Name's created. Baron will be spawning in 1 minute. There could actually be a desperation Baron here if RNG commit too many resources to the bottom side. Like, because King have just reset their positioning on the map, they could have actually just rushed towards the Baron. It would have been risky, but if they found it unwarded.
I heard free Barons are pretty nice.
That would have been my Chinese play of the day.
They're still in position on that side. They've got Hui, and there were some directional pings to find Letme on that side, but instead, Zero looks for a few deep wards as he invades the blue buff of RNG. Hui and Korn look to steal that away, and RNG just cannot quite respond in time, and Korn left to take another blue.
They've got so much vision control in that area. There are 4 pink wards and 4 green wards on the bottom side of RNG.
It really seems like we're seeing 2 completely different games from these 2 teams. King are content to reset the waves and try taking those turrets, but RNG, they're so happy and comfortable not fighting, just pushing, roaming around the map, keeping King from getting those powerful team fights in that early snowball lead that's so essential to King finding their wins.
I think it's more so that RNG, they look a little bit scared to start these fights. If you think back to kind of their attempted siege initially on the bottom lane, they had Hecarim in position, but again, just didn't decide to commit or pull the trigger with the Onslaught of Shadows. And to be frank, they need to be looking for the 5v5. Their composition is set up to allow Wushin to thrive. So yes, it does benefit them to elongate a farming phase for Vayne, because obviously late game Vayne is where you're trying to go with 3 items. But at this point, they're just kind of letting, I mean, it's only a slim gold lead, 100. Just kind of letting King push them around the map.
I think the biggest thing, though, is where the gold is currently placed. We just saw the gold stats on the graph on the bottom of the screen, and Name was 1,400 gold ahead of Wushin. I believe MLXG had a minor gold lead, Xiaohu similarly had a minor gold lead, and Insect was about 300 gold ahead of Let Me, but the fact that Name has so much gold really speaks to how King are balancing their resources. There goes the on the hunt, but an immediate death sentence stops Hui in his tracks.
The thing, though, is that what does that gold lead actually equate to between Sivir and Vayne, especially, again, in the duration of Vayne's ultimate when she gets those free stats? So about 1,400, I mean, you're closing into a BF sword, which Vayne's itemized fully into attack speed. No surprises there, because when she presses R, she gets the free BF sword. So it's shored up for at least the duration of the final hour.
We'll have to see if Wushin can make effective use of that final hour, or if Name will make more effective use of the current gold lead that he has.
They should just bait Baron.
Why is that?
Because Wushin is farming the bottom lane, because again, Vayne just wants to kind of passively sit back, let her item stack, see you on that, 3rd, 4th dragon fight. And they need to kind of force and look for picks here. They do have a ton of pick potential with Shen Taunt as well as the power of Fizz. They're letting RNG, sit back and wait for when they're strong, as opposed to kind of forcing RNG to make mistakes. I don't think that they, I mean, you have to think high risk, high reward type of play. If you bait around the Baron, you force the enemy team to either come to you and try to set up a pick because you're in the better position to put down your vision because Wushin's bottom, or you just get a free Baron. So
generally a good idea for King. We'll have to see if they decide to go for that sort of play, because it looks like they've got their eyes on that next dragon. It's about 90 seconds from spawning. You've already got Name farming it up on that bottom side. He's going to go for a recall. Zero looks like he's heading to the bottom side as well. And Insect already positioned on the top side of the map with both stand aside and teleport ready. There are actually some directional things coming out of King heading towards that top tier 2. They might try to find Let Me with his pants down, but luckily that guy has got 4 legs in his pants. He should be able to pull him right back up.
What's with you and pants today? Breeches, pants?
They make good metaphors.
I see. They do have
everyone wears pants.
I'm sure there are people who don't wear pants.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you know what I mean. You're tearing holes in my metaphors here.
Look, they're finally playing around the Baron pit, but it's almost too little too late. The dragon will be spawning in 40 seconds. They could attempt to make a play onto this top tier tower. That said, the mid-second tier tower will give them more passive control over the map. And again, they've placed all of this vision around the top side of the map when all of it's about to become pretty worthless because they need to start moving their vision back down towards the dragon.
Yeah, it looks like they're finally going to swing down Hui with his Sightstone. Name clearing out the Scuttle Crab with him. As once again, looks like King have got superior positioning. We'll have to see if RNG make the exact same choice they made with the previous 2 dragons and decide to trade it over for some sort of turret objective. Death Sentence goes out from Lamy, but goes wide. And it appears that RNG, with shoving this wave, should have a bit of time to get some solid positioning onto the dragon. Korn clearing out that wave in the middle. And Insect trading it up with Let Me on the top side. There goes some more harass onto Korn.
He just lost a huge chunk of his health. He's potting up right now, but right before this dragon fight. Huey!
Yeah, going aggressive here. Immediately, the Wombo combo finds Wushin, but he makes it out alive. Name goes low. Stand United has dropped on him to keep him alive. There goes a huge boomerang hitting Laney twice in one direction, picking up another 2 kills for RNG. And let me stops the stand aside from Insect, but that might be his death because Insect will not be stopped. He's going to get revenge for his fallen comrade as he turns now on to Let Me. Finally he lets him go, and King do manage to take that dragon.
Insect in a bit of trouble. Did he? Okay.
Ooh.
I was going to say, did he use his taunt? No, he's just going to taunt over the wall. Huey, again, really showing up on Gragas, showing that he can play more than one jungle champion right now. That was a beautiful knockback. I mean, just look at this CC and then right on Wushin, straight into the waiting Braum ultimate now. Wushin does have to burn every single summoner to reposition himself, but he's forced out of the fight. It's an easy, quick cleanup for King.
Yeah, King managed to clean that up right quick. Oh, man. You can see the reaction there. Hui, he was able to make that play. Whoa, Name's actually caught out on the bottom side. There's no way he's going to make it out of this one. He goes down to Xiaohu.
Pop.
Yeah, so Hui, he was pressured in the early game. MLXG was doing everything in his power to shut Hui down, and still we're seeing him be effective.
And it just speaks to the power of Gragas. This is why he is such a high priority, almost over Rek'Sai. Although I understand why MLXG would prioritize Rek'Sai over Gragas against Huey. Because again, statistically, Huey isn't relevant on Gragas. I think he was like 3 and 9, something close to that. So it makes sense, but Huey over the last 2 weeks has really kind of showed himself back up.
Battle for the red buff. MLXG is able to secure it. The death sentence catches him mid-body slam. He's going to have to make it over the wall. Condemn locks him down. Can he make it over in time? Xiaohu's waiting for him, and RNG find a pick.
And no one from King comes to assist him. That was Huey versus the world.
Yeah.
And trying to secure that red buff.
Poor guy. Unfortunately, he did not make it out with his life as Korn was on the other side of the map, and Insect was happily farming away on the top. Xiaohu is going to clear this wave and ride the lantern back to safety. We're 27 minutes into the game. This is a fairly even match. Only a 400 gold difference between the two. We've seen turrets traded. We've seen dragons traded, though King do have those 3. They can play for that 5th dragon win condition.
Yeah, it would be very dangerous to give King the 4th dragon for free, completely uncontested. I feel like at this point, Wushin is strong enough and ready to go, has his QSS completed as well as his 2 primary attack speed items. Of course, that'll probably upgrade into a Phantom Dancer.
Expect to see a lot more damage from Wushin. Yep, he does opt for that Phantom Dancer. And a few minutes ago, we actually saw the gold flashed once again on the bottom side. Name was 3,000 gold ahead of Wushin. You're seeing that with his completed items. He's already got the finished Last Whisper versus only the Quicksilver Sash of Wushin. Name really going to have to come up big in these next team fights because so much of his team's gold is on his shoulder. Well,
likewise, he also has those 3 completed core items, the Last Whisper, Infinity Edge, as well as the Static Shiv. So made it out of that mid-game power trough that a lot of 3-item 80 carries fall into. And finally, we have the Baron bait.
Yeah, looks like King are trying to bait it out, but got MLXG waiting with that Prey Seeker over the wall. Insect already on the bottom side of the map. Will they be able to do it in time? There goes the Prey Seeker to proc Baron. Name takes a hit, but he should be able to heal it right back up with just a few auto attacks from enemy creeps. And they decide not to follow through on continuing with that Baron. Look at all the vision they've got on that side.
Again, they're trying to set up for a pick, but RNG did a good job not baiting themselves into too small of a choke point, and instead just sending MLXG to check it over with his Tremor Sense and be obnoxious with Prey Seekers, as opposed to pulling Wushin and Xiaohu over into the area.
RNG and King are both not quite ready to commit to some of those more intense fights. Let me trading it up with Insect and healing it right back to full health. As the wet noodles are being spun in both directions by those 2 solo laners. Zero opting for a bit of a recall here. And decides to cancel it out as things starting to slow down just a little bit. And I think RNG are okay with this slower pace. They've got the late game vein. They can afford to take their time with it, though. Xiaohu finds some great damage on the Name. They cannot quite pick him off, though.
Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 30 seconds. Again, we talked about how RNG have slowed it down, but need to step up and contest for this 4th Dragon. If King are able to get it, would be a boon for them to be able to secure that Baron.
Oh, Lamy looking for a pick here. Doesn't find anyone as Zero stands aside with a great dodge. Suddenly RNG are in a bit of an awkward position here. King might be forcing a fight. There goes the stand united. Hui, is he going to dive in? There goes the knockup. They find only Let Me. He's not the person they want to be looking for. The AoE gets stacked up. MLXG gets the knockup, but Name's untouched in the back. He's shredding through the carries. Let Me tries to re-engage, but goes down. It's a double kill for King right here as they pick up 2, and Wushin is forced to run for his life. Invisibility is not going to save you from Insec. He goes low, and he goes down.
Insec again with another max range taunt flash to tie up Wushin and secure that team fight, making full use of the choke point. You're absolutely correct. As, MLXG.
Yeah, he gets caught out by Korn. He's going to get out to safety due to a great save from Lamy, but there's no chance he's going to be able to steal this Baron. King take a team fight, and they're finally going to take the Baron.
And they're finally back in control. We'll see if they back and then quickly rush towards that Dragon, because the 5th Dragon win condition is still available to him. But here we go. Let's look at this team fight. Big thing is that they're going to herd RNG over into this choke point, which Zero gets a fantastic ultimate chain CC onto that Let Me. And just look at Name's positioning. He actually hadn't moved for the first probably 5 auto attacks right there. Completely untouched, just using his ricochet, bouncing through all of the clustered up RNG members, making the most of his gold advantage.
Yeah, and that's wow, that great taunt flash onto Wushin and net the kill. And that really speaks to King's patience, because RNG were trying so hard to find a team fight, and King juggled it out appropriately, waited for the right window, and then went in. That's going to net the Baron a few kills and the 4th Dragon. Everything is going King's way right now.
Well, we talked about the difference in veteran status. RNG have one of the youngest players in the LPL in their mid lane in the form of Xiaohu, and again, 4 out of 5 members from King were on the world stage last year.
The siege coming out from King on this bottom lane. They're going to take the tier 2 with no contest from King. Insect splitting in the mid lane, looks to put pressure on multiple points for RNG. They can't even make it to their inhibitor turret in time. Name doing so much damage. Look at the crit, 600 damage onto Xiaohu, a 1/3 of his health gone.
That crit static shiv proc onto a reset with your W.
So much damage coming across the cannon minions, slowly but surely weathering this turret down, preventing any sort of regeneration. The hook finds Hui. That's not the target they want to be looking for. They cannot quite flay him over the wall. Let's see if they are going to finally take it down. Yeah, the taunt finds MLXG. He gets a knock up in time. Will he be able to escape as Name kites around the edge? He gets dove by Hui. Korn picks up the kill. It's complete chaos as King are diving into RNG's base and picking up kill after kill. Wushin tries to turn it around. The fear comes across perfectly stacked, but it's not enough. Let Me, the only survivor with MLXG, runs away from his own base to survive, but King are unsated. They pick up kill after kill and rush into RNG's undefended base.
And again, the question is, what does Insect's champion pool look like? You know, coming from the jungle into the top lane was a bit of a question mark. Saw a lot of Yasuo's, a lot of Vladimirs, but finally putting himself back on meta. Had a great performance on a very surprising Rumble, and now an even better one on the meta pick of Shen.
Let Me finally ends up going down. RNG look like they're going to drop this one. It's King who are back on top. They're going to take a win over RNG, 15-6. King win the game.
This far down in the standings, we talk about how it's try-hard mode activated. You need to find the 2-0s here if you're going to try to slip into that playoff contention spot. Name himself said, give me a team, I'll take them to Worlds. It's not up or shut up time.
Yeah, he's definitely found the team, and you can see the whole King roster. They had everyone there. I wish the cameramans had actually panned through because they had Zero's Nami there. Oh man, that would have been super neat. But yeah, that's King taking game 1.
Yeah, and in convincing fashion. I will say that their mid-game shot calling was a little bit shaky, but again, kind of that veteran status coming through against RNG, you know, finding the patience to set up that last team fight that led into the Baron, you know, making sure that they had the terrain advantage there. We talk about a lot of these players on that roster have almost a legacy history behind them. If you talk about Insec, about Name, but unable to make it connect for the majority of the standings. They're, I mean, the 3-0, or excuse me, the 2-0 starts here. They need to win the first game. So if they can finally make it connect, finally get a 2-0, or if RNG are able to strike back.
We'll have to find out, as we're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for game number 2. Don't go anywhere. The LPL we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Seda, and this is FLICKR, and you just saw some of the highlights from our previous game between King and RNG, in which King ended up taking a pretty convincing win.
It took them a little bit to ramp up, but they finally found the success in the 5v5, and mostly on the back of Insec. Yes, the first blood did go to Name, and Name was outputting some massive damage from the backline, but I really feel like it was that frontline Shin that really empowered King to take off.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he's going to be the guy who gets the MVP. You can see it was a very high kill game by the end, after a very slow sort of early game and mid game. And let's see who that MVP is. It is Insec, the man himself.
From level 1, sacrificing his own lane dominance to make sure that he carried that first blood over to Name with a disgusting flash taunt. Here we go.
Range. Boop. Oh, man. Just barely on the edge of the hitbox. Poor Wu Shin was like, oh, man.
Those childbearing hips, Vayne.
Not quite able to find it. Here goes another one of his amazing flash taunts after the knock-up from Lamey. Just a great fight from King.
And really the changes of Shen showing in this team fight, the fact that the taunt requires less energy, so you're able to get multiple rotations. So 1, 2, and here we go, the flash taunt for the 3 over the course of a single team fight.
Boom! Catches Wu Shin once again. He's like, oh, again? Really? I really wonder if that's going to be a priority ban for RNG, if they try to take that away from Insec.
I mean, I would say so. It's been a priority ban, not just against King in general, but a lot of teams, you know, recognizing the power of Shen that he's starting to have in the top lane and affecting these team fights and taking him off the board, or at least being a contested pick. That said, their unique champion pools will continue to be a bit of a problem. Can King find a 2-0, though?
We'll definitely have to find out as we're getting ready for this next game. And now King, they're not first pick anymore. They're on red side. That means RNG have got first pick. Do you think we could see MLXG look for that Echo?
I would guarantee that that would probably be the most important champion to them and their success, especially if they want to come out of this with a 1-1. That said, on the other side, because you are purple side for King, that means you get a second rotation of 2 different champions. So either way, I would say the Echo, though.
Tough trade-off.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, if you've got the Echo, then do you put Hui back on Gragas?
So think of your priority picks right now. So you've got Gragas, Echo, Shen, Alistar, Rise. So with Let Me, I mean, you could give him Rise. There's no doubt in my mind that he can play it, but it's not going to be, he's not your carry.
Yeah.
It's going to be Xiaohu, Wushin, or MLXG, whose champion pool that you're going to prioritize. So you don't have a lot of options. I mean, maybe a Callista, but Callista's been pretty much permabanned. Obviously, the changes haven't gone through for Callista yet because we're still on 5.12 versus 5.13, or she gets a little bit gutted.
Yeah, so that's why we did see that Callista ban in the last one, and there was the second ban away for that Echo from MLXG, and interestingly enough, Jace was banned as well, and Ezreal was open.
Yeah, so it speaks to the fact that, you know, with priority pick, does it actually mean anything for RNG? For other teams, just because a priority pick for another team like EDG, you have so many different directions you can go there. There's so many carry threats. You could do the Rise, you could do the Echo, the Ezreal, things like that. But in RNG, you're a bit more limited. You know where their strengths are, who you need to watch out for, and it's very obvious where their power points are on the champions, especially Xiaohu. He's got an incredibly limited champion pool. I think he's only played maybe 5 or 6 champions competitively.
Looks to be a bit tricky for Xiaohu. If he does suffer some target bans, his Victor and perhaps his Yasuo was banned in that previous set. No, I'm getting that mixed up. It was his Jace that was banned away.
Yeah, his Jace. He plays Jace, Azir, Xerath, Ezreal.
And that's it. No.
Shurima.
Yeah, he did play moderately well in the previous game. We'll have to keep an eye on his progress this time around with that Lulu that he played. So you can't
There we go, Lulu.
Yeah.
Little champion. Zippy.
Little champion to go with the little champion pool.
Yeah, it's kiddie pool. That's always been the problem with Xiaohu, though. We saw that he was an incredibly gifted mechanical mid laner, especially one of the youngest players coming to the LPL. He played Azir before it was popular, and then as the meta shifted into empowering Azir, of course, Xiaohu just naturally got a buff. But as the meta starts to shift out, we see different picks coming through, more poke-oriented. Yeah, he does have a reputation of, you know, with the Jace and pulled out the Ezreal, things like that, but will he be able to continue to shift? How large is his champion pool? Can he be meta-resistant?
We'll definitely have to find out. You can see MLXG still looking pretty happy after that previous game. He pretty much played out of his mind that time. He was focusing so hard on shutting Hui down. He was looking for the knockups that he was trying to find, but just was not able to get his team behind him in time. Wushin just a little bit too slow to take off.
His over-aggression punished him. Bit of a miscommunication between him and the mid laner to make sure that they were both invading the jungle at the same time. You are correct. They did a fantastic job attempting to put Huey down early, but just the power of Gragas. He doesn't really need items to be a potent tool.
And that's what we saw when he got that amazing flash body slam into Cask and the follow-up King Wombo combo that allowed them to take that first Baron after the amazing team fight that they had in mid-game.
Yep, it was pretty fantastic. See if they'll change anything up, if they'll maybe put the reins on MLXG, control him a bit more. And again, we talked about both these teams have pretty abysmal dragon control. King getting the better of RNG. I don't think RNG got a single dragon that entire game. So MLXG, he invades enemy jungle. He doesn't prioritize controlling the objectives, and it really bit them last game.
Yeah, we'll have to find out if they managed to get some better control this time around, as we're already in the pick ban phase for game number 2 between RNG and King. Game number 1 went to King in quite a convincing fashion, and we're already rushing through this pick ban. You can see Yasuo once again banned away from Insect and Korn. Victor banned away from Korn, and now Rise. But King, they hurt us. They don't want to let MLXG get that echo.
Final ban will be that Shen. So what does the priority pick come down to? Are they going to keep it safe, go for a jungler to hide their composition down the line, maybe prioritize something for Xiaohu? His Azir is still up and available. Likewise, so is that Jace that was banned last game.
Yeah, we'll have to see what they decide to go for. Ezreal still on the map as well, so we'll see if King decide to go for that sort of poke style comp or continue to commit to it. Interestingly enough, it's Fizz.
So they go for the denial against Korn. Now Fizz can be a flex pick. I have no doubt that Xiaohu, MLXG, and LetMe can all play that champion from various positions. On the other side, he was like, I figured out how to play this guy. I think I can do it.
Yeah, he's going to go back to that Gragas, who's just performed so well in the previous setup, and so far it looks like King aren't changing things up too much at all. They are going to swap out Zero's Braum for Thresh this time around.
Zero is an incredible Thresh. Anytime you give him a high-impact play-making champion, he can lead the charge. He can carry the team from the support role.
We'll have to see if he's going to be successful once again, as we don't have an AD carry yet locked in for Name. RNG getting onto their second draft phase. You mentioned that Jace still open. Interestingly enough, it's MLXG who hovers it instead of Xiaohu. We'll see if they decide to lock it in. As you can see, going through the RNG players on your screen right now, some serious consideration being tossed to these ones. Looks like it is going to be Jace and Wushin going back onto Vayne.
No surprises there. Comfort champions. The thing about pretty much both these teams is that their champion pools are fairly limited. It's very easy to kind of figure out what they're doing, and how they priority through draft phase is also fairly interesting. A lot of teams will, because there's so many power picks in the meta, will prioritize achieving those power picks as quickly as possible. That said, it does open up the hand to tell you what the composition is meant to do. Whereas either of these two teams, you had a denial, but on King's side, I mean, they tried to hide their composition for as long as possible, you know, first rotating support and jungle.
Yeah, it looks like they are going to go for something a little bit more conventional with this rotation.
Pushing waves.
Yeah, Name going back to that Sivir. Korn locking in Twisted Fate. Once again, King, as you mentioned, looking to control the side waves.
Took TF into a possible... no, but it's going to be Jace. Okay, I was going to say there was a possible chance that it could have been a Fizz, but he knows which matchup he's going into.
We'll have to see if that is going to be what it is, and last pick is LetMe, interestingly enough. King saving that 5th pick for last. Very confident in LetMe. And the fact that they haven't subbed him out too, could King have finally found their solid rock of a top lane?
Gam-T King.
Maybe, maybe. On the other side, RNG do decide to lock in MLXG on Evelynn. Well, Evelynn for MLXG. And LeMi going for the disengaged style Janna.
Love the Janna with Vayne, you know I do. On the other side, though, it's going to be Insect's champion. Is he going to go for the Nautilus top? Will it be the Vladimir? Possibly something crazier.
Yeah, I have no idea. Insect, he just likes playing things that he likes to play.
It's nice to see him kind of trend back towards more of a meta.
She says as he immediately hovers over Vladimir.
Guys, I want this. I really like the synergy between Sivir and Vladimir. I feel like anytime you pick up a Vladimir, it's almost necessary that you pick up Sivir. I talk about this all the time. Vladimir needs tools to be able to get to the back line so he can land a Hemoplague across multiple members. The On the Hunt empowers him to do that wonderfully.
I feel like that's going to be a bit tricky against Jace, who's going to punch you out of the fight with a hammer, or Janna, who's just going to blow in your face.
If Jace is wasting his hammer form to punch Vladimir out of a backline, there are so many things that have already gone wrong.
Okay. Well, I guess that's the reason why I'm the play-by-play, and you're the color.
I'm just envisioning this Jace going out of cannon form to try to swing Vladimir out of the fight as Vladimir just already drops the pool, and he's like, cool, that's fine. I'm fine back here. I'm ranged. You know that, right?
All right, so those are our final team comps locked in for RNG and King. Running through the rosters right now. Hui and MLXG on your screen right now. A little bit more pressure on MLXG this time. Going from the Rek'Sai to the Evelynn. In the mid, it's Xiaohu now and Korn.
Going for that invisible paranoia pressure on the map. In the bot lane, though, it's going to be Wushin back on Vayne, Name back on Sivir. This matchup didn't work as well last time.
Yeah, unfortunately, it didn't work out too great for Wushin as he was caught by the level 1. But here's Zero and Lamy on that Thresh and Janna to keep Thresh away. And we're loading onto the Rift. This is going to be an exciting one. Will King be able to take it to 2-0?
Or will RNG finally be proactive around the map? We saw their early game, MLXG constantly invading, trying to put Huey down, but kind of stumbled during the mid game.
Yeah, well, we're going to load into the Rift. We're getting on right now. And we have returned to the Rift. Welcome back, everyone. It's RNG and King. We're on Week 8, Day 3, Set 1, Game number 2, Match number 1018.
We already had our 1000th match of the LPL.
Know. That's so exciting.
I'm excited.
I wonder which one it was.
It was King versus Xiaogu, I believe.
That's actually a pretty exciting match. King, once again, putting on some early pressure. They managed to get first blood with a very cheesy play from Insec. Might be looking for something similar with a 5-man group and a D4, but Wushin already safe under his tier 1, and all of King are spotted out by excellent wards from RNG.
King have the earliest average first blood of any of the LPL teams, so it just goes back to who are King, what is their identity, how do they win the game? They snowball. If they don't snowball, they don't win.
We'll have to find out if they will succeed in doing it this time, as Lamy and Zero are caught in a dance-off in the mid lane.
I wouldn't trust Zero. He'll flash hook you. I wouldn't. Yeah, see, look.
MLXG doesn't trust him either.
I wouldn't trust that guy. I wouldn't trust him on my team. I wouldn't trust him in the mid lane.
First,
Guardian Angel
Quicksilver second.
QSS. It wasn't even a Crucible.
Oh, man. Zero, very, very confident player.
Confident is the word we'll use.
Well, you can't say he's not confident.
Interesting.
Going for a Guardian
Unique.
Angel first.
Curious. Silly. Adorable.
Wacky, wild, zany, inflatable, waving arm man.
MLXG actually making a red steal here.
Yeah, he's right over the wall from Insect. Brings it low. Should be able to smite steal it away. And
that's so risky. You know that the top laner is going to be on the Raptor camp. Get him, MLXG.
Insect has to run away from
Flash,
this
do
one.
it.
Let's see if he's going to go. Man, Insect
he let me
makes
down.
it out.
He knew. So again, talked about how risky that is because you know that the enemy top laner is going to be taking a camp for themselves before they teleport up into the top lane. So just the aggression to take the red buff and then immediately look to murder Vladimir.
Yeah, looks like Insect is going to teleport to that top side of the map. However, MLXG still up there. So aggressive. Does have level 2 with the red buff. Will he find Insect?
This is her first.
Yeah, this is a lot of damage as Insect goes down to half, a third of his health. He flashes under the turret. They're diving for the kill. Are they going to get it? Yes, MLXG nets first blood.
That's for first blood last game.
There's the revenge from MLXG, who he actually going to counter invade the red.
Like a laser, though. Just as soon as Insect teleported back to the mid before he teleported to the top lane, he actually went mid lane to align with Insect, and then as soon as he's in the top lane, okay, shot straight towards him.
His laser sight had captured Insect, and then he seeking missile.
Heat Good job from Huey, though, to recognize that since MLXG had expended pressure into the top lane, that he could go and he could make the trade for the red buff, so not going to get 3 buffed.
Oh, there goes the hammer from Xiaohu, trading it away with Korn, and yeah, you mentioned Huey going for the invade. He will find this gank onto Xiaohu from the side, however. We'll have to find out if Xiaohu makes it out of it with his life. Looks like he does. In fact, Huey doesn't go for the aggressive invade, decides just to...
Power fun.
Yeah. Scuttle Crab, greater than gank.
He's got double the CS of MLXG right now.
To be fair, vision is so important against Evelynn.
That vision is not going to matter, though.
He will have so much vision of when MLXG is invisible.
You are correct. The initial trinket that he placed down deep on the Wraith camp, obviously you want to ward Eve's camps for when she comes out of stealth to do them. But otherwise, the Scuttle Crab vision not going to help you against Eve.
Yeah, it looks like Huey's actually looking for a bit of a gank as he finds himself on the bottom side of the map. Come on, make it into the bottom brush. You can do it. He decides not to. He's keeping it defensive.
Oh, wow. I'd be mad if I was Korn.
Yeah, MLXG's actually waiting in the wings for a gank, so Xiaohu's putting some pretty solid pressure out. Let's see if Zero goes out.
Where's the Lantern to the double play?
There goes the play. The Lantern comes out. Huey goes forward. The
oh my god.
Blind swoosh in. They're bringing him low. Name gets another kill in the bottom lane.
Zero sets up perfectly. Didn't telegraph the gank, looked for the double flay, found it as the flay animation is going through, throws the Lantern, flashes forward, finds the hook. The timing that it took to make sure that the wave had come into set so it wouldn't have been disrupted by an enemy minion coming into the lane. Beautiful communication from Zero.
Yeah, this is a bit of a risky play from King as they immediately rush
I don't know
to
what he's doing.
Name's like, guys, what? Guys? Team? Hello?
That moment when the AD carry doesn't follow you. And Name's the shot caller like, I didn't call that.
Yeah, so unfortunately, King don't get that first dragon, but they manage to net another kill for themselves again onto Name as they're playing almost the exact same game from game number 1. The question is, are RNG wise to those tricks? MLXG did manage to get that first blood by killing Insec, and you can see he's having a bit of trouble on the top side as Let Me zones him away from that enormous wave of minions. Poor guy.
Insec has a pink word. Oh, this is interesting. Zero. Huey, the roaming gank squad, coming in through the back of the lane.
We'll have to see if they manage to find Let Me. Oh, no. Oh, I think Zero showed himself.
Yeah. Let Me's peacing out.
He's going to bail out of this one. Scuttle Crab secured by MLXG will spot the roam from Zero, so Xiaohu should be safe.
Is taking advantage of the fact that they see Zero on the top side of the map, so he's quickly running in, placing down deep boards. Nice response.
Oh, board gets cleared out. Though you do mention they have complete control in terms of vision over King's blue side jungle, so you can see early sweepers coming out from everyone on King as it appears that they are comfortable and content.
They pinged and Zero went over there trying to, I think, sweep out the vision or check to make sure that there wasn't any pink wards there, so King are aware that Huey has been revealed on the map. So now it's kind of like the double mind games. King realized that RNG know that they knew where the jungler is.
I feel like you added one in extra just because.
It's a trap.
What the FF?
No Kim Possible fans? Trap.
Man. Call me, beat me if you want to reach me. Whoa, MLXG.
I still know the naked mole rat by heart. Okay, here we go.
Ron stoppable.
MLXG.
Yeah, he's going to find Huey right here. There goes the immediate destiny. Will he decide to help MLXG out? Oh, no, Xiaohu actually a bit faster to the draw.
And they're able to do that because you had pressure points in all solo lanes. So Let Me pushing forward, Xiaohu pushing forward. So, again, really nice communication. Going back to the style, MLXG is going to invade the enemy jungler. He's going to make plays there. And his solo laners making sure that they're covering him.
So MLXG again putting consistent pressure on the jungle from King. Not a lot of responses just yet. Take a look at the vision on the map. It's all over King's jungle. Pretty much every ward is in there. Oh, except for the one in the bottom tri-bush.
Yep. I see. Huey trying to secure his blue buff, however, for Corn. Curious how this Destiny ultimate is going to be used. Was already burned, but I would like to see it burned a little bit more offensively.
Konami takes some punishment. Yep, there goes blue to Corn. He's down just a bit in CS, but
that's to be expected.
Still keeping pace with Jace. All in all, things very calm and slow for this early lane phase. Not seeing too much crazy action outside of MLXG's attempts to be a little bit cheeky and Huey's gank on the bottom lane.
I'm always curious why, if you look at the composition of RNG, why they continue to prioritize Vayne. I mean, obviously, Wushin has shown proficiency on the champion and comfort on the champion, but doesn't actually really fit with their comp. Janna is going to be nice to protect Vayne, and we've talked about a lot of synergy there kind of in the past and how those two champions work together to empower each other. But typically you want to run a Vayne with a Cassiopeia because Cassiopeia dissuades people diving onto the backline with her Petrifying Gaze because she is a mid-range champion. Jace really isn't going to do anything for you. He's got the acceleration gate and it implies poke, but the fact that RNG cohesively between kind of their two stars, their AD carry and their mid laner, aren't finding any sort of synergy in their composition and they're just playing comfort champs, I kind of think speaks to the weakness of this team and their standings.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they are able to use that Jace rather effectively. I mean, their draft phase was pretty solid. Going for the Fizz first for Let Me. You disagree?
He hasn't shown himself as a key enough Fizz player to warrant a denial against Corn.
Perhaps it was more just taking it away from Insect. Maybe. Wild, wacky, zany, Let Me Fizz. Looks like he does find some damage on the Insect. Flash gets him out of a majority of the damage. Hemo Plague tries to turn around, but Insect is being burned through quite low. Here's Xiaohu, and Insect, he gets brought low.
So many resources expended top. It's going to be an easy free call for the Dragon here for King, as well as that bottom tier turret. So surely putting themselves in control, at least as far as the map is concerned. Insect getting punished a lot this game, however.
Seems to be taking some serious punishment from Let Me and MLXG. Interestingly, he's putting so much pressure onto Insect this time around. He's not putting really any effort on the bottom side of the map to try shutting down Nami.
I mean, that said, Vayne's going to farm anyway. Likewise, so is Sivir. It's a very difficult lane to gank because you're not only competing against the on-the-hunt reposition available, but the Spell Shield, as well as the Dark Passage and the box. Janna's not going to empower your gank at all, so the hard CC just is non-existent there. So your kill pressure is really only in the top lane. You have some into the mid lane, but it's such a short lane that if Corn has his flash available, I mean, you're not going to, unless he grossly misplays. So it's just kind of what's available. But again, it goes back to MLXG.
Getting aggressive. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear as MLXG clears that award.
He would rather gank and attempt to snowball the top lane than to secure the dragon.
That's exactly what the trade happened for RNG. It ended up biting them in game number 1. Xiaohu, takes the first turret of the game. Actually, no, that's the second, as the first one was secured by King on the bottom side of the map.
Yep. Which means that RNG are still in full control of the game. They have about a 1k gold lead. That said, there is some invisible power for King in the form of that dragon.
We'll have to see if that comes to use for King. As you mentioned, they are down a mild amount of gold. MLXG this time continuing to farm up ahead of Hui Name, once again opening up a pretty large CS lead over Wushin. This is a pretty similar setup to what we saw in game number 1. Name just getting so much further ahead than Wushin.
That said, there is a CS discrepancy between the two AD carries, which that's to be expected, Sivir versus Vayne. But more importantly, MLXG has a pretty sizable gold lead over Huey, which is even more important. I mean, it only looks like 10 CS, but the jungle creeps mean so much more in terms of gold value.
King going for the invade. Here comes Zero and Huey. A lot of harass coming out from Xiaohu with the poke. And Zero decides he wants none of it, decides to back away while Corn pushes up in the mid lane. So when we were talking about the team composition for King, one of the big points that we highlighted with this specific comp was side wave control, side wave management. How are they doing with that so far?
Well, hold on, because Let Me, in a bit of a sticky situation, has Playful Trickster.
Ooh, dodges some initial damage from Bowie. Looks like the dive is going to follow through. It's 4v3. Here comes the Destiny Gate, and Korn manages to find the stun despite the flash. Laney gets pulled right back in. Name dishes out some auto attacks, but here's Xiaohu. He's going to single-handedly dissuade the engage. Monsoon resets the fight. Zero goes low, and Zero is going to go down to Wushin. Name is traded it over, and King are falling to pieces under this onslaught from RNG. Korn running for his life, but he's almost certainly going to go down. Oh man, doesn't have vision past the wall, and Wushin should be able to catch up here, especially if Xiaohu provides an acceleration gate. No, they let him go.
Good counter gank right there. Was a little bit misplayed from Let Me on the Playful Trickster initially, but a good reset from Lei saved the day and allows Xiaohu and Wushin to walk through the back half. We'll see if it translates into any sort of objective. We do have Wushin up into the top side. Curious how low that tower is.
Yeah, we'll have to see if he's able to secure it. Looks to be at pretty high health, just by judging from the model.
That's right. They changed that.
They did. Super neat.
Super duper neat.
So yeah, now King are going to send their duo to the top side of the map. Insect looks to catch farm on the bottom as the lane swap is finally initiated from King.
But you want to talk about their side wave control. That's what we were addressing right before. Korn is actually looking for a Seeker's Armguard, which no surprise there. That's typically the item that you look for against an AD mid laner. Although, hold on, we've got the replay.
Yeah, here's a replay of the fight.
Playful Trickster was misused, which is why Let Me goes down there. He should have used it to dodge the cast, so a nice cast from Huey. Lei gets locked up, looks like disaster, but he's about to flash forward. And this ultimate is to mostly, I don't want to call it a CC, but he's pushing them into the wall, so he doesn't save anyone, where it would look like initially that Janna ult would just push everyone away, because it pushes them sideways into the wall and just allows his team, you know, an extra second to catch back up, put themselves in position, and allow Wushin and Xiaohu to run through the back half of that.
Yeah, very effective play from Laney. Helping his team secure those kills and now netting them a 3,000 gold lead, 2.5 over King. So looks like King are going to try to answer this with Name and Zero shoving up onto the turret. Here's the Eye of the Storm. Oh, and actually finds Wushin. He takes some damage, played into the box. Teleport coming in onto two members right there. No, yes, that was the double teleport out of Korn and Insect. That was pretty wacky. They managed to pick up the kill on the Laney, and they're going to take this tier 1.
Can we talk about how Zero hit that hook on the tumbled Vayne, predicting the angle? This is why you ban Thresh against Zero.
Oh, looks like RNG are going to respond by taking that mid-tier 2. Xiaohu's doing some serious damage. Destiny Gate being used.
Get him!
And he manages to land the stun. Xiaohu's taking a lot of damage, but makes it out.
So more than well worth a trade for RNG, in my opinion, taking that second tier mid tower versus just the first tier top tower as well as the 2 kills. They still have their sizable gold lead. Likewise, they'll have a perfect back timer to set up for this dragon that will be spawning in 20 seconds.
Yeah, King had complete control over the dragons in the previous game. Could be looking for something similar this time around as they're prepared around the pit. They've got wards, they've got vision, and they're all grouped up on that side as well, despite the fact that none of them really have teleport anymore. So looks like King are again going to prioritize that dragon.
They're in position on the tower. Again, RNG prioritizing the fact that Vayne needs that late game farm. Going to go ahead and give this one up. And I just completely
disagree with it.
Yeah.
So what is the trade-off in this situation between those dragons in the late game Vayne? Break it down for me.
Vayne gets to farm, gets solo EXP. You think that if you can stall the game out long enough into like a 45 minutes. So, I mean, think about the Snake versus, who were they playing? LGD?
Mm-hmm. IG
game yesterday.
Yeah, Snake versus LGD.
That came down to one team fight at 50 minutes when the death timers were super punishing. Name just died there.
Yes, he did indeed. Name getting caught out of position by the invade from RNG. And it looks like RNG are going to look to put some pressure onto this top tier 2, though. They do have the mid-game bridge of Jace. They've got the late-game bridge of Vayne. Their team composition looks like it really only suffered a bit during the early game, and now they finally made it out of that early game phase.
Likewise, though, if their plan is to consistently look for the late-game, single team fight victory, that's a 50-50 because the death timers are so punishing at that point in the game, which, I mean, speaks really to RNG's standings of constantly going 1-1 pretty much every single set. So until they start becoming more matured in their style and more proactive, they're not going to find more consistent results.
Well, looks like they are being a little bit more proactive in this match, and it's netting them some pretty positive results in this game so far. You can tell they're up about 5,000 gold from that turret control. They've got some pretty solid picks going across the map on top of the team fight that they managed to turn from King's dive. So how do King turn it around? How do King get back in the lead and end up taking the win?
Continue to play with their split push. So we talked about how they play competitions like this all the time. You know, Vladimir has great split push potential. Twisted Fate obviously has great film control. Sivir able to move her team quickly around a map as well as kind of disengage them when they decide to look for a 1-3-1. If you try to engage on the 3, she pops ult, just backs up. Problem is that Korn itemized first his Hourglass, which makes sense again, the Seeker's arm guard against a Jace, but typically when a Twisted Fate's intention is to siege towers, they want to itemize the Lich Bane first. So this tells me that King, at least Korn, is set up to look for 5v5s, you know, trying to be that big engage tool as far as picks. Destiny in, gold card immediately into the Hourglass to buy his team enough time to catch back up with him. But historically, that hasn't really been King's strong point.
Oh, she gets caught, takes some big damage. Gold card lands. He does manage to get the Agony's Embrace, turns the fight around onto Korn, and there goes the turn from Zero.
Oh,
Name
good job,
can't
Zero.
find a way over the wall, and that's going to be King disengaging.
Great disengage from King. We talked about how they're looking for picks. Hold on.
Name takes some big damage. He's forced to flash away under the turret. Luckily, Let Me has no chum the waters, and Name gets away.
RNG in position to siege, though.
Yeah, they're getting some big damage. Korn dodges some big damage. He does take some more poke from Xiaohu. There goes the amazing Emo Plague from Insect. Finds 4 members and nets a kill.
A little bit overzealous right there, attempting to dive the tower. Insect stepping forward as soon as RNG attempted to dive onto Korn, protecting him, but just really want to go back to that disengage from Zero to drop the box in that choke point to make sure that RNG couldn't continue to commit on that.
Ooh, pings are going down onto the Baron right now. 5 versus 4. Destiny being used to scout out RNG, and King might be trying to set up a pick here. If they can just find someone out of position. Blue buff has spawned. They might try to steal that instead. King, look for the flank on the mid lane. Will they find Wuxin? The flash play is huge from Zero. He doesn't quite land the death sentence. Xiaohu goes low. He's still alive, though, and it looks like Hui's actually going to be the first to fall to Wuxin. Finally, they traded over 1 for 1, but Insect takes some more damage. Flash from Wuxin. That's a second kill. No knockup finds Insect just yet. And that's going to be a 2 for 2 trade in the mid lane.
Again, a little bit overzealous. Wuxin arriving on the back half of that fight, but Zero. Thresh is usually banned away from him. He did manage to miss the death sentence on that initial dive, but just the forethought, the style of this player, the fact that he can carry from that support role, that's what it looks like.
Yeah, so Zero playing pretty solidly with this one, 100% kill
I would
participation.
say out of his mind.
Yep. That's a pretty accurate way to put it. And things are looking pretty good for King. Yes, they are down about 4,500 gold, but they did take game number 1, and there's still a lot of opportunities for them to turn this match around.
They do have a lot more versatility into their composition. Not only does Sivir empower Vladimir to look for those flanks to find a nice Hemo Plague, but likewise Vladimir is going to empower Sivir with the AoE damage on her Ricochet when it stacks on top of the Hemo Plague. So late game, yeah, you are facing against a Vayne, but you have a lot of options with the Sivir Vladimir combo, as well as looking for the initial split push. You have double teleport with the Destiny teleport, as well as the Vladimir split push teleport. So they can be squirrely.
Yeah, so far King have already closed that 5,000 gold lead down to only about a 4,000 gold lead, 3.5 really, as they're picking up some more CS. And interestingly enough, Name, who had an enormous CS lead over Wuxin in game number 1, and even earlier in this game was up about 20 CS, is now down 15 CS over Wuxin. Seems like RNG placing so much priority on Wuxin is starting to pay off.
Well, they've just been constantly opening up free farm lanes for him to just sit up there. And we talked about, you know, RNG, they're totally fine letting these dragons go down.
Insect gets caught, takes some huge damage from Xiaohu. Death sentence misses. Is Xiaohu going to get the assassination? The snipe over the wall. No, Agony's Embrace from MLXG. And Insect has got to turn it around. Zanyas tries to keep him alive. He's buying time. Oh, he's still alive. Finally goes down to MLXG, but Hui is now caught out of position. He's caught, and RNG pick up 2 free kills.
What are they doing there? Even with the added bonus of the on the hunt. King are just frankly out of position, falling apart at the seams.
Yeah, it seems like King not able to do that much to turn it around, and when they don't have that early advantage that is so vital for them. Zero is going to spot RNG starting off this Baron. Dragon number 3 has spawned, and let's see if he is going to be able to get the steal. Destiny being used. Here comes the gate. Is he going to make it in time? No steal quite yet, and RNG pick it up.
Great job from LXG to make sure that he can secure the Baron. Now with the Baron, they can head over to the Dragon and stall out that 5th Dragon win condition for King, but RNG have been in full control of this game since pretty much level 1.
Yeah, MLXG doing a great job to help effectively make that happen. He's been roaming all across the map. Now Dragon is up, but King are in no position to contest it. RNG sending out some forward pings. They've got their eyes on getting rid of that 5th Dragon win condition and putting a complete halt on any and all of King's plans.
You know, I talked about how until RNG are more proactive about how they move around the map, they're not going to find consistent results. The one member, excuse me, probably the 2 members that are probably the most proactive for them on the team is going to be MLXG and Lei. And the success this game was those 2 making plays around the map.
Yeah, MLXG is 3,000 gold ahead of Hui this time. There goes the Agony's Embrace on Aname. He goes low. Heal tries to keep him alive, but they're diving so far.
Beautiful cast.
He finally makes it out, but Zero is forced to run away as well, and RNG are going to take this tier 2.
They don't find the 2 kills that they wanted, but they get the objective, and now they're pushing onto the inhibitor.
Yeah, here comes MLXG once again. He's spotted out, but I'm pretty sure he wants that at this point in the game as he rushes forward with the rest of his team. They could look to break down this inhibitor, and man, you can see MLXG smiling. That guy is happy.
Looking for the 1-1. That said, it's not going to get them too far into the standings. We're closing in on the final weeks of the LPL, week 8 out of 11. You don't get the 3 points, you're not looking at playoffs.
Yeah, it's so vital to get those 3 points. King so desperately clinging on, but they're just not quite finding it. Oh, Hui is able to belly slam over the wall. It was a bit of an awkward journey, but he made it over. Now RNG, they're going to continue farming it up, buying more CS for Wu Xin, who's now 4-1-1, doing some serious damage. MLXG, despite knowing that all of King are in that bush, is still managing to contest that Raptor camp.
They've got so much control. They're looking at the top tier tower. You see the pings going down and just the siege potential and the threat of Jace as you stand on these towers with the upgraded acceleration blast.
Yeah, RNG are going to continue pressuring forward now. Looking for that top tier 2 turret. That's the last tier 2. They've still got Baron for about 30 to 45 seconds. Jungle Waters gets dodged. However, this tier 2 is going to go down.
Just ripped through. Jace walks up to a tower, presses W. Hello, goodbye.
Yeah, so that tier 2 finally goes down. That's number 6, turret number 6 for RNG, whereas King have only got 2 of their own. There goes the Talisman of Ascension. They find Wu Xin. The hook threads the needle, but the cleanse immediately knocks it out. Destiny Gate, and Korn gets double blasted away. He cannot assassinate Korn, and RNG are successfully able to peel for him. Insect tries to dive in, but the rest of King have fallen. Wu Xin is going to finally survive, and Lamy, the only person who died for an ace on King.
Beautiful Janna ultimate. As soon as Korn went in to try to engage the fight with the Zanya Hourglass gold card, gets pushed, completely separates King. They immediately turn onto Korn, delete him off the map, and then turn back and run through King.
Yeah, bit of a window of opportunity for RNG as they find their way onto the first inhibitor turret. Now the inhibitor after. They're 10,000 gold ahead of King. 26 minutes in. The minions are going to finish it off, and here's a breakdown of that fight.
This is so excellent. The ult is so perfectly timed that he's blasted back before he even gets to use his Zanya's Hourglass. So they quickly clean up Korn, and then it's just Wu Xin and the gold deficit speaking for itself as they just rip through King.
Yeah, so much damage.
That was my face. I was like, Lamy.
Amazing Monsoon from Lamy, but that's now King and RNG in full control of this game, sealing away the blue buff. Oh, that's his own blue buff.
Would you like a fun fact?
Hit me with it.
Okay, RNG are the only team left in the LPL that if they get the first inhibitor, they have a 100% chance of winning the game.
Ooh. So statistically, RNG have won.
Yeah, statistically, they've already won.
We'll have to see if they can actually pull it out in reality. Because King, they're still putting up a pretty valiant effort. Let's take a look at the vision on the map right now. King have got, RNG have got complete knowledge of where all members of King are. And
look at all those pings.
Yeah, clearly RNG have got their plan prepared for closing out this game.
Da-dun. Da-dun. Is Insight going to get him?
I don't.
Oh, spotted out. He's done. He's done.
Yeah, he's taking some big damage from Wushin. There's the Destiny Gate. Oop, manages to get the gold card on the Lamey, but Wushin turns onto him. He's going to shred through the health bar of Korn. He's going to end up going down despite a missed auto attack. The rest of his team buys some time. MLXG goes aggressive and pays his life for Korn.
Yeah, Wushin there fighting not only the Twisted Fate, but the Cannon Creep.
Yep. So important to get that CS.
Remember, kids, A-click responsibly.
Don't A-click and drive at the same time. Don't A-click and right-click.
There we go. You got it.
But again, 29 minutes in, RNG are in complete control. Baron's up in 1:20. Dragon number 2 is up in a solid minute. That inhibitor is still down, but RNG haven't really made that much use of anything.
Well, they've just been really slowly bleeding King out. The next priority objective for them, the reason why they were all conjugated on the bottom side of the map is because if you get that bottom inhibitor, obviously second rotation of Baron, if you're playing with the different pressure points, pretty much gives you a free Baron or a free Nexus turret. That said, they didn't get it, so we'll see how they set up and play around this next Baron in 47 seconds.
We'll certainly find out as Dragon's going to be up in 30. Recalls from RNG find them all ready and prepared on the bottom side of the map. Here comes a recall out of Let Me to join up with the rest of his team as well. He doesn't have teleport, so he's got to join up with them manually, and RNG look ready and prepared to knock down that second Dragon. King are in no position to contest it. Instead, they're going to look for some vision onto the Baron.
Possibly trading a very quick Desperation Baron for the Dragon. That said, they've got 10 seconds, and this Dragon will shred through so quickly.
Yeah, so much damage from Wushin. He's successfully reached 3-item Vayne. He's remarkably defensive with his style build. He does not want to die.
You don't need the offensive, like the Infinity Edge or the BT in this case, because he has Janna. And again, it just goes back to why I love Janna with Vayne, or pretty much Janna with any AD carry that's going to prioritize attack speed versus flat AD, because the Eye of the Storm is going to compensate for that in terms of raw stats, and then likewise on top of the final hour, and then into Vayne's passive of chasing with Janna's Tailwind passive. Just everything works there.
Yeah, not to mention how excellent Lamey has been playing in this set. 1, 3, and 11 on his team. Not highest kill participation. That's actually going to go to MLXG, who's 4, 2, and 9. 13 out of his team's 17 kills. Now RNG are prepared for this Baron. They're all grouped up around the pit. That middle inhibitor is still down, and RNG creeping forward. They're going to find this pink ward and clear it out. Now that middle inhibitor, as I just said, is still down. So they're just buying time to try to find King out of position.
It is really important there that MLXG was able to smite the Raptor camp and then quickly return towards the Baron pit to make sure that he's sweeping out. I mean, he just got 3 wards off of that Razor Sharp.
Ooh, and immediately the wards are placed right back. RNG setting up a death bush, but King aren't going to fall for it as they buy a lot of sweepers of their own. And they don't have vision over the Baron directly, but they've got vision over all of the entry points. RNG finally pulled the trigger. They dash forward. Zero's the target. He gets brought low. Hui tries to disengage, but they're diving back for Name. He makes it out, but Let Me chases so far. Finally, Zero's going to end up going down. Here's Hui. He's continuing to be chased by Let Me, who's doing some wicked damage along with Xiaohu. They can't quite get the kill, but with Zero dead, they should be able to take this Baron.
Turning back towards the Baron, it's still technically 50-50 because Huey is up and alive. That said, MLXG level 14 smite versus level 13.
Let's see if they decide to commit to it. There's a big wave on the bottom side of the map. King might actually have some time to catch their breath here, as it looks like RNG aren't going to pull the trigger. Holy damage! Xiaohu flashes for a solo kill onto Name.
Just styled on Name, completely whiffing the spell shield, not able to absorb the shock blast, and gets annihilated by Xiaohu.
Yeah, now RNG are going to be able to turn onto the Dragon. Hui is in position. Let's see if he's going to make it. Not quite in time. Baron secured for RNG. This is number 2 for them. With that middle inhibitor down, seems like RNG have got, once again, complete control of momentum.
Should be now looking towards mid lane on that respawned inhibitor.
We'll have to see how RNG are going to try closing this out, because they've now only got a 12,000 gold lead over King. That gold lead gets bigger and bigger every time you look at it, but it seems like they're giving a lot of respect to King in closing this match out.
Yeah, I can agree with that. I think both these teams kind of have some holes in their mid-game shot calling in terms of being as efficient as possible. Again, you have very inexperienced shot callers in terms of competitive experience on either side. Now, with the with Insec and Zero rejoining King's lineup, they did look much more cohesive as a team than kind of the first 2 weeks when they didn't have them. But Name is still the primary shot caller for King. Historically, Name never has been a shot caller, so this was kind of his first time. And you know, King said going into this that they wanted to train up a shot caller. On the other side, you have MLXG, who has LSPL experience, as well as an initial split when he was formerly on King as a shot caller, but still, it's really experienced veteran status that helps iron out those kinks.
We're starting to see that experience trying to keep King afloat this time around, because they're not quite able to keep pace with RNG. Lots of damage onto the inhibitor. Xiaohu is shredding through its health. He finally knocks it low. Again, that inhibitor has fallen, and the side waves are pushed and prepared for RNG. You've got Let Me on the bottom with a big minion wave, prepared to shred through that next inhibitor turret, while you also have MLXG waiting in the wings, looking for a pick. He comes in from behind, he finds Zero, dodges the flay. Actually, that was the spell shield to keep him alive. Insec gets brought low. He takes some more damage, but Name body blocks it for Insec, and they're able to stay alive, but they're almost certainly going to lose this inhibitor turret.
That's totally fine. They don't mind that they weren't able to find any kills, because they force King away from the tower, which means a free inhib, like you said.
That's inhibitor number 2 secured for RNG. They don't feel that they have enough momentum to quite end the game just yet. MLXG looking awful happy with this match. As the Baron up super creeps rush into the base, RNG move their attention to the last bastion of defense for King with that last remaining inhibitor turret.
Likewise, this means that King's window of trying to take a step back into this game is closing. They need to look for a team fight. They just can't continue to bleed to death.
God, so much damage coming out from Xiaohu. He's landing Shock Blast after Shock Blast. Currently at 5, 1, and 7, almost full item. This guy's doing some serious damage. Name's current missing health is a result of 1 accelerated Shock Blast from Xiaohu. Baron has just fallen off, so this is going back to a good old conventional siege for RNG. Will they be able to pull the trigger and end the game? Super Minions are going to pull Corrin away, while MLXG and Let Me look for a bit of a flank to try getting someone out of position. Insec takes some damage. No Trouble Waters from Let Me just yet, and slowly but surely this inhibitor is falling.
Big issue with King's composition is that they don't have the hard engage reliable enough to just engage onto Xiaohu before he lays down this massive poke with the acceleration gate and the shock blast. Your hard engage is going to come from a gold card, a death sentence, flay, and cask, but there's no Tibbers, Pecker up.
No hard way to break it down. The inhibitor has fallen. It's do or die time for King, but it seems like they're going for the latter, as MLXG is the one who pulls the trigger, turns it right back around. It's complete chaos as RNG dash forward. Insec is in the front lines. He's buying time for his team, but it's not going to be enough. He flashes away. Finally, RNG starts to pick up the kills as the health bars of King are completely destroyed, and RNG are going to get onto the Nexus and end up splitting this series 1-1 with King.
And the comfort picks come through for RNG, putting Xiaohu back on that Jace that was banned the first game. Lucian goes back to the tried and true vein, and they just run through King from level 1.
Yeah, some amazing play from RNG over the duration of this one. MLXG looks like this time he was able to get to the plan that he had planned for in game number 1 and really stick to it.
But the plan is always gank the lanes, kill the enemy team. They don't lane swap, they don't look for any objective control or advantage there. Corrin looking mighty unhappy.
Well, they were looking for some trading. I mean, giving up Dragons for taking the tier 1 and even the tier 2 at times. And that ended up hurting them in game 1, but in game number 2, that worked out to their benefit.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's RNG winning game number 1. King playing reasonably well. You can see Insect doesn't look too happy about that performance, but his play in game number 1 was praiseworthy.
Yeah, and he did a decent job in game number 2. That said, MLXG, made a fantastic point to keep Insect down. Name got ahead, but pretty much anyone else on King's lineup was stunted. RNG doing a great job across the board, getting to their standard lanes, taking their comfort picks, and just, really beating King on an individual 1v1 basis.
Yeah, pretty much all across the board, too. Xiao Hu beating Korn out. You had Wu Shin. He did suffer a bit earlier on against Name, but ended up coming back. His team successfully buying him enough time with that late game game and just prioritizing his farm above all else.
No surprises there. That seems to be the MO and the identity that RNG have set up for them. So congratulations on their 1-1 split. That said, as far as the standings are concerned, that earns both King and RNG 1 point, which really doesn't move them anywhere.
It doesn't get them too high in the standings. Luckily, though, there are still 3 weeks of the LPL for them to try climbing. And it's starting to get awful close for them. If they continue to split games like this, there's not going to be a lot of opportunities of growth, opportunities or chances to get themselves into those top 8 playoff spots.
And likewise, the bottom 4, so we keep talking about, top 8 get to walk into the playoff, but bottom 4 are forced down into the relegation tournament.
Yeah, the weighted gauntlet style tournament, but that's going to be it for us with a 1-1 split. We're going to go ahead and take a quick break while we get ready for our next match. Thanks for watching, and we'll be right back with more LPL action. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. Once again, I am Dominic Sater-Romer. This is Ryan Froskear and more, and we just saw a pretty exciting set between King and RNG.
It ended up in a 1-1 split, King taking the first game in a convincing fashion. Second game, RNG took control at level 1 through MLXG's jungle invades and never let up.
Yeah, the consistent pressure was really a positive sign for RNG. You could see that they were trying something similar in game number 1, but they just couldn't quite find their stride. But in game number 2, once they locked it into gear, they just rode that train to victory.
And the thing about RNG is they need to be more proactive if they want to get a consistent performance and really start climbing through these rankings.
Yeah.
It can't cut it anymore to take 1-1 in these sets. They need the 2-0 so they get the 3 points so they can start moving up that ladder. And that starts with MLXG and it extends to Lei, but they need to start getting Xiaohu, Let Me, and Wushin on the same page.
Yeah, it really starts to speak to the team. Now that the playoff format has been announced, we've been talking about it all weekend since it was announced Friday night. It's so vital for these teams to get 2-0s. The fact that neither RNG nor King were able to take the 2-0 this time effectively puts them in the exact same spot. They're still in that bottom 4, currently not able to make it into playoffs. So they have to look for 2-0s. They have to look for more convincing wins.
Yeah, I completely agree. So we'll see if they're able to make that continue forward as we look into next week. Again, we are coming on to the close. Next week will be week 9 of week 11.
Yeah, of 11 total weeks.
You run out of time. That
Yeah.
said, upcoming match, although I think we actually have to go through the MVP.
Yeah, we're going to be going through the MVP any
Should
second
be
half of the
MLXG.
next one. That's the assumption. He played all over the map, going for the level 1 aggression onto Hui, stealing his red buff while he was right there. And poor Hui, man, he didn't know what hit him.
Taking the red buff and then looking for the assassination on Insect, found it anyway into the top lane, but just the plan from the get-go and to make sure that it carried through and they were able to execute it. So here we go. Here's your stats from last game. Look at the jungle control rate alone, 71 to 29%. Really the story of that game.
Yeah, really solid play from RNG.
Ooh,
and it's actually
Xiaohu.
Xiaohu in the mid lane. 7-1-10. That's a 17 KDA. This guy was landing shock blasts that you cannot believe how much damage they did.
And this is why that champion is banned against him. So we talked about how Xiaohu has shown a bit of a limited champion pool, you know, pretty much playing Jace and Shurima champions exclusively, but doesn't really need to expand it if he keeps getting power picks like this. Just look at him ripping through King.
Yes, so much damage coming across, and there is going to be this crazy counter engage in which he was caught on the back with Wushin, but he just does so much that poor King, despite finding an almost good engage, just got turned upon and ended up losing almost all of their members.
Excellent use of his shock blast and acceleration gate. How he places
Boom.
it. Yeah, this was just a mechanical misstep from Name, though. He then goes forward to flash, hammer form, destroy Name, delete him from the game.
And gets the complete solo kill. And off of that kill, they were able to take their second Baron and then push that to take down all 3 inhibitors and end up taking the eventual win.
Yep, but enough about RNG and King. Up next, we have Unlimited Potential versus Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, Unlimited Potential versus Invictus Gaming looks to be a pretty exciting set. IG, they've kind of had a rough week. Same thing with Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, they're actually sitting completely the same as far as their weeks. They split their first game 1-1. They got 2-0'd their second set, and now they're looking to hopefully look for a 2-0 in favor either way. That said, UP had a bit of an easier go, although they did face, I believe it was Xiaohu. I'll have to double check. But
UP, Xiaogu.
Yeah, IG had to face across from EDG.
Yeah, and with both of those teams currently at first place in the standings, you can understand that those were some pretty one-sided games.
It was actually not that one-sided, so I'm glad that you set me up for that.
Yeah.
I feel like the overarching theme and the motif for Unlimited Potential and IG is so close, not quite.
Yeah, but so far, IG fought exceptional in their play against EDG. I mean, they were keeping pace, neck and neck, team fight after team fight, turret after turret. Really, where it only hurt them was the fact that they didn't have any solid dragon control, which ended up becoming the win condition for EDG. And all it takes is just one of those team fights for EDG. They just win 5-0 off of crazy circumstances and then snowball it.
But that's what's really exciting is because Unlimited Potential are a great team fighting team. If you want to think about something that they're actually really good at, it's their team fight, which is incredibly strong. And IG yesterday in their game against EDG showed an incredible team fight prowess. A little bit of miscommunication between Kakao and Zatai when they were playing Yasuo and Gragas, but as soon as they smoothed that out, put the carry potential back onto Rookie, they looked really impressive, kind of brawling, I would say, against EDG. So I'm very excited to kind of see if they continue that explosive 5v5 over into this set against UP, because we should have some really exciting, explosive matches, especially around Dragon Pits, Baron Pits, things like that.
Yeah, that's the hope with this one. We're going to start running through the rosters. Coming up, it's Unlimited Potential, currently at a 41% win rate, just barely not making it into the top 8 for playoffs. There's the guy in the top lane. It's Long.
It's going to be a tank role player for that top lane. If you want to think about it, they kind of have multiple supports member on this team, and then they support their carries in Amy and Punished. So Amy is going to be an aggressive jungler almost to a fault, but Punished, this is the guy that I want to talk about. He's really shown up over the course of the LPL, probably one of the most improved players, and has shown that he can be that carry that UP need.
We'll have to keep an eye on whether he's able to do it once again in this game. There's Sketch, the AD carry, and the support. You might have heard of this guy before. It's Hart.
Never heard of him.
No?
Samsung Blue, who are they?
Yeah. You can see he's been playing some pretty interesting picks lately, but again, he is the primary shot caller for this team. He is the thread on which they will succeed.
Yeah, and it's really interesting, too, because if you think back to his career in Korea, Hart's actually one of the oldest players, professional players, to still be playing League of Legends. I believe he's 26, maybe 27 at this point. On Samsung Blue, I mean, a lot of times Hart was considered a deficit in the deft Hart lane. Coming over into China, he said his play in the LPL revitalized his fun in the game. He now enjoys playing it again, and he looks much more impressive, leading UP into some really great macro play coming the late game.
Unlimited Potential have been making some pretty solid moves. Really the weak point for them, and you and I talked about this a little bit earlier, was their mid game. They kind of have a bit of difficulty transitioning out of that more objective focused play.
Yeah, you'll see this all the time. If Hart's standing next or near to the team, or if he's on a play-making support, they look very cohesive as a unit. Their team fighting looks very crisp, clean, great. If Hart's maybe helping setting up a split push or a cross map, or they're maybe doing a skirmish, suddenly things go a little bit sideways. Maybe someone overextends Amy. Maybe someone gets caught out Amy.
So I guess the story of the game is, can Hart keep a rein on Amy?
Yes.
We'll have to find out, as on the other side, it's Invictus Gaming. With a 50% win rate, these guys have been playing pretty solidly.
My favorite aspect of that is that one random guy photoshopping in the corner. But up in the top lane, it's a tie. Look at that. Fizz, fizz, fizz.
Yeah, I wonder what he likes to play.
Fizz.
In the jungle, it's Cacao himself. He's been playing pretty solidly lately.
Yeah, and unfortunately that 2-0 loss against EDG was really harsh on them because they came so close, especially on the back of Rookie. A fantastic mid laner, has probably one of the best lane controls in the LPL. I love watching Rookie play.
I really just want him to get 5 MVP points, so he's up to 1337 MVP points.
Fleet.
Yeah, but it's not going to be in the AD carry role. It's Kid, and helping him out on the bottom, Kitties.
Kid and Kitties.
The duo, the dynamic duo.
Yep, Kid returning to his Trinity Force 80 carries, picking up the Kog'Maw and the Corki in his last set there. He's been in a bit of a slump as far as his performance slowly. What is...
I have no idea. Wait, is he driving? Is he a zombie?
No, I think he's driving. I think it's a sun visor.
But he's indoors. And that's a newspaper.
Ingenuity.
I mean, that's certainly one way to look at it.
Don't let them tell you you can't.
Yeah. Okay, so let's actually start taking a look at this matchup. What can we expect from these two teams between Unlimited Potential and IG?
Well, UP are going to be weighted in their mid lane as far as a carry, but their leader is going to be Hart on that support. Now, Amy is more of an aggressive style jungler as the meta shifts away from Cinderhulk more to carry-oriented picks like Echo is going to be huge. Amy becomes more relevant. In the LSPL, he was really well known. It's sad. Amy has qualified personally, I believe, 2 or 3 LPL teams, but anytime he was going to move from LSPL to LPL after qualifying them through relegation tournaments, they benched him or they subbed him or they sold him. And so he finally gets his shot to play in the LPL, and he's a very famous Kha'Zix player.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix, of course, falls out of meta, it turns into the Cinderhulk jungle, and he loses most of his effectiveness. So as the Devourer is shifting back in, as we're moving from 5.12 to 5.13, Amy will find possibly a spark.
We'll have to find out. As you can see right now, IG currently have got the better of Unlimited Potential in their past 2 games, going 2-0, Will they be able to take that 2-0 and propel themselves further in the standings now that they need those points so much more? You can see similar play styles coming across from the two teams as well.
Similar aggressiveness and similar gank success rate. Kind of the big issue is Kakao and Amy are both going to be classified as carnivorous junglers. That said, I think that Kakao has a much more matured balance of herbivore versus carnivore. No one power farms like Kakao.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Kakao or whether or not Amy might be able to keep pace with him instead as we're getting ready to get into Champion Select for our first game between the two. And one of the things that I really like watching about Kakao, and you talked a lot about this yesterday, is his creative jungle pathing. Sometimes he gets a little bit wonky, but the fact that he's so efficient in using his vision.
Yeah, it's about how he goes about gathering information and then how he abuses that information either through translating that into power farming or making some sort of counter gank or play on the map is what's beautiful to watch about Kakao. He's efficient in his jungle pathing.
And how can we see Amy sort of deal with it in this game?
Amy is crazy.
Okay.
Amy, much like MLXG, wants to be a carry-oriented jungler, and he's very aggressive, but almost to a fault. And so in Unlimited Potential, you know, they get caught out in a really important play, or maybe Barons in play, or the 5th Dragons in play. Unfortunately, Amy has a tendency to go a bit too deep, be a little bit overzealous, and it really punishes his team. He has the potential and the mechanical ceiling to make crazy outplays and to fight with the best of them, but it's really about reining back that aggression and maturing kind of his shot calling and patience.
So I guess that's the big question then for the shot callers for this team. How do you use these different styles of junglers effectively?
Yeah, I agree, but I do think that Kakao has a lot more weapons and threats available to him, especially on the top side of the map. You also have to think, so Heart has the highest gold intake of any support in the LPL, so it speaks to me that they're playing to the bottom side of the map. They're playing to Heart. They put them on high impact supports. On the other side, Invictus Gaming are going to play to the top side of the map. They pretty much leave Kid and Kitties to their own devices. And you'll constantly see this in Invictus Gaming games. Rookie and Zatai will push both their lanes forward. Initially, Rookie likes to bounce his wave because he likes to freeze it in front of his tower and then deny CS. He's fantastic at wave control in the mid lane. And while they push their lanes forward to bounce, Kakao will slip in and either kill the enemy jungler or drop deep vision and again abuse that information. But again, Kakao will play to top side. Amy historically plays to bot side.
Could be a bit interesting. Could we expect any sort of lane swap to try to cope with that sort of difference?
No. IG don't lane swap.
Okay. What about Unlimited Potential?
They don't lane swap any more
Kid and
or
Kitties?
less than any other team.
All right. So we'll have to see if that's going to be the case as we're getting into now the pick and ban phase for game number 1 between Unlimited Potential and IG. You can see Azir taken away from Rookie. Nobody wants to see him get that. And Sketch's Callista has also been removed. Ooh.
Gragas.
Kakao's Gragas.
I actually really like that ban. I feel like anytime Kakao, it's the first time Gragas became big, Kakao pulled it out, it was perma-banned away from him. Since then, occasionally he gets his hands on it, but never for long.
Yeah, he actually got it in his set yesterday against Edward Gaming and played remarkably well, but Unlimited Potential, recognizing the strength, decide to continue banning it away despite the fact that IG lost in the long run. There's Rise now taken away from Long, and Unlimited Potential are getting down to their last ban. You've got 2 target picks right away. What's going to be the 3rd ban? What do they leave open?
It could be a mid laner, could be a Victor, is what I would suggest. I think you should focus and prioritize taking away from Rookie. Could be a Thresh to deny that one from Kitties. Or you could even limit out Kakao's jungle pool further. It is going to be the Shen, so taking a priority pick. I feel like IG need to ban Echo here. They cannot let Amy have that champion for free.
Yeah, we'll have to find out. We've got 25 seconds for that last one. As you mentioned, the Shen banned away for Zatai, so seems like that tanky frontline from IG is taking a bit of a hit. Yeah, there's the Echo ban for Amy. And now we're going to see what's left open for Unlimited Potential. You've still got Jace, you've still got the Runeglaive Ezreal. Some really strong picks are still on the board.
Punish played that fantastic yesterday. Likewise, Victor is still available. I feel like you need to prioritize Punish champion pool.
Yeah, we'll find out what they decide to go for with that first pick. As they do have a bit of a time. Interesting that they would look to the Rek'Sai first.
Okay, this makes sense. I think that Kakao will go to Nidalee. It's going to be my guess.
Okay. And why is Amy such a strong first pick, Rek'Sai for Amy?
The jungle pool has already been limited with Echo and Gragas, and you don't want to put Amy on Sejuani or Nunu because he doesn't thrive on the Cinderhulk junglers.
Okay.
So it's about prioritizing the fact that he has a limited champion pool. You don't want to
let that end up hurting you.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Is there a chance that we could see him go for the warrior enchant on Rek'Sai?
Curious. I actually think that he'll stick with the Cinderhulk, but it does fit in his playstyle to look for more carry-oriented. Cacao looking to counterpick himself.
Yeah, covering the Evelynn into the Rek'Sai pick. A little bit interesting right there. We'll see if he decides to lock it in, as a last-second swap for Zatai is going to find, Corki for Kid or Rookie.
So Cacao looks for the Evelynn. Now, we are on the Runeglaive patch, so there is different itemization choices for Eve. As far as the jungle is concerned. The reason why I call it a counter pick is because the Trimmer sense, if Rek'Sai is in her burrowed form, she can see Evelynn as she approaches.
Yeah, we'll have to find out if that is going to be the case, or if Cacao will utilize that creative pathing that we have come to pretty much expect from him this time around, or if Amy will keep an eye on that. Unlimited Potential decide to go for something a little bit more standard. Ezreal being looked at by either Punished or Scatch. You mentioned this is 5.12. So Runeglaive, Ezreal, a definite possibility, and Braum picked up for Heart.
And again, you have to take Braum in conjunction with Ezreal, because obviously Braum's going to be a great answer to any sort of poke composition with his his wall.
Unbreakable.
Unbreakable. It's not Alistar.
No, it's called Unbreakable.
Okay, the unbreakable wall that he puts up. So that's why you're seeing Braum and Ezreal picked up in the same rotation, because if they decided to pick up something else that may have been higher priority, although Braum's fairly strong on 5.12 with his Q changes, the enemy team would then just, hey, you got Ezreal, let's take Braum. Deny the poke.
Yeah, we'll have to see how that works out for that bottom lane.
I should have taken Corki, or Sivir, unless Corki's a flex pick for Rookie. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, it definitely could be, and Rookie takes Corki in the mid.
Because Sivir works so much better with Evelynn, Hecarim, and Annie than Corki does. Now, Corki is incredibly potent because look at all that magic damage. You throw an Abyssal on that's also going to empower your AD carry, but Sivir is going to help Evelynn look for a proper flanking position so she can get her ultimate off, going to empower Hecarim to do more damage, and help Annie land those Tibbers.
Yeah, it seems like a pretty strong composition from IG if they were to go towards that Sivir, and a great way to deal with what looks like a poke-based composition out of Unlimited Potential. You've got Ezreal. It was Jace being hovered for a moment there, but it looks like Scatch is going to swap it over for Victor for Punished, and that's going to be long taking what's the name of that champion? Maokai in the top lane. Holy wow.
Holy wow. Okay, so they flex the Ezreal. It will not be the Runeglaive Ezreal that will be going down to the hands of Scatch, as Punish will take the Victor mid lane. I like the pickup of Maokai, just really empowered because you have so much AoE magic damage going on the other side that your Vengeful Maelstrom is going to do so much for you.
Yeah, we'll have to see how he decides to do that in the top lane. Rookie currently looking at Kassadin in the mid lane. We'll see if he decides to lock that in.
Typically the response anytime we see a Victor or an Ezreal in the mid lane. We saw Doinb pull that one out. Godv has done this matchup many times.
Oh, yeah. Decides to lock it in.
Sweet.
So that's our final team composition for these two teams.
Yep. You've got, ton of poke, a lot of hard engage, good answers to the 5v5 unlimited potential. They're both really balanced compositions on either side. I think Invictus Gaming much more about the hard engage, and then they do have nice oppressive reach into the backline with Corki's range as well as Kassadin's Rift Walk. But we'll see.
Yeah, we certainly shall as we prepare to get into this one. You can see the coaches shaking hands on your screen right now. We're going to run through the lineups. It's Long and Zatai in the top on the Maokai versus Hecarim. We talked a little bit earlier about the fact that it's unlikely to see any lane swap. After seeing the actual picks from these two teams, do you think that we might, in fact, see one, or should we expect them to stay duos?
If anyone's going to lane swap, it would be Unlimited Potential because they have the Braum and the Ezreal. Ezreal's not going to do very well, although a lot of players like the Corki Ezreal matchup, and they're very familiar with it, but just lane swapping to protect Ezreal's farm lane and then unlocking Braum to roam around the map, but I don't think we'll see them lane swap. I think it's going to be a 2v2.
Well, we'll have to see as we prepare for this one. And again, this is Unlimited Potential versus Invictus Gaming. The teams are lined up on your screen right now. It's do or die time for Unlimited Potential. Let's see if they can take it in game number 1. And we have loaded onto the Rift after a brief dancing and teleportation jig. It's Unlimited Potential versus Invictus Gaming. We're Week 8, Day 3, Set 2, Game 1. 30 seconds in.
They are going for a bit of an invade, though. Both teams will be running into each other, so placing down the lane swap boards. Again, the power of Braum, level 1.
Yeah, 5-man group coming out of Unlimited Potential as they push forward. Rookie is going to drop a trinket. Oh, and it gets cleared by all 5 members of Unlimited Potential. And they're just going to look for a few wards of their own. However, here comes Kakao. Interestingly enough, Kid and Kitties are already on that top side of the map. Some pings are coming out from UP to spot them. Will they be able to see the Corki Annie duo, or will it be hidden?
I think they definitely know. Placing their deep wards, we'll see what happens if Kid and Kitties are actually going to lane swap, which again is actually really rare for Invictus.
We'll have to see if it pays off for them, as it looks like we're going to get a bit of double jungle coming out from Long as he's following around Punished in that jungle side of the map. And Amy continuing to look for some deep aggression. They might be going for a bit of a delayed invade here. Could be looking to steal the red away from Kakao.
I like the priority of putting Kakao down and trying to invade his jungle, force him to make an uncomfortable start. Sketch calling the 2v2.
Yeah, he's looking for it.
Wow, they're trying so hard to avoid this. No? Okay, Kid's going to commit.
Yeah, recall was canceled by Kid. He decides to stick
Pulling
with
the
it.
wave.
And yeah, they both managed to pull it pretty successfully. Yep, all 3 caster minions are attacking. Oh, no, last one peeled off. Kakao actually going for a red steal of his own. He's going to counter away the red steal from Unlimited Potential. So unless we see any sort of crazy shenanigans, we're probably not going to see any sort of free buff action.
It is actually fairly important that Sketch is farming by himself up into this lane. So again, the power of level 1 Braum being unlocked to roam around as Heart comes back to the top lane. But Sketch definitely has an EXP advantage.
Yeah, things going to be pretty good for Sketch as he gets closer to that level 2 just a bit faster than Invictus Gaming's duo. Zatai actually teleporting down to the bottom after his initial recall, gets a healthy amount of sustain. He's going to have some alone time before Long finally teleports down as well. And here's Amy after the invade. Red Trinket will spot him the moment he shows himself. How quickly can IG respond? Oh man, Kid's actually pushing with the Phosphorus Bomb. This could be bad.
Here comes Heart. Amy following.
Exhaust comes out there, going to be flashed. Will they be able to get the stun? Kitties is the main target. Is he going to get out alive? Heal keeps himself up. He's not going to waste his flash. He ends up going down. It's first blood to Amy.
It was really important that Heart flashed forward onto Kitties. It wasn't to tag with the Q. It was just to make sure that he got the initial auto attack off to start up the proc for the concussive blows to find that stun and extra magic damage.
Yeah, and that's going to be first blood, going to Unlimited Potential despite the Trinket ward from IG to spot it out. Puts them at a bit of a deficit for this one. You can already see a CS advantage opening up for Sketch as he's putting out some great pressure with those Mystic shots, but now you're also going to have an experience advantage, a gold advantage, not to mention a roaming Rek'Sai who netted that first blood and was able to steal away the red from Kakao. So things looking a bit difficult for IG in this early game.
And likewise, it's incredibly potent to see how Amy will impact the rest of his map, taking that first blood because it didn't stay in the lane. It is important to note that Heart stepped into that brush, dropping vision, so walking into Fog of War, has now backed. Kid probably suspects that Heart is no longer in the lane, but without knowing for sure, he can't play that far forward, and it allows Heart to now roam to the bottom side of the map and place deep vision.
Yeah, he is looking for a few deep wards right now. Kakao's actually on that side, so if Heart goes a bit too far forward, he's going to spot Kakao out. Yep, sees him going for the Wolf Camp. I believe he actually just popped the Razor Sharp buff that Kakao bought as well, so already putting that to good use means that Kakao is going to have a little bit more of a difficult time finding an early gank route. But then again, he's Evelyn.
But again, very important where Heart is physically warding on the map. We talk about this all the time. Anytime there's an Eve in the game, don't waste your money on pink wards, ward the camps. She has to come out of stealth to take the creeps. If you ward the camps, you can see where she is and play appropriately to that side of the map.
Yeah, Yeah, so that's going to be how Unlimited Potential are keeping track of Kakao throughout this early game. So far, things look to be relatively slow. Kakao might actually be looking for a gank in the mid lane, but Punished is pressured back a little bit. Rookie close to level 6 isn't quite going to get it in time. And yeah, I think Punished should be safe right now. He's got Cleanse, he's got Flash. He should be fine.
Needs to be careful. Typically what Victors will do is as soon as they get level 6, they'll just drop the Chaos Storm on top of their enemy mid laner when they decide that they have enough gold to go back. And just kind of use it as a wave clearing tool.
Ooh, Rookie finds some great damage onto Punished, but Punished, still alive, is going to back away. He will be taking the first recall of the game, while those two mid laners are equal in CS. Actually, Punished doesn't have level 6 quite yet, so he's going to be a little bit behind Rookies right now. As you can see, Kid and Kitty's trading it out with Heart. First recall from Sketch is going to net him a tier and a longsword. So despite the fact that it's even in CS, that early first gold helps Sketch out by getting him just a bit of damage on top of the tier.
Yeah, and really important that he made his timely back before the 6-minute mark to pick up that tier, start stacking it. Look for that to be completed around 22 minutes.
We'll have to keep an eye on Sketch, whether or not he decides to go for the Manamune first, or goes for something a little bit more standard with the Trinity Force before completing it. Here comes some more harass from Kid as he's putting pressure onto Heart and Sketch. Gets tagged just a bit, but still not taking too much damage from the concussive blows of Braum. And it seems to be a relatively calm early game. Despite that early gank from Amy, we're not seeing a lot of early action from these two.
I would say since the initial itemization of picking up the longsword just due to the first blood gold, that he's going to prioritize his Trinity before completing the Manamune.
We'll have to see if he decides to commit to that. There goes the quick level 6 Chaos Storm. Rookie quickly Rift walks his way on out of it, so he doesn't take too much damage and gets to catch all of these minions on top of it too. So things still looking pretty solid for Rookie in the mid lane. He's actually just a few CS ahead of Punished because he got that early pressure out nice and quick, and even drops a pink ward to make sure that he's nice and safe. Now, red buff is being started by Kakao. Amy's actually waiting on the wings right here. He did pull it away and sees Kakao clearing out the smaller camp. Bit of an experience advantage for Amy, but he takes some punishment from Kakao. Though Kakao gets over the wall, stun finds Heart. They're getting some big damage across. Can they get a kill? Kid dashes aggressively forward. True Shot Barrage is dodged, but Kitties can't make it out in time. And it looks like Heart is able to make it out. Kid dashes too far forward. He goes low. He ends up going down. It's double kill for Sketch. 3-0 for Unlimited Potential. And despite the teleport from Zatai, he's not able to save his carry.
What an incredible play from Heart right there to find the concussive blows to lock up Corki before flashing away and survived all of that. So great flash from Kid, but the overextending bot lane. I was going to say, it almost looked like a mistake for Unlimited Potential to try to time that invade with the fact that they were initially trying to time it because Kid had backed, thinking that they had enough time, but Kid gets there just in time with the Phage.
Mm-hmm. You saw how much damage he was able to do over the duration of that trade, but just not quite finding the kill that he was so desperately looking for. As you mentioned, an excellent play from Heart to keep himself alive and buy enough time for the rest of his team to collapse. That's now 2 kills onto Heart, and things are looking pretty solid for Unlimited Potential in this early game.
2 kills onto Sketch.
Yes, onto Sketch.
Which, again, is just going to ramp his power spike that much harder. So we talked about how with the longsword that he'll probably look to itemize the Phage, so completion of the Trinity before he turns onto the pickaxe. Mm-hmm. And picking up those 2 kills, he's going to get a pretty large power spike. And typically, Ezreal, struggles in lane, especially against Corki. Once Corki gets level 4 and gets level 6, he gets a huge power spike because he gets the 2 points into his Phosphorus Bomb and then has his rockets available to him. So not a good place for Kid and Kitties to be.
Yeah, certainly not the case for that, and they did try to opt into the lane swap, though Unlimited Potential met it. So we've got to start asking, Unlimited Potential, they haven't been doing that much with this early game. We haven't seen Kakao go for any sort of crazy ganks.
No, Invictus.
Yes.
Because I was going to say, UP have had a great early game plan, which is to put Kakao down.
Yep.
Here we go, back in the game.
Teleport from long.
I was going to say, there's a tree in that top lane.
So how do IG get themselves back into this? As it looks like Unlimited Potential have complete momentum. They're going to try stealing away this red buff again. Kakao immediately turns onto Amy, is forced to flash away. Zatai picks up the kill with Rookie. That desperately needed kill onto Kassadin punished as low. Is Rookie going to provide chase? No, he decides not to and lets him get away. It's a 1-for-2 trade so far. Now a 3-for-1 trade for Unlimited Potential over the extended engage. Long dashes aggressively forward. Kitty's is low. Kakao manages to get the kill with Kid. It's complete chaos, and Unlimited Potential suddenly seem like they might have overextended a bit. Zatai, ooh, lets him get out of there. All in all, that's a 4-for-3 trade in favor of Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, it was looking pretty wonky back and forth right there, but the big turning factor was Punished and Rookie's performance in the course of that fight. Again, fighting as Victor in kind of these tight corridors allows the gravitational field and the laser to just do that much more. In the end, though, no one really trades any sort of objective, so just the kill gold.
Yeah, with that kill gold, it's about 1,000 in favor of Unlimited Potential. More importantly, though, look at where the gold has landed on all of these people. 2-0-3 on Sketch. His first back nets him a Sheen plus the components for a Phage. You've got Rookie, who's 1-1-1 with the components for his Rod of Ages. It looks like both of these teams are set to scale into the mid-game rather convincingly.
And we do see that both duo lanes are meeting up onto the bottom side of the map again because the teleports were expended in that last couple engagements. But hold on, Heart caught up.
He's taking some big damage from Kakao. He doesn't have his flash, but he's just going to hop over the wall. Great communication from Unlimited Potential.
Moving both, as I was saying, moving both bot lanes down because they want the dragon control since the teleport isn't there. Heart just frankly out of position, but IG not able to commit on it and just showing the power of Braum, how tanky he is and how safe he can be with his stand behind me over that wall.
Yeah, rocking the Moby boots and a Ruby Crystal as he looks to get some early Sightstone for additional vision. I thought we desynced right there, but in fact it was just waiting for the CS to get low enough. We're 10 minutes into the game. It's a 1,700 gold lead for Unlimited Potential with only 2 kills in their favor. A lot of this is coming from the gold lead that we're seeing from Sketch. He has been relentless.
And if you're going to look at a team that's going to cause an upset as far as the playoff standings are concerned, Unlimited Potential are the closest team and set up in prime position to knock out both Vici or Invictus Gaming. So this game is actually, this set is actually very important as we come to a close on the playoff run.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on their progress as the weeks continue. Again, there are only 3 weeks left of the LPL after this week. We're on 8 out of 11.
It's got the Warrior enchant.
Yeah, Kakao did go for the Warrior. Oh, we were thinking about Amy. Looks like Amy actually opted for the Cinderhulk as well. He also is way up in CS over Kakao.
Well, it just goes back to the fact that Unlimited Potential's plan for this match has been to put Kakao down, to continually invade him.
Seems to have been working some pretty solid wonders for Unlimited Potential. There goes the dive on the Long as here comes Kakao too. Will they be able to commit to this one? Long with 220 health makes it alive, but unless Rookie has something to say about it, he just gets distracted by Amy. Great save, and again, Unlimited Potential are communicating these plays so cleanly.
Good cover from Amy. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, though, that means that Punish will get some free hits onto the mid-tier tower as well as continue to even out his CS to Kassadin. And pretty much the only CS discrepancy that we have between everyone is going to be in that jungle position, 52-39, but more importantly, that 80 carry slot, 98-68. Invictus Gaming's bot lane starting to struggle.
Yeah, we're already seeing that gold lead go from 1,000 to a quick 2 as there's action in the mid. Chaos Storm plus Amy are going to find a kill onto Kakao. Rookie turns onto Punish. He brings him low, is able to get a revenge kill. Kitties joins up now, and Amy, despite getting the double knockup, he's saved now by Heart. Rookie goes low. Exhaust locks him down. Kid has joined the battle. They are going to lose Kakao, but this means they might be able to get Rookie out of there alive. Kid will lose his life to Sketch. No Heart. Kill secure just to make sure that they netted it. End up takes it.
Participating in 7 kills out of 8. Again, you unlock the captain, you unlock the shot caller, you unlock Heart, and things start going Unlimited Potential's way. The hero Braum showing up on the back half of that fight. Don't worry, guys, I got this.
Yeah, Heart netting 2-0-5 right now. Sketch 3-0-4. Rookie is healing as fast as he can, but he just doesn't have enough wave clear for this. Here's Kakao finally showing himself. Hart takes some damage, has to back away, especially now that Kitties is showing himself, and they will be able to keep this Tier 1 standing for now, but it only seems like a matter of time. This is unlimited potential with an enormous gold lead. 3,000 gold 13 minutes in.
I'm just really excited to see UP ramp the game as quickly as possible in all of these skirmishes and team fights. We talked about, you know, where are UP strong? It's in their ability to team fight. And normally, you know, they kind of struggle in the early game. Their mid game falls apart because they maybe lose control of Amy's over-aggression, but they can bring it back in a late game with a true 5v5. The fact that they're introducing kind of these 4v4s, 5v5 so early and starting to run away with it is awesome.
Yeah, we'll definitely see if they will turn that into a win, because that has been a pretty tricky issue for them in the past. And now we're 14 minutes in. As you mentioned, both of those duos on the bottom side, an enormous creep score lead for Sketch. He did finish off that Trinity Force with this past recall, and poor kid, he's level 7 to the level 9 of Sketch. Now that Amy's showing himself on this bottom side as well, you could definitely see that unlimited potential are continuing to keep the pressure onto Kid, continuing to keep the pressure onto Cacao. They clear out the Scuttle Crab. Hart's got to be careful, though.
Cacao's just trying to observe, see if he can maybe pick someone off.
Uh-oh, Hart might be caught here. Cacao pulls the trigger, brings him low. Here comes a teleport. This is turning into a scary fight. Unlimited potential, can't turn it around in time. They've lost Hart. Amy tunnels a little bit too far forward. He's going to end up going low. Sketch actually gets dropped. The shutdown gold goes over to Kid, and IG are in prime position to take this dragon.
Meanwhile, in the top lane, though.
Long trading it out with Zatai, but they're just going to spin their wet noodles at each other until the other one goes away.
That was entirely engineered and orchestrated by this guy right here, Cacao. Fantastic patience. And he's done this twice now, where he'll just stand perfectly still to make sure to try to sneak by Rek'Sai, wait for his team to collapse, and make these picks happen.
Yeah, netting that kill, he's actually going to buy time for UP to take that mid-tier 1 turret. That's the first one of the game going to Punished, who suffered pretty heavily during the early laning phase, but now that he's gotten some help out of Amy, some assistance from the rest of his team, seems to have closed that difference up and is now able to take that first turret. Though IG were in position to take the dragon, they decided not to pull the trigger. So now we're 15.5 minutes in, and unlimited potential are 4,000 gold ahead. Though to be fair, 2,000 of it is still standing on the map for IG in the form of untaken turrets.
And they're winning team fights and skirmishes that they really shouldn't be. That last one in particular, because you had such a huge power spike on Ezreal having that Trinity Force available. So again, just kind of speaking to this this ramping of Invictus Gaming's team fighting and their most recent results against EDG.
Yeah, some amazing play out of unlimited potential as they look to squeak on into the playoffs with what they can only hope will be a 2-0. We're going to have to see if it starts off with a 1-0 as Amy shows up with Hart and Sketch to take down that last tier 1 turret. Cacao's actually waiting for his own blue buff to spawn, but with unlimited potential on that side of the map, that means that they could be a little bit too aggressive. Dragon now a definite possibility for unlimited potential. They get onto it and they start chunking through the Dragon's health.
They do have good positioning, and it looks like Invictus Gaming are just going to let this one go because Cacao nowhere near to contest.
They do decide to let that first dragon go.
Makes perfect sense. Victor already has his upgraded Hex Core. You have the Trinity Force completed for both AD carries, but Rookie, his Kassadin's still waiting on time to ramp up and scale, so there's no reason to throw a snowball that's already started to create from unlimited potential by contesting a dragon that, as far as items are concerned, you just don't have the advantage.
Seems like IG are content to let that one slide. Question is, where do they go from here? They're down a pretty healthy amount of gold. They're losing in the AD carry lane. You can see it's about a 60 CS lead. They're losing in the jungle as Amy's been all over the map. Really, the only place that's even is Rookie and Zatai, who are keeping pace with Long and Punished.
Sorry, I was looking at Zatai, what he was doing around the map as far as his itemization. Doesn't have his home guard completed for him yet, but has the challenging smite available. And typically with Zatai and how he fits into the Invictus Gaming composition is he likes to draw as many resources top. He's not the best team fighter. He can do it, but I find that Invictus Gaming find more success when it's Zatai pulls teams top and then the rest of Invictus kind of collapses on them from behind versus playing a more like Koro-esque flanking style.
We we haven't seen too much action out of Zatai outside of that early team fight on the top side of the map. Perhaps he might be able to pull some attention this time around as he's continuing to farm it up. Hart actually goes aggressive onto Rookie, but misses the concussive blows,
It's
so
like
Rookie dodges it.
the Fizz fish move when you Q towards someone and you throw the ultimate while you're in mid Q to pretty much guarantee that you'll land the ult. He's using the Braum jump to throw the Q mid animation. Still missed it, but that was cute.
Clever, but not quite solid enough to secure the damage, as Scuttle Crab now being secured by Sketch, and Zatai doing the same on the other side of the map. Interestingly enough, Cow's on the bottom side.
He needs to power farm. And he still has great assassination potential if he catches Sketch here.
He's looking for the assassination. Here comes Kid as well. He was clearing, but now they see that Hart is down there as well. Will they continue to commit to this, knowing that it's 2 versus 2? They decide not to. Well, maybe.
They're checking for information because they still don't know, where Victor is or where Rek'Sai is.
Yeah, recall has been completed for Hart. He's back at base. Sketch now on his own deep in enemy territory. Cacao knows this. He's continuing to wait, but just cannot pull the trigger. There goes the clairvoyance. He will spot Annie on that side over there, so he knows that both Kid and Kitties are over here. But Cacao, he just spent a lot of time on that bottom side. He's not farming. He's not ganking. Finally, he just decides to complete a recall and pick up a health pot.
We talked about how efficient Cacao is with gathering information, but it just goes back again to the very early game that Unlimited Potential set up to invade Cacao, to put him down, to focus and target him. Cacao, he's not able to get any of these deep wards. Look at the vision difference, how defensively Invictus have to place their wards versus the complete absolute control that Unlimited Potential have very deep all along the river as well into Cacao's jungle. They've just slowed him down.
It's certainly buying some time for Unlimited Potential, but got to get a little concerned for their composition as it ramps pretty solidly into the mid game. Not so sure about the late. Amy actually looking to steal away the blue buff from IG here, though the rest of IG are in position to contest him for it. Here comes Hart.
Zatai's looking for a teleport from behind.
Yeah, he is indeed. Don't know if he has the home guard stun. Finds Hart. There's the home guard. Sketch. Is he going to make it out of there? He does make it over the wall. Rookie provides chase. Hart goes low and ends up going down. Finally, he's going to be dropped, but Rookie trades his life back over. Does Punished have the damage to burn through 4 members? Long joins the fight long after his allies have died, but Kid is going to shred through his health so quickly. Amy's kiting it out so well. There's just not enough damage out of these two. Here comes Punished. He's forced to run away from Zatai, and Long going 1v4 along with Amy. Finally turns it around, picks up the kill onto Kid. Kitties has gone low. Is he going to be able to make it out of this one? Long continues to provide chase. There's the snare and knock up. A double kill for Long. Punished continues to be chasing around with Zatai. Knock up keeps him alive. He's still running for his life. Is he going to keep it standing? The auto attack is enough, and Amy nets the kill.
And where are Unlimited Potential strong? They're strong in team fights. I will say that there was a massive error that Long was completely out of position for the majority of the fight. We're going to have the replay. So this all starts out with a beautiful teleport. You can see it on the ward right outside the Dragon Pit. Here comes Zatai. Punish does this awesome thing where he drops his gravitational field into the choke point to kind of disrupt Cacao to make sure that he can't follow up initially on Zatai's damage. But the big issue, though, is that Long is not here. He's walking through the jungle. He's not able to absorb all this AoE damage, and this just looks like disaster initially for Unlimited Potential. Punish, nice flash over the side. Long finally gets back involved, and it's really just this massive tree. All of the mana, all of the cooldowns, all of the resources of IG have already been spent trying to burst through UP, that this Jugger tree just gets to start slapping people.
Yeah, amazing play out of Long to turn that around, and what was almost certainly a losing fight ends up becoming huge. You can see how happy he is on the screen. Finally picking that up, and that puts Unlimited Potential, again, squarely in the lead. They're 5,000 gold ahead, and they've been slow to take big objectives outside of those tier 1s, but this could be an opportunity for them to do so, as they now have complete control over the Dragon, which is up in 15 seconds.
Big things to note is that a lot of ultimates are now back up and return. Braum ult just about to come off cooldown, but you do have the Chaos Storm as well as the True Shot Barrage. I got it. Up and available.
In fact, it's IG who managed to get the superior positioning on this Dragon as it spawns. They're going to burn through its health. No teleport from Long.
I believe in the snipe.
It would be a 4v5. Hart, is he going to go over the wall? Nope, doesn't. Oh my gosh, he did steal it.
What did I say?
Stole it. That's the second Dragon now for Unlimited Potential. Oh, Cacao didn't smite. Ooh. That hurts.
Didn't have the vision control. This has been the problem for IG this entire game, is they don't have the offensive vision inside Unlimited Potential's jungle. They didn't see that Ezreal was standing in the tri-brush there, found the easy snipe onto the Dragon Pit. And again, UP understood, okay, we're not going to fight for this dragon. The best case scenario, the best play that we have available to us is just to look for the steal. Ezreal's set up in position. We can continue to farm and reset our waves.
With that dragon number 2 secured, IG no longer have anywhere near as much momentum they might possibly have by finally being able to take that first dragon buff, but now all the pressure is placed from Unlimited Potential. They've got 4 members on that bottom side, Kid and Kitties, looking to go aggressive, but the wards from IG will spot out Amy and Punished. Rookie,
for once.
Yeah, finally, for the first time. Here's a replay of the steal. Man, this is so close.
And it's just the fact that they don't have vision right there. So Sketch is going to go ahead, step up through the tri-brush. No, it's not warding. He tags it with a Mystic Shot.
Oof. 799 health, it goes down.
I want that cracker.
It depends. Are you going to stick it in the oven and bake it?
No, we're done with
for
this.
15 minutes?
It's a biscuit. Even in League
boy.
of Legends, the biscuit is an actual cookie.
I like to imagine otherwise.
Mm-hmm.
24 and a half minutes in. And Unlimited Potential have got complete control over this one. Deep wards all over the map, starting to fight the vision of IG, and now this minion wave actually crashes against the tier 2. IG are there in time to respond appropriately, but Unlimited Potential roam up to the top side, might be looking for some damage onto Zatai. They dive under the turret. He's really tanky, but still is able to get out quite fine. While Sketch continues to farm it up in the mid, though it looks like IG turn now on the long. He is similarly tanky. The stun finds Zatai. It seems like IG just cannot find the Cacao leading the charge. Long goes low. He turns it around. There's the True Shot Barrage. The moment Sketch joins the fight, it's a quick 2 kills for Unlimited Potential. They continue to provide chase. That's now Kitties, who's also gone down. 3 kills for UP.
They did negative damage to that Maokai. He finally falls in the end, but think of how many autos, how many resources, how much damage was just pumped out into his back. Surviving long enough that Sketch was able to get from mid lane up into the top side to participate in that fight now, looking at the Baron with Cacao dead.
Yeah, they don't quite have enough damage to burn through it, though. Unfortunately, it's more of a burst damage than sustained damage, and you can see that with Rookie and Kid waiting in the wings. They don't want to take any chances that it might get stolen and decide to back away instead, but here's a breakdown of that fight.
Look at how long he survives. This team fight is already going, and he's just, you know, barely half health. Continuing, Rockets, Kassadin. But here comes Sketch, here comes the laser, again using the choke point, setting up Victor's Venn diagram of CC and just murder.
Huge damage, and then continuing to provide chase to net kill after kill. It's now 15-10 in favor of Unlimited Potential. They're 7,000 gold ahead. It's a pretty whopping amount of gold. Sketch even makes it down to the bottom to defend his tier 1. Not a single turret has fallen for IT.
I don't know if he's going to be able to defend it, though. Oh, he pulled it to the side and let his minion wave. No? Okay. I was going to say.
Well, that's interesting. Yeah, so the turret does go down. Decides to hang on to his True Shot Barrage. And just continues to farm it up on the bottom side. He's now 60 creeps ahead of Kid. Amy and Hart look to steal away the blue buff right here.
You've got CS discrepancies pretty much across the board for UP. Even in the jungle, Cacao, who again is normally very efficient. Teleport coming in.
Being used by Long. The blue buff is
secured by Rookie.
Yeah, Rookie did manage to get it, though. It looks like Unlimited Potential commit to the dive. Kitties is the target. He goes low, and he goes down. Amy gets the kill. Sketch turns now onto Cacao, takes an Agony's Embrace. Here's the tie from the back. He turns on to Sketch. Fear tries to lock him down. Cleanse keeps him alive. Rookie diving, but he cannot make it to Sketch in the back. So much peel to keep Sketch alive. He is the carry that his team needs. Rookie drops. Cacao drops. Kid is going to, manage to survive just barely by dodging the skill shot. And Unlimited Potential, another 3 kills.
They just cannot get through the control of Maokai and Victor to get onto Sketch safely. Rookie doesn't have the itemization or the power to burst Ezreal immediately at this point. And with that second tier tower as well as the team fight going down, not only are they going to grab the timer on this blue buff, but they're in perfect position to look for this dragon in the next minute.
Yeah, Dragon coming in a minute. That's number 3 for Unlimited Potential. They're now up 10,000 gold some pretty big items starting to be built up across the board. Long, super tanky. Same thing with Amy. Those guys are not going to go down. Punished, on the other hand, going for the Void Staff. He wants to shred through IG's health, and he has got just the build to do it, while Sketch going for something similar, now picking up a BF sword after his core 2 items.
Amy's taking after my new build in solo queue. The classic Cinder Hulk into the casual Warmogs.
The Never Die build. To be fair, Amy's been all over the map. He's involved on 15 out of his team's 18 kills. This guy has been huge for Unlimited Potential. Hart looks like he might be trying to find Punished here. Rookie, but yeah, Void Rush used by Amy to get in there, and Rookie just Rift walks away.
Dragon spawning in 6 seconds, so everyone has made their backs, picked up their wards, upgraded their sweepers, and are now trying to move into the pit area to take complete control and clean out this vision. And this has been the story of Invictus this entire game, is their lack of vision control, just getting bullied around the map.
Dragon now being started by Unlimited Potential. Seems like IG are waiting in the wings to try to swoop in and go for a steal. Zatai has Smite, but he's going to have to run through the gravity field. Decides he doesn't want to go for a trot in that hyperbaric time chamber, and decides to let the Dragon go.
And now immediately, with no more need to be on the bottom side of the map, Unlimited Potential will now pick up their vision, move it towards the top side. They're looking for that second tier tower, either in the mid or the top lane. If they find a pick here, it'll immediately mean Baron.
Long finds a tie. Looks like they're on the hunt for that pick. Instead, it's going to be the mid tier 2 Cacao. Uses the Agony's Embrace. The turret is low. Someone needs to finish it off, but IG decide to commit to the fight. Hart is going to be the first one who goes down, but Sketch and Punished are untouched. Those are the tanks and supports who are attacking IG. You need to turn it around. Long gets onto the back line, and IG do so much damage. They clean up an ace, losing a single member of their team.
And you already said it, Sketch was in the back line, completely untouched. They focused onto the front line and just let this Ezreal rip through them. 8, 2, and 11 right now. And IG, they could not make a mistake there. If they died on that tower, it would surely mean the inhibitor.
Yeah, and that is indeed the inhibitor going down. Unlimited Potential in complete control. 13,000 gold ahead. They've only lost a single turret this game. And let's actually watch a replay of this fight.
So the big thing of the fact is that the fight is actually split up. So Invictus Gaming are going to look for the hard engage. Rookie will get into the back line, but then immediately follows up with an Hourglass. You see Punish and Sketch are kiting off to the side, and so all of Invictus funnels into effectively the tankiest members of UP's lineup, just allowing Punish and Sketch to sit in the back and continue throwing out the poke through the lasers and the Mystic shots.
Yeah, I love the combination of Sketch and Long, and then Amy peeling for Punish. It's the 2v2, okay, I'll cover him and you cover him.
Yep.
It's like something you would
Two
expect in CSGO.
frontline tanks.
Yeah, and then not to mention, you've also got Hart peeling whenever he's alive. He's now completed the Locket of the Iron Solari, and even has the Iron Elixir on top of it. This guy is going to be blocking skill shots.
Exactly, that much bigger.
Yeah. Oh.
They're looking to get over the wall, I think.
Yeah, but
and
they
then
couldn't quite find it. Oh, Gravity Field goes down. They managed to find Kitties. They had vision that Unlimited Potential were there. I have no idea why IG were pressuring that far forward. With Kitties dead, Unlimited Potential are beelining for the pit.
Cacao is alive. We've already seen one snipe today of Sketch taking the Dragon away.
Yeah, it's going to be really tricky for Cacao to make it over the wall. Hart waiting just to try dissuading people. He stands aside into the pit, and it looks like IG don't want to take any chances. Baron secured, Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, they go ahead and back away. Not even Zatai trying to use the Onslaught of Shadows to get into that pit and possibly look for a Smite steal. The gravitational field was just the icing on the cake, placing that behind the pit to just dissuade them any further from approaching.
Now 15,000 gold in favor of Unlimited Potential. They've still got the mid-tier 1 at full health. They've got the top tier 1. Everything is going Unlimited Potential's way this game. Sketch is playing out of his mind, and Unlimited Potential, it just seems like they've out-team comped IG.
They've also really out-team fought them, and they just had a better plan from the beginning. We talked about how UP, they tend to fumble in the mid-game, but finding that fantastic dragon fight repeatedly, it's refreshing.
It certainly is to see Unlimited Potential playing up to a very high skill cap. This is a team that's 9th place in the standings right now. They are currently not in the standings for playoffs, but with play like this, they're certainly making a case for themselves. You've got to start wondering, what can IG do to deal with this sort of play from Unlimited Potential? How can they prepare for this in the next game?
Well, Cacao needs to not counterpick himself, and I think that he needs to be on a... the fact that you took Evelyn into Rek'Sai and then likewise... Hold on, though.
Bit of action as they're looking for the inhibitor. Oops, Sketch actually jumps aggressively forward. The inhibitor turret falls. The inhibitor itself similarly falls. Damage finds Sketch, but he's still completely fine with that bit of poke. Unlimited Potential could be looking to end the game right now, or they could try to take out that last inhibitor and completely open up the map. Just
continuing to apply Baron in all 3 lanes, but Cacao taking Evelyn, who is very susceptible to invades, has the potential to carry, and then having Kassadin as your mid laner, who pretty much forfeits any sort of early game pressure that you can apply in the enemy jungle because he needs time to ramp. Pretty much before level 6, he's going to be pretty worthless in terms of kill potential.
Oh, Kitty's going for the flash stun, tries to destroy Sketch, but gets destroyed himself. The 3rd inhibitor turret goes down. Zatai with the flank, turns on the long again. That's the tank. Rookie dives on the Sketch, but he just doesn't have enough damage. He's going to end up going down here. So much peel keeps Sketch alive. That's 2 members of IG dead and Unlimited Potential. Whoa, Zatai gets a little bit too aggressive. Long goes forward. There's the surrender vote. Unlimited Potential take game number 1 over IG.
From level 1, their initial plan, invade Cacao, put him down. They were able to do that because Rookie took Kassadin, fairly weak mid laner in the early game versus the Victor. They were able to get the push forward on and open up Amy to make crazy plays around the map in tandem with Heart.
Yeah, exceptional play out of Unlimited Potential. These guys were all over the map. Great communication, great team play, and you saw it from the very beginning. From pretty much the go of the game. They knew what they were doing.
Yeah, and I mean, not to make any more corny jokes about their name, Unlimited Potential, but they've split with some of the best teams in the league. If you think back to their, they were the first team to begin to unseat EDG when they went through their slump. So UP have definitely showed the skill ceiling that they can compete with the elite and the top end of the bracket as far as the LPL, but it's about having that consistent performance, and consistency has been the difference of, you know, being in that top 8 spot for playoffs and being in the bottom 4. That said, as far as the ladder is concerned, UP is the closest team to unseating Vici and Invictus Gaming. And so if they find the 2-0 here, I think they actually squeak into that 8th place spot.
Yeah, they definitely do. I believe they actually get 7th. And because the last 2 are tied?
I think they for sure kick Vici down, though.
Yeah, so that they're definitely going to be looking for that. Ooh, putting a bit of pressure onto Vici. Yeah, we'll have to find out if they're successful in taking that 2-0. We're going to take a quick break while we get ready for the next match. It's Unlimited Potential versus, oh my gosh, IG. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. everyone, and welcome back to the LPL. I'm Seda, this is FLICKR, and you just saw some of those highlights from our previous match between Unlimited Potential and IG.
And it was really on the back of a success on the back of Sketch. There we go. There was too many S's there. Sketch had a great performance. He picked up the Ezreal. They used it as a flex pick, faking out that Punish was going to go the Runeglaive Ezreal mid. Punish takes Victor. Sketch takes Ezreal. Amy ganks his lane. And it's all over and done with from there.
Yeah, excellent play from Sketch. I mean, that guy was landing Mystic shots and True Shot barrages like you cannot believe. Not to mention, despite the fact he had Kassadin, he had Evelynn, he had so many people diving onto him, but he was still alive. A lot of that was thanks to the excellent peeling from the rest of his team, but really his positioning was on par throughout the entire game.
And it just goes back to what UP are famous for, and it's their team fighting. But you're absolutely correct. Amy and Long did fantastic that game, but I'd be shocked if the MVP didn't go to that crazy Ezreal score.
Yeah, we're definitely going to find out. Looks like MVP is going to Sketch on Ezreal with an overall KDA of 11.0. That guy was crazy.
Yeah, and again, using it as a flex pick, showing that they can give this over to Sketch, that he can step up and be a primary carry. We talked about how Punished recently has kind of been the guy ramping up and taking the reins as far as carry potential for the team, but if Sketch can also be a threat now, just opens up so many more possibilities for UP.
Yeah, Sketch really played exceptionally well this time around.
This
Here's when
steal.
he stole. Oh, boom, 799 damage. Amazing to see that out of him. And Punished really stacked this so well with Sketch. I mean, Unlimited Potential's patience to draw IG back into that tight choke before stacking all of their AoE.
Yeah, and again, it just goes back to what they're comfortable and what they're familiar with, which taking a win and a victory over IG like that, especially after IG's fantastic performance against EDG, is quite impressive. But we've never doubted the skill ceiling that Unlimited Potential have been able to show. Again, it comes back to consistency. And with the new playoff format, we'll be saying this all week, announced, you need to be consistent. You have to get the 2-0. You need those 3 points. And Unlimited Potential in a perfect position to slip into the playoff spot, but it needs to start with a 2-0.
Yeah, and IG, they've been off to a pretty rocky week as well, going 1-1, then 0-2 to IG. If they were to go 0-2 to Unlimited Potential with this set, that would be a really rough week for them, especially with that new playoff bracket announced, now that everyone's clawing to get into that top spot.
So thinking about what they need to change up from last game to this one, I think the primary problem was they didn't have A, any sort of hard engage to really lock down that Ezreal, and B, taking a weaker early game jungler and a weaker early game mid, just left Cacao open to be abused. So I think they need to bridge their power a bit more cohesively across their picks.
We'll have to see if they are able to do that this time around, because their draft phase was also a little bit questionable. We talked a little bit about it during the last game when Cacao locked Evelynn into a Rek'Sai. He already saw that Rek'Sai was there.
Yep.
And he picked into it.
And again, just going back to the fact that Rek'Sai's Tremor Sense is effectively a direct counter to stealth champions like Evelynn. Cacao played a decent game, engineering and manufacturing a couple of decent picks, but just not able to out-team fight. And again, it just goes back to, I don't think that they had the correct tools on their composition to deal with Unlimited Potential's draft phase. And it's curious, too, because Maffa is back on the drafting side for Invictus.
Yeah, not quite getting the right draft phase for IG. So you've got to wonder, now that they're blue side this time around, what do they prioritize? What is their priority pick? Because Rookie, despite the fact that he wasn't able to quite assassinate Sketch or Punish due to his amazing damage, he still played well. He was able to keep pace with Punished. He actually pushed him out of lane early on with Kassadin, got level 6 first, got the turret first. Everything seemed to be going his way.
The fact that they rotated Corki so early in their draft phase, I think is a mistake. Kid and Kitties are not the carry of Invictus Gaming. They need to prioritize Rookie and Cacao's champion pool above all else. Now, I understand that from purple side that you get the advantage that you can counterpick your mid lane. But you just need to go for those power picks. I mean, at this point in the meta 5.12, we aren't on patch 5.13 yet. There's so many options available. So I think that was a bit of a blunder and a bit of a mistake. I think they need to put Kid back on more utility-based champions, although his comfort is on Trinity Force champions like Ezreal, like Corki, but maybe even putting him back on Sivir. Sivir would have meant the world on that composition for that just straight hard engage.
And we talked a little bit about that during the previous Champ Select about how well it would have fit in, but They decided not to go with it, went for the Kassadin instead. We're preparing to get into the pick and ban phase for game number 2 right now. You can see both of the teams getting prepared, getting ready, and psyched to get into this next match. Unlimited potential. This is huge for them. If they could take a 2-0 here, that would catapult them so far ahead and really allow them to fight so much better for that playoff spot that they desperately need.
They'd be pushing their former sister team, Vici Gaming, out of it because Unlimited Potential, formerly known as Vici Prime. I always mess up their name. I'm sorry, Vici. Sorry, Unlimited Potential, I failed you.
Yes, they would be pushing that team out, but that also means that they would be feeling pretty comfortable.
Yeah, and it's mostly off the back of this guy on your screen, Hart. Captain, shot caller. He got on Braum. We talked about how if you unlock Hart, if you give him a high-impact champion, everything seems to go right for UP. I was also very impressed with Amy's performance. Amy starting to find more of a footing now that more aggressive carry-oriented junglers are coming back into the meta versus the Cinderhulk. He did have a Cinderhulk Rek'Sai, but just really the difference between Sejuani, Nunu, Rek'Sai, Echo.
Yeah, he's been playing very well lately. We talked a little bit about how important it would be for him to get Echo. That was target banned away from him in the first game. We'll see if maybe it goes through once again this time around because, again, it is blue side for IG. They might decide to leave that open and first pick it themselves, or maybe they might toss Unlimited Potential a bone.
I mean, that said, Kakao also plays a fantastic Echo jungle. The last time Invictus Gaming were able to find a win, it was on the back of Kakao and Kid picking up Vayne.
Yeah, so we are now in the pick and ban for game number 2 between Invictus Gaming and Unlimited Potential, with game number 1 going to UP. You've got to wonder what IG are thinking. They've got 10 seconds left for that first ban. Let's see what they decide to pull the trigger with, as we're going to update that in just a second. It's going to be Nautilus, interestingly enough.
Okay. Interesting.
Why?
Just interesting. I mean, banning Nautilus from blue side, typically that can be a priority pick. You can use it to hide your composition just because Nautilus is going to be strong no matter what. He's also considered a flex pick, so banning it from blue side is a little bit weird. It's not awful, just weird.
Curious then to see that IG are going to ban that away. There's Rek'Sai banned away from Amy. They don't want to give him that power pick once again. You can already see the Kalista banned away from Kid. The next ban is going to be Rookie's Azir. Once again, that's double target ban. Looks like Unlimited Potential aren't changing things up with this one.
They need to ban Echo, though. I assume that will be the last ban. That said, by banning Kalista and Azir, Ryze could feasibly make it through this draft phase unless IG choose to ban it from blue side.
Yeah, we'll definitely see what IG decide to go for as they are getting onto that last ban for themselves. And looks like it's going to be Gragas from Amy.
Wow, actually banning that also away from blue side, so 2 curious bans from priority pick. Again, speaking about Kakao's Gragas, how incredible it is, how much impact he can have. Ryze and Echo, one of these 2 champions will make it through.
Yeah, question is, which one are you more comfortable with Invictus having?
I would say give them Ryze, just because you've already shown that Long is a fantastic... Ooh, they ban it.
That's a bit curious that they aren't letting that open. IG have got to know the Echo is a possibility for Amy. This is 5.12. He did receive a few minor tweaks, but is still more than viable, especially in the hands of Amy. Right now, Zatai hovering over it. We'll see if he decides to lock it in. And IG, with that ban, they're looking to eliminate some of the tanky options for Unlimited Potential.
Now, Amy did have a great performance on Rek'Sai. Will not get that chance again. Likewise with Gragas and Echo taken off the board. It really limits Amy's pool. He'll probably go back to Evelynn. Curious if he'll pull anything else out, so that's a bit of a concern. I still feel like they should have banned Echo, given IG Ryze, and then pulled out the Maokai. Long already showed how proficient he was on that champion. Maokai is a good answer to a lot of the AoE damage that Ryze will be bouncing around. But we'll see.
Yeah, so that's the Echo first lock for Kakao. We'll see how Unlimited Potential decide to respond. As they've got a solid 10 seconds for that last first draft for their team. And it looks like they're going to stick with the tried and true. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
I like the fact that they're prioritizing Braum over Alistar. In the 2v2 matchup, both of these champions are incredibly strong, incredibly tanky. They both do very similar things as far as in augmenting their team for hard engage and disengage. But I feel like Braum actually has the better matchup in the straight 2v2 against the Alistar, just because if Alistar goes in hard on your AD carry, you can very quickly reposition yourself with W.
Very solid pickup. Interestingly enough, it's going to be Lulu
They
locked
love
in for Rookie
their
and
Lulu
Shen
comps.
for Zatai.
IG love Lulu.
Mm-hmm.
I can't get it out of them, but they love it. No surprise to see Zatai taking the Shen, one of the first players in the LPL to bring that out alongside Amazing J. In fact, they had that crazy win where Zatai made back-to-back 4-man taunts as the enemy team was on his base, and then they reversed it into a victory. So
that was a ridiculous game.
Yep, he has shown to be a massive playmaker if given that Shen. We've already seen Insec earlier in the day showing off the power of Shen in the LPL.
Very popular. Unlimited Potential decide to answer by picking up Nunu for Amy, and that's going to be Kog'Maw for Sketch.
Amy doesn't really perform very well on Nunu. It does empower kind of his natural tendency to be aggressive and to wander into the enemy jungle and just like eat things. Nunu is a bit on the way out, especially as, again, we're transferring from 5.12 to 5.13. Still on 5.12 for this game, but the carry junglers are on the way in. That said, does synergize very well with little Kog'Maw, empowers him with the Blood Boil, lets him do his little auto attacks, as well as creates that massive school zone with the absolute zero for Kog'Maw to play in safely.
Very strong composition indeed. Looks like IG are going to commit to a similar AD carry lane. Actually, no, this is completely different.
The last time Invictus Gaming found success, it was on a Vayne Echo comp, though.
We'll have to see if that works out for them, as it is locked in. Hart currently hovering Yorick. I'd be surprised to see that one locked in.
I forgot to
deal with Shen.
I forgot to point out that it forced the Echo first pick forced Unlimited Potential to second rotation Victor, just because you cannot let Echo and Victor on the same team, just because of this stacking Venn diagram of all of the CC, the parallel convergence on the gravitational field onto the Chaos Storm through a laser and then a Q in there.
Yeah, that's a lot of AoE damage that you don't want stacking, but just like that, we've got our final lineups locked in. It's Rumble as a last pick for long, and Unlimited Potential look to stack the AoE with this comp.
Yeah, it's a protect the AD carry composition versus pretty much the same thing on the other side. You got the Shin, you got the Lulu. It's Kid versus Sketch. Difference is Sketch showed up last game.
Yeah, he definitely did, with an 11-11 score and an enormous amount of MVP points. I think he got 137 for that win. Played out of his mind. Here you can see the rosters. Kakao on Echo, taking it away from Amy and putting him onto Nunu. And here are the mid laners, Rookie and Punished.
But in the bottom lane where it's really going to count, it's going to be that Vayne versus the Kog'Maw. Two hyper-scaling AD carries, Kid versus Sketch.
Yeah, a very strong duo out of those two. We'll see who ends up coming out on top. Despite an attempted lane swap in the previous game, it was answered. So can we expect something similar this time around?
It's more so going to be a question of if they decide to lane swap, does it again go back to their plan of put Kakao down? It's going to be much more difficult to do now that he has his hands on the Echo. That said, Nunu can still freely walk into anyone's jungle at any time and just eat everything.
Yeah, alrighty. Well, we're going to go ahead and get ready for this game. Most certainly was, and this is IG versus Unlimited Potential. We're getting into game number 2. UP took game number 1 in a convincing fashion. This is week 8, set 2, game 2. IG versus UP.
Game 1015. Next time on LPL.
Oh, that ward actually ended up getting cleared by IG right there.
He's already ahead. The CS went to Kitties. It's over, boys. He's got over perfect CS.
Yep. And confirm.
Get him. Sick him. Okay, it's a standard 5-point. It doesn't look like anyone's setting up for a lane swap. That said, a trick can be that if you walk in, you appear on a ward, you then walk back into Fog of War, press B, and then run to the opposite side of the map. But it does not look like that's going to be the case for anyone.
Oh.
Didn't suspect any sort of lane swap. These teams typically don't like to do them.
Rookie's like, do you smell Sasquatch? I feel like I smell Sasquatch.
It smells awful. Punished. Does not look pleased.
Yeah.
He never looks pleased.
After his performance in the previous game, I feel like he really should.
Anytime, it's almost like Pawn too. Whenever Pawn or Punish, they do something amazing, or even Uzi, it just like the camera shows on them straight face, like stone face. Uzi needs to get like, I don't know, a hexakill before that guy starts smiling.
Either a hexakill or the opportunity to last pick Vayne into a team comp that doesn't work with Vayne. Oh.
It's goodies.
Yeah, he does get the ward down over the wall. I don't think he'll be able to steal away the Krug camp, but just get some vision of the blue buff. 4 members of Unlimited Potential, and Kitties still gets to walk in for a deep ward.
That said, with that ward, he now has eyes about where Amy started on the map. So we'll now see how Cacao uses that information as he's pulling his own red buff.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on Cacao's gank paths with that Echo. If any champion has creative pathing, it's going to be Echo, and the guy to make it happen is Cacao.
Now, Cacao was stalled out last game. See if he finds more success. His kid just gets punched in the face.
Yeah, tagged.
Tag's a good word.
Concussive blow. Tag, you're it. Oh, now Scatches it. Let's see who's Scatch going to tag. I think he's content to be it for a while, actually. He's like, yeah, okay. Why not?
A lot of respect. Long, of course, showing up late. Did the wolf camp before teleporting towards the top lane, where Zatai just immediately walked in there. So both top laners level 2. The Shin versus Rumble matchup. It's been a while.
Mm-hmm. Certainly has. I feel like we're going back to like season 3 with this.
Hart seems a little bit confused.
He's like, wait, we're not lane swap? Oh, okay.
I feel like he always does this too. So leaving Scatch in lane early just because the wave is pushing into him. And likewise, Kitties is now trying to take advantage of that, setting out deep wards. He backs, he buys a pink and a green. We'll see how deep he goes with his initial pink or if he's going to place it more defensively.
You can already see the vision for IG.
Oh
Whoa, Punish takes a lot of damage here. The auto attacks from Rookie are insistent, but he cannot commit to Punished right there. And, in fact, zones him away once again, this time at level 3 compared to the level 5 of his last game.
Rookie is so good at controlling the wave in his lane. Look at where he has it frozen. It was right in front of his tower. He was able to push Punished off the creep wave, almost take him all the way down. And you'll see Rookie do this time and time again. He knows exactly when to bounce the wave, exactly how to freeze it in front of his tower, and he's so abusive over CS.
Really tough for Punish to get some farm. You could say he's having some trouble.
Yeah, having to go the double Dorans as opposed to being able to stay in lane long enough to upgrade his Hex Core. Now the thing about Victor is he's so cost efficient for his lane phase because with that 1,000 gold he gets the evolution point as well as the scaling bonus AP and mana from the Hex Core upgrade.
Very solid buy, but Punished is not quite able to get it this time around. As you can see, we're already starting to find some CS differentials opening up. A good reset from Kid stalls the wave dead even on that bottom lane. He's already 7 creeps ahead of Scatch because of that early push. We'll have to see if he can continue to snowball that advantage. And that's actually something I want to talk about for Scatch. In game number 1, he was on the very mobile, very effective, skirting and position-based Ezreal. This time around, he's relying a lot more on his team on the very low mobility Kog'Maw.
Yeah, but he's got so many tools in front of him to assist him with that. Not only do you have the Braum to keep him safe, but likewise the zone control of Victor and Nunu in conjunction. So you are correct, not nearly as mobile as the Ezreal, but he's getting so many more tools from his team in general to assist him. So again, has a fantastic performance, steps up, says I can be the true carry, and then his team immediately gives him the responsibility to do so.
We'll see if he's going to be able to pull it off once again in game number 2. A lot of pressure riding on his shoulders to take that effective win and get the 2-0 for Unlimited Potential. Luckily for him, though, his team does a lot of damage. You've got Victor, you've got Rumble, heck, even a Nunu for some snowballs.
Exactly. The fact that you have a protect the 80 carry composition, but you still have a triple threat of Victor, Rumble, and Kog'Maw, which you have essentially the same thing on the side of Invictus Gaming, but Lulu is going to be a mid-bridge champion where her power and her lane bully phase is going to bridge late game into more of a utility-oriented threat versus a straight damage threat. Shin obviously going to get super tanky. You are effectively relying entirely on Vayne and Echo, which most jungle Echoes prefer to go a more Cinderhulk tanky route than a true AP damage on hit route.
Yeah, it looks like that's what Kakáo's going for currently, as he does have that Ruby Crystal. Instead of going for the boots that Amy got, some pressure from Long onto Zatai on the top side. He's just slowly trying to burn through Zatai's health. Looks like he will get a chance to recall. Up to 43 CS right now, has his teleport, should be heading right back up to the top lane while Sketch builds a big wave on the bottom. We haven't seen any sort of action from the junglers just yet. Kakao had knowledge of Amy. Let's see how he decides to make use of that.
Running down to the bot side, he can pick up his Krugs. Likewise, he'd be in the area as the wave crashes down onto his bot lane's turret. So if the enemy team decided to look for a dive, he would be in the area and prepared for a counter gank.
For the time being, however, he will just focus on those Krugs. And, you know, we're now 7 minutes into the game. It's been exceptionally calm for an LPL game. What can we expect from these teams?
Sorry, I was making up. Well, you can expect an early dragon because the team has the Nuna control, and so effectively Sketch Heart push forward in the lane. Amy knows that he's now safe to approach this dragon just because they have a numbers advantage with Kitty's forced to go back. So this is a nice clean call and opens up the 5th dragon at, you're the math major?
Eventually, 31 minutes.
Good, there we go. We got the 31-minute 5th dragon win condition already set up for Unlimited Potential because they have the Nuna pick.
Computer science.
That's math in there.
A little bit. But
I
first
took
dragon.
art.
Yeah. First dragon secured for Unlimited Potential. That should help them work towards that dragon win condition. Now blue buff being tossed over to Punished on his recall. He is finally going to be able to upgrade his Hex Core. And Rookie on his own recall will opt for a Chalice for some sustain too.
Classic Rookie, though, as he's now opened up a CS lead close to 10. Now, the magic number that you're trying to hit is that 13, about 12 to 13 CS is the kill worth of a, or gold worth of a kill. But hold on, now in the top lane.
Zatai going with the early Bomby Cinder, trading so effectively with Long, and the Null Magic Mantle completely eliminating Kakao going for the dive. They're stand united. They're wobboing under this turret. Long isn't going to make it out of this one. First blood goes to Rookie. Kill secured.
Rookie runs up, all me, baby.
Hashtag calculated. Oh, man.
That was awesome to use the stand united. Again, the coordination, the communication to know that they were going for the dive. The stand united immediately into the parallel converges. No hesitation. Looks for the dive. And this is what I was talking about. The last time Kakao got his hands on Echo, single-handedly carried the game for Invictus. You cannot let him have this priority pick. Should have given them Rise. They're regretting this. Instant regret.
Oh, Kakao's already headed on his way back up there. He just got level 6. A wave should be crashing into the turret any second now. Oh man, he just needs to push a little more. There's the parallel convergence. The taunt is going to find Long. Kakao goes forward. He's taking a lot of damage here. Kakao juggles it perfectly. Another kill for IG.
So punishing because Long had now burnt his teleport in order to catch the wave. He's going to be so far behind because now Zatai is just going to force another full wave of experience in CS underneath that tower, and there's nothing Long can do.
Yeah, things not looking very good for Long at all. He was keeping pace, but now he's most certainly falling behind Zatai. This does mean there's a small window of opportunity for his teleport in a few minutes in which it will be up, but IG are already prepared for that. Now Unlimited Potential. Sketch is going to build this wave on the bottom side, though Kid continues to farm it up. I believe he still does have a CS lead. He takes some punishment from Kid. Eye of the Storm just giving some more damage, and no, in fact, Sketch closes that gap right back up, so at least Kog'Maw's getting some CS.
Both these AD carries, of course, have intense scaling pressure. That said, Vayne's going to be more oriented towards dueling and opening up maybe a 1-3-1 option if the circumstances are right, whereas Kog'Maw's going to have much more siege potential.
Oh, you just saw a quick glimpse of the gold on the bottom of the screen. It was even through just about everyone except for Zatai, who's a solid 600 gold ahead of Long. You can see that's working towards his completed Spectre's Cowl, and now a Ruby Crystal on top of that. He's building everything he can to counter Long's damage.
I mean, the good thing for Long in this case, you never want to be 0-2, obviously, but Rumble is going to be a level-dependent champion versus an item-dependent champion. So what I mean by that is someone like Aurelia is an item-dependent champion. It doesn't matter if Aurelia is 0-6. At one point, she's going to get her Trinity Force, and she's just going to do Aurelia things. Rumble is level-dependent. It's his equalizer that's going to matter for him. So you're looking at the any level that you can put multiple points in there, and then how you're going to affect the Dragon Pit.
Yeah, there's the gold flash once again. It's only down to about 500 now. Kakao's actually 600 gold ahead of Amy. and there's a 400 gold lead for Rookie from getting that kill, whereas Punished doesn't have any kills quite yet, so it is still fairly close in gold. You can tell it's only about a 1,400 gold lead, but all in all, because that gold's distributed among so many people, it's not netting any really tangible advantages for IG just yet. Dragon's now going to be up in about 2 minutes for IG. If they should look to contest it, they've got teleport on Zatai. They've got his stand united as well. I think Long should also have his teleport at around that time too, so
yep.
Things look good for UP.
We'll see how they position. Meanwhile, speaking of stand united.
Mid lane, Punished once again goes low, and Kakao with the coordinated dive from Zatai, the Echo Shen combo.
Yeah, really just abusing how tanky you can get with the stand united, as well as having the reset available on Echo's ultimate. That's 2 dives back to back, and this is something that I was really curious about. When we first saw Echo hit the scene in the LPL, people were using him as a kind of like a burst poke mage as opposed to a true dive threat. And speaking of dive, here goes Kakao again.
He's going in once again, picks up the shield on his way under the turret, finds Sketch, will Kid land the condemn, he gets knocked up, so much CC is going down, and Kakao actually takes a few turret hits. He's got to be careful here, and successfully dissuaded by Hart.
Hold on, Amy's trying to get into position, but Rookie's quick on his tail.
Yeah, it would be a 3 versus 4, and with IG at such low health, they decide not to commit to it. They're just going to play it safe and continue to snowball the advantage they have.
But just how confident Kakao is to utilize Echo as the true dive threat, having that reset is really refreshing.
Yeah, you can see he did go for the Cinder Hulk, now has picked up a Ruby Crystal into
Kindle Gem?
Kindle Gem, that's the one.
CDR and health,
yep,
which is incredibly important to Echo.
Especially when you're playing him like a dive champion.
Yeah, get more box
Funny how that works. Yeah.
That's weird.
So we're almost late seconds into the game. 13:37 is coming up. Dragon has just spawned, and nobody really looks like they want to contest it. Currently, IG have got minor vision advantage, but that's just because Amy doesn't really have a lot of wards down right now.
Well, they also forfeited their control over the Dragon area simply because Zatai doesn't have Stand United or Teleport available. We'll see if Unlimited Potential have kept track of this, which is also why Kakao is trying to dissuade them by making sure that he secures that Scuttle Crab, because he wants to stall out this Dragon long enough that they get those 2 cooldowns available so they can get the numbers advantage back on the bottom side of the map.
Kakao shows himself bottom. Let's see if they decide to commit to the dive. There goes the parallel convergence once again. The Chronosphere pops. He takes the shield, tanking the turret. Sketch goes low, and he goes down. Kakao gets another kill for IG. Oh, Kog'Maw does get some damage across, but they might just lose this turret.
And Amy is nowhere to be found. Kakao 2-0-2, participating in 100% of his team's kills, putting them on the back, and Amy unfortunately can't make a play happen anywhere on the map. With him showing up top, this means a free Dragon, free tower, and free lead for Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, IG have got complete control over this early game. Kakao has been all over the map on this Echo, and with the last time we saw him take this Echo, it's really surprising that they decided to let this go through. He is so good at using the parallel convergence.
Likewise in farming, like the fact that he is 100% of his team's kills and he's dead even with Amy's farm, who, I mean, effectively that's all Amy's been doing, but hold on now.
Yeah, he takes some damage, forced to flash the wall as Long provides chase. Let's see if he drops the equalizer. Nope, can't quite pull the trigger.
They have to rotate to mid now, otherwise they've just lost so much momentum.
See if Unlimited Potential can take that mid tier 1. Hart is waiting in the wings with Amy. You've already got Long and Punished trying to shred through the turret, but Rookie's there with his Pix wave clear. Turret still standing.
Rookie caught out of position, is able to save himself with the flash, forces out the teleport of Long. Just a big blunder from Unlimited Potential. They did not have the same game plan and have not executed it as well as they did last game. That said, they'll still thrive in the big 5v5s, and we really haven't seen one yet from them.
Yep, that's where Unlimited Potential ended up taking their advantages in game number 1. The fact that they were able to ramp so hard with aggressive, powerful early skirmishes and ended up closing the game in quite a convincing manner this time around. They're not being allowed to get them as IG are just quicker to the draw. Kakao is everywhere, and with Zatai backing him up with the Stand United, there's really no chance for failure or turnaround for Unlimited Potential. IG now send their duo to the top side. Kakao's up there too. Kid actually gets tagged by concussive blows, but immediately turns it around, dodges the knockup. They dive this despite knowing that Amy's in the area. Kakao goes low. There's the Stand United. Do they decide to commit to it? It's 4 versus 3, but they're going to let it go and just focus on the turret instead.
Again, no reason to dive and look for the kills. They get what they came here for, which is the structure standing gold. That's 2 towers to 0 now in favor of IG, and they're starting to run away with this.
Yeah, they might look to continue pushing forward. Kakao and Kid doing some pretty moderate damage, especially with Eye of the Storm. Amy's going to try defending this, but Snowballs can only do so much against the raging fire that
just ulted Amy.
Kid's doing so much damage. They're diving now. Amy's taking some serious damage. There's no chrono break for Kakao. The school zone is dropped, but Kakao is brought low. Monsoon goes down. No equalizer. Kakao makes it out alive.
Great Monsoon to reset that flag to allow Kakao to walk out of there, but IG keeping the pressure on. I like it.
Complete control of this one. 4,000 gold ahead right now, and without a single turret taken for unlimited potential, they're just falling further and further behind. Blade of the Ruined King has been finished on Kid. He's waiting in the bush right here. If Long gets a bit too far forward.
He wants that wall.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Oh, just barely missed the condemn. If he flashed.
Not quite the correct angle they needed.
I think if he flashed, he could have gotten it.
Yeah, if he flashed.
Ta-doom. And then just drop the final hour and burn through that Rumble's health. The tie finds Heart, though.
Are they fighting over a ward?
Yes, and they both get them.
It's fine. Heart got the pink word. Hashtag worth.
Most indubitably.
Indubitably. I can't. Aluminum.
I've never heard someone mess that word up so much.
Thank goodness.
Oh my god. The dive on the Long takes place. He doesn't stand a chance as Kakao cleans up yet another kill for Kid. Oh my god,
yeah.
for Kid.
Okay, at least my word was complex. That's 3 letters, sir.
I know. Anemone, right?
Anemone. Okay.
Anemone.
Poor Long. He's just looking around. His hands are up in his hair. Guys, where are you?
Yeah.
I'm getting 3v1'd up here in this top lane.
Yeah, he's looking pretty sour in that player portrait on the right. He's not having the best game this time around. Oh, first turret was taken by Unlimited Potential on that bottom side, though. Kid looks to get revenge for that turret by taking the top tier 2. Heart uses the Unbreakable, but I don't know that he's going to be able to save the turret. Uses the Glacial Fissure. Did Kid dodge the knockup?
Get him, Heart.
Oh, come on, get it, get it. Oh, yeah, turret goes down, and now they're going to turn onto Heart. He takes some big damage, but gets out alive.
Did Kid have his condemn right there? He could have stunned Heart into the base of the tower and gotten the kill right there.
Zoning condemn.
Okay. Unlimited Potential getting run around the map, and I feel like it's Amy. We're 19 minutes, closing on to 20 minutes in this game. He's sitting 0, 0, and 0. Kakao, again, still 100% kill participation. This is exactly what I was talking about. If you limit the jungle pool like this in the draft phase, and you don't prioritize Amy's champion pool, he's pretty low impact on Nunu. That's what I'll say. Low impact.
Low impact? Like a hard kick to the shin kind of low impact?
Trying to think of something like a blow-up dartboard. Low impact.
Oh boy. Well, he does have a Sightstone now, so at least he can finally start dropping some wards. And speaking of the vision for Unlimited Potential, take a look at Long on the top side. He is not getting dove again.
Like a waterproof hairdryer.
That's actually a really good idea.
No.
Because like if you put a hairdryer next to the bath and then it falls in, then that's terrible. But if it's waterproof, then it's fine. Because then you're just drying the water.
To be fair, Unlimited Potential, their composition is going to thrive in the 5v5, and they've yet to have one. We do have a dragon spawning in 4, 3, 2 seconds.
Uh-oh, parallel convergence goes out. Is Kakao going to take the leap of faith? He decides not to, and instead just decides to play it safe with the rest of his team. IG prepared and ready for this dragon. They've got Stand United. They're just buying time for the Shen split push.
Yeah, and Shen has a massive wave that will be building up, but hold on.
Ooh, He manages to land the stun onto Heart. Some big damage comes across. Kakao is brought low. Knockups left and right. He drops right into the team, but ends up going down. Shen decides to cancel to stand united, and suddenly Unlimited Potential thriving in that team fight exactly as predicted. They pick up the kill onto Kakao. And Zatai is running across the map. Heart goes low. He's actually healed to stay alive. Rookie can't pick up the kill. He gets burned to a crisp by Sketch. Oh! Kid outplays majorly. Picks up 1 kill, but he might go down here. Shadow Dash lands on the Sketch. Zatai's finally joined the battle, but they're focusing Kid. He goes down. Kitties is running for his life. It just takes 1, and Zatai manages to get the kill. Zatai is going low. Sketch is knocked up. Will they get the kill? The knockup is not enough, and he gets out alive.
A huge misplay from Zatai right there to cancel the stand united and not be on the same page as his team fight. We talked about, okay, what has happened over this game? We haven't had a 5v5. Where does Unlimited Potential's composition thrive? On this Dragon Pit. From a gold deficit, they strike, they thrive, and they win.
Yeah, they most certainly do. Zatai comes
Get in there.
back with the home card. That is the best run animation I have ever seen. Oh my gosh.
I'm really partial to Warwick's run animation because he just kind of like lumbers everywhere.
Okay, so Zatai made up for that mistake by picking up the kill on the Sketch, but they did give up that second dragon now, and Unlimited Potential managed to get a lot of gold for themselves.
Yeah, he picks up a kill. They lose the dragon. That was his blunder, and IG are now on the Baron.
They're on the Baron, and oh my gosh, Heart is running to the pit. He gets a ward over the wall. Is he going to be able to make it in time to help defend it? IG are committing to this. There goes the AoE. Parallel Convergence is dropped.
Oh,
turns on the Punish. Cleanse keeps Punished alive. Will they be able to drop Punish? Kid is zoned away effectively. So much AoE gets dropped. Kitties goes down, but Kid is still alive. He's locked in all of this AoE. Finally, he's going to... No, he's still alive. 250 health, and he's still dancing around the edge of this fight while the rest of his team kites it out. Punish trying to clean it up as best he can, but Kid is unstoppable.
This is a 4v5, however, in Invictus Gaming's favor, and they barely come up ahead. Here comes Sketch.
Oh, Heart looking to go forward here. Can't quite find the target he was looking for, and as you mentioned, Sketch with the fresh respawn and a full bar of mana is going to zone them away.
Just sitting and spitting. The Kog'Maw.
Yep.
Yep.
Here's a replay.
This was an excellent parallel convergence. Gets right onto the back line, forcing Punish back, but this is what I like. The equalizer splits up the fight for Invictus Gaming. Chaos Storm comes down, just completely deletes Janna. Invictus Gaming now have split up their fight. They managed to keep Kid alive. But again, this is a 4v5, and look at how close this is.
An incredibly intense game between IG and Unlimited Potential. It's still 5,000 gold in favor of IG, but 2,000 of that is on the map in the form of those Tier 1 turrets. Still available for Unlimited Potential to take if they manage to win a team fight. And that is where Unlimited Potential would thrive in those team fights. We haven't seen a lot of them earlier on, but it might just be time for them to start turning the heat up as they find some damage onto the mid-tier 1. Kakao drops the parallel convergence, zones away the rest of Unlimited Potential. Despite there being 4 members of UP here, they cannot quite break down that tier 1. Oh, looks like Sketch.
Scumbag kitties.
He wants it. He wants it so bad.
What is Amy doing? He's getting a scuttle crab instead of helping his team siege by blood boiling the Kog'Maw.
Because vision is so important. It is so important.
Okay, we're going back up in the river.
Yep. Nope. Yep. Nope. Nope. What? Is he trying to kill it by only auto-attacking? Oh, yeah, he is. He is indeed. There he goes. Finally gets it. Did he smite? He did. Okay, so...
There's no dragon. He's fine.
Yeah, Amy just looking for stuff to do.
Oh. Hold on. Amy, 100% kill participation.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah.
Does that mean he's replacing his stat from the previous game? Or no, that was Lamey.
Yeah.
Oops. Yeah, so things slowing down just a little bit now. IG, despite having complete control over the mid game, were not in quite a solid position that they were able to propel completely through the mid game, but they still can transition exceptionally well.
The Ghost Blade. on Kid there for his Vayne. Again, that item's going to give you a pretty absurd mid-game power spike, not going to have the same longevity into late game as a Phantom Dance or a Static Shiv will. Will also help him reposition. Again, if this composition is about speeding this Vayne up, making sure that he stays alive, that'll work in tandem
well, that's what
with
we
that
saw
idea.
during their last team fight when they were at the Baron. The fact that he was able to reposition himself properly despite being caught in all of the AoE from Unlimited Potential and surviving.
That's what it was. It was the Ghost Blade. Thank goodness he had it.
A very solid item for Kid. She thinks the same thing. She agrees. That was the facepalm of approval.
It's working out for him. Again, it's just, I mean, it fits with the theme and the idea of what they're trying to accomplish with their composition. So I understand the logic behind it. We'll just see if the execution is consistent.
Oh, he's getting some great damage onto this tier 2. Looks to actually burn it down. Unbreakable finally zones him away. They turn now. Will they be able to land the stun? No, he's forced to flash.
See?
And get out of there.
And he gets out because he popped it. Made him run faster.
I told you. That's how it was, because he had to tumble back to the wall in order to flash over it, though Cacao, not done quite yet, turns on to Sketch, but doesn't have any follow-up from Kid. There's no flash nor Yomu, so Cacao's basically going 1v2.
Easily just walks away from that one. Invictus Gaming trying to buy time, see if they can get any free damage, which Kid did get a significant amount of damage done on that bottom tier tower before this dragon will be spawning in 30 seconds. It's not done yet.
Yes. In 30 seconds it will be. It's incubating.
So we talked about where do Unlimited Potential thrive in the big 5v5s. They specifically have a, that is a, oh.
Pretty wicked gold lead. 1,300 for Cacao, 1,200 for both Rookie and Kid, and very big gold lead for Zatai.
Needs to be participating in these team fights this time around, though. Yeah. Connect with that Stand United.
If the target you're Stand Uniting
dies,
do you complete it?
No. It really depends. Like, it has to be, like, right on it. But if he Stand United someone and they die, then you don't.
So the time that I think he canceled it, I don't think he actually canceled it. I think Cacao actually died.
Cacao's to blame. Oh, well, to be fair, then he shouldn't be Stand Uniting those targets.
It worked out so well for him in the early game, though it looks like... Wait, are IG getting a free Baron?
Yes.
IG are getting a free Baron. Unlimited Potential have no vision control. What happened to the Scuttle Crab you had, Amy? That Scuttle Crab has let you down. A fight breaks out, and Cacao is deep into the front line once again. Stand United again being used on Cacao.
He got the crab.
He finally gets in. The crab is secured. There's so much AoE. Rookie still alive in the back. Let's see if Kid can shred through. Exhaust is buying time. He's standing on the AoE, but is doing so much damage, and IG are going to be cleaning this fight up. Unlimited Potential are running for their lives long. Still making it out alive. Cacao goes low, and he's actually still alive. And oh my gosh, it's complete chaos. Kid provides chase, dodges the AoE. Will they be able to catch Punished? It takes one. Glitterlands, it takes one. And ace for Invictus Gaming.
The free Baron, the free ace, and now the free mid tower as they are marching up that with a sizable creep wave. Here we go. Here's the replay. All I care about is the Scuttle Crab take. So great engagement from Cacao. Amy's going to step forward. He's just actually grabbing the Scuttle Crab with the Consume to get health back. Just so everyone's aware. But just look at the AoE damage. Rookie with a fantastic wild growth to immediately interrupt the absolute zero. But more importantly, Kid has been sitting in the back just completely untouched as Cacao and Zatai create a perfect front line for him to just run through Unlimited Potential.
Yeah, Kid is doing some serious work in this match. And oh man.
That was a beautiful dodge.
Yeah, it really was. Having the presence of mind to get out of there. Rookie getting the ace. That's Baron and an ace secured for Invictus Gaming. They've got complete control over this one. Now Dragon has just spawned. Let's see if Hart... Ooh, he actually tags it to start it out. Could he try to sneak this Dragon before IG can respond? Cacao is there. Oh man, Cacao, what are you doing? You're 1v3 here.
He's got no fear.
Oh my gosh, he doesn't even have flash. Lands a stun. Is he going to be able to steal this away? There's no way. He's got smite. Oh, there's the Stand United. They turn it into a fight, and he steals the Dragon. IG are turning this into a crazy fight as Cacao and Zatai going 2v5 until Kid shows up with the rest of his team. They're going to clean up yet another fight, and IG are running away from this game. And oh my gosh. What?
Cacao is dominating Unlimited Potential right now. just the style points, especially on the back half of that team fight, to E back over the wall, lands directly on top of Sketch and just pops him like a balloon.
Can they end the game? They're rushing to end the game. They're looking for the Nexus turrets right now. Kakao and Rookie are getting onto it. It's going to be close. It's 15 seconds before the death timers are back up. Here comes Art. He's the first man to make it up in time. The Nexus is exposed. They're going to try burning through. Is it a 1-for-1? And yeah, it seems like it might be. Invictus Gaming take the win over Unlimited Potential.
UP in game number 1 had a clear-cut strategy. Put Kakao down, gank him, get inside his jungle, find out where he is. This time around, couldn't control him. Kakao goes crazy, starts from the top side, bleeds over into the mid lane, and just dominates the entire map.
Kakao was everywhere. You could not keep a track of that guy. You could see poor Long. Oh man, he had a rough game.
He was dove, I think, 4 separate occasions.
Yeah, I haven't seen a top lane have that tough a time since TSM at MSI. Oof, that was rough. The poor guy. And by the end, you could see the wards too. He had his he single-handedly had his red side jungle completely lit up. He wasn't taking any chances.
I feel like the initial mistake, though, for Unlimited Potential comes out in draft phase, though. We talked about it as soon as it happened, banning the Ryze. Long already showed a fantastic performance on Maokai, leading them to victory in the first game. Maokai would have been a fantastic answer to Ryze, should that have come out, and they would have been able to deny the Echo pick. Bit of a drafting blunder.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's not the case, and that's IG splitting the series
and
1-1.
Saving their life as far as clutching onto that playoff spot and forcing Unlimited Potential to try again next time, boys.
Yeah. So Unlimited Potential, they net themselves 1 point, but I'm not entirely certain that puts them ahead of Vici Gaming just yet. They're still 1 or 2 points behind. They need a 2-0. They desperately need a 2-0. And the fact that it's that close, that they need 1 2-0 sweep to make it into the playoffs, just speaks to how close the LPL is. You can see everyone shaking hands right now. IG ended up taking the win after this specific match. And they all go to take a bow on stage. They should be happy. After that performance, that was exceptional.
And undoubtedly, Kakao will get the deserved MVP. The Echo Shin combo. Take notes. Throw a Victor on that, and it's pretty much disgusting.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the AoE stacking. It was impeccable. And despite the incredible AoE composition from Unlimited Potential, they just dodged it. They outplayed it at every turn, every opportunity, except for, I think, one team fight throughout the entire game. IG were just a step ahead.
No, I completely agree, and it again goes back to the fact that IG have been really ramping up their cohesion and synergy and team fighting as a unit. We saw it in their EDG set, and it bled over to Unlimited Potential, you know, being able to keep up with them. Unlimited Potential may be on the bottom half of the standings, but they are elite in terms of their 5v5 skills.
Yeah, they most certainly are, but that's going to be it for us. We're going to get back with some more LPL action, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Alexanderson. This is Jake Spawn Siberia, and we're happy to take over for the second half of the LPL for the evening. And game coming up, going to be M3 versus LGD.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, huge game coming up here. M3 really stumbled yesterday against OMG, you have to feel. And LGD, they're returning to form, even though they dropped that set against EDG on Friday night. Came out against Snake, absolutely swinging. Dropped game one in uncharacteristic fashion because these guys were ahead, but game two looked all LGD.
Yeah, and LGD actually lost that game with a gold advantage in the first one there against Snake. So sort of taking away those extra 2 points that they could have picked up for the 2-0 victory, but looking very, very strong in sort of end of split one LGD fashion against Snake last night. But on the other side, M3, man, Dade's looking like he really needs some help there.
Yeah, I kind of like the story of this season for M3 because split one, they were begging for a Dade, looking for their superstar that they brought over for Korea. And now Dade's just begging for a team, man. He is sitting there trying so hard to carry right now. His champion pool's open back up. We even saw that he went back to the Yasuo, thought he was going to get Ezreal. I really liked where he is taking these picks. And, you know, if Dade ever gets back to his form in OGN when he was like the king of spring, taking out titles by himself, really leading that blue lineup and Ozone before that, I'm excited for what M3 can maybe accomplish in a campaign in the playoffs this split.
Well, we'll see what they can do because, of course, it's going to be difficult for M3 unless the rest of the team can't step up. Dade looking like he was playing very, very well yesterday. Although the Yasuo pick may not have necessarily worked out, it was just the fact that the team looked a little bit all over the place.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, you've got to take a step back, look at what they're doing. SMLZ really is struggling. Maybe their jungler is getting a little bit better. Condi has started to try and deal with some champion pool issues and start diversifying. But once again, we always go back to this. It's Love CD and Looper that are the two linchpins of the team behind Dade. You know, SMLZ, he's very inconsistent, has some good games or bad. But you feel if Looper can play consistent and then Love CD can find some form of PL, whether it's Nautilus or Janna in a game, this team has the tools to be able to help their superstar mid laner out.
Well, we'll see whether they can. Of course, we are going to look back in a moment to how that last game went. Of course, IG not necessarily looking like they're the superstar team that they have been claimed to be in the past, but that last game, Cacao definitely giving them a run for that title again.
Yeah, certainly. And, you know, when Cacao looks at his best, when he can team up with Rookie, who just plays fantastically in laning phase, honestly. Rookie is such a good laning phase mid laner, but it's really about Cacao. He's the barometer of his team. If he's up and aggressive, then, you know, Rookie is unlocked. He's allowed to bully his lane like we saw in both games, level 5 and a level 3 force back there in the mid lane for Rookie respectively. So I like how they play when Cacao's on form. It's just that if Cacao ever gets set back, that seems to be the key to beating IG right now. EDG show it every single time by how they use Pawn and Clear Love to keep him down, and it just looks like that is one thing they need to get back on top of.
Yeah, and when you've got a clear weakness like that, it's very, very difficult. I mean, we are going to see OMG at the end of the evening, and the Sivir Maokai seem to be their sort of way to get a victory here in the LPL, but since that point, since people worked out what this weakness is, it just gets taken off the board every single time. Once you have sort of given away your sort of special trait, then it's really difficult to find your way back in.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think IG's is a little bit worse because their biggest strength is their biggest weakness right now. Their mid-jungle synergy obviously is their biggest strength. I mean, it's what Arrows were famous for when they were in Korea. Now they're over here. They've got some unpredictability in Zatai in the top lane. Kid's the one for me. He's a little bit inconsistent. We used to compliment Kid and Kitties for how much their consistency really did help the top side of the map. Now that's no longer the safe. He's a little bit no longer the case. He's a little bit more inconsistent. So really do need to see if he can step up. Because you see, this was a game where Kid definitely did step up. He had all the tools behind him. The Lulu, had the Shen. And he went absolutely berserk, but Cacao, as you pointed out, on that Echo jungle, gets the MVP.
Yeah, well deserving of that MVP as well. And it wasn't how he was bullying around the jungle either. It was the fact that he was able to get so much work done at the beginning of the game, as you're seeing right here.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, we've been waiting for someone to do this with Echo's kit for so long. He is the best diver, I think, that we've introduced into the game. And when you see what Echo can do early game at level 6, but then as the game progresses as well, by being this huge tanky threat from the jungle, all the zone control and the ability to continue to stay in people's faces and then get out when he needs to, it's refreshing to see people like Cacao play him to his full potential.
Yeah, you can see Kid going off that fight as well, able to get the wild growth and get things done. So look, having Kid step up in this game is a definite thing that we can look to in the future for as for how IG are going to be playing this one out. But, of course, they played with a sub-80 carry in the Demacia Cup leading up to this, and we'll see whether they are going to experiment with this as the LPL continues.
I think IG are happy with their starting 5. I think Kid can rise back to the occasion. It's funny that we're going into this next game, M3 versus LGD, because a lot of things that we're saying about Kid you can say about SMLZ. The only thing is he's not playing against Sketch, who once again is inconsistent in his own right. He's going up against Imp, and this guy's anything but inconsistent.
Yeah.
And the meta seems to be swapping back towards him. This patch, we're seeing a little bit less tanks. I mean, Shen has made a resurgence, but everyone else is kind of taking a back seat. And, you know, if Imp is allowed to play aggressive AD carries, like the Graves comes to mind, he plays it off meta. If he can play it on meta finally, this guy's going to explode going into playoffs.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about that as well, considering the fact that, you know, Corky's made another massive explosion onto the Rift. The likes of Lucian are going to be available into that one, dodging out of the way of phosphorus bombs and things like that. All of these short-range carries really making their way back in. And, man, Imp, like you said, the Graves, nightmares, man. Nightmares.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, you have to remember what Imp was fundamentally good at going into last year's World and then kicking this off. He's got a great laning phase, and then he transitions that into tons of mid-game power. You know, he's famous for his Twitch because, you know, he just took over games. But even the way he used to use the Twitch was this mid-game assassin.
Yeah.
Build the gold lead, then take over team fights. Imp is the one that always wants to be, like, available during the mid-game. If anyone was a late-game carry coming through on those teams, it was Deft, who was much more known for his team fighting prowess. But throw him in a lane with PYL definitely does good things. But let's take a look at the Masters 3 lineup.
Yeah, let's have a look at Masters 3 first up. It is going to be Looper there on the top side of the map. Struggled a little bit in Rumble in his last matches, but look, we'll see how he goes moving through here. As Nah has been sort of historically decent, but wasn't really working out last night.
Well, he
You can
got
see
Nunu. He got a deliberate counter pick coming through from
Yeah.
Xiyong last night, so you can understand why the Na game wasn't so good.
Yeah, Condi, though, back on the Lee Sin as well, which is very interesting, wanting to get more of that early pressure. Dade, the man on your screen, the man of the hour here for M3. We'll see whether he can come up with the goods this time around against LGD. There's SMLZ. And this guy's played a heck of a lot of different champions, and he has gone off on a few of them.
Well, they flexed the Ezreal, and it just didn't look good. You could tell SMLZ wasn't comfortable on it. Love CDE support. Love him on disengage coming through there. The Janna we spoke about. Nautilus, I think he plays relatively well as his champion pool expands. But, yeah, let's talk about SMLZ. Came in, was known for his Caitlyn, known for his Urgot. Very much a lane bully. You're right, he's been playing different things. The Twitch didn't look bad against UP. It was a great team fighting addition to be able to get in there and support Dade, but you have to take a look at a couple of the other picks he's picked up, and as he goes to things that aren't really lane bullies, you feel he drops away significantly.
Yeah, of course, last two picks being that Tristana and the Ezreal. And the Ezreal, like you mentioned, didn't necessarily work out, and it was largely to do with the drafting phase, of course, trying to get that Ezreal out of the mid lane for their opposition.
Well, they got mind gamed. You know, we can talk about how they got cute with it, but when someone takes two junglers, that like a fourth pick in the draft, and one of them is going to the top lane, and you're thinking, okay, that's a Nunu top that's completely shut down Na, who we need to be a huge team fighting presence, so we don't have mid-game problems. You know, they picked into the mid-game. They have a Trinity Force AD carry. They have Lee Sin and Na. They needed to get those fights going their direction. And with the Nunu just putting so much inherent pressure on, was never going to happen.
Yeah, it was going to be very difficult. I'm excited to talk about the other side of the rift here as well, Spawn. LGD coming off a pretty ludicrous victory in their last game against Snake. In fact, Godvi went completely ballistic. We are going to start with Acorn, though, there in the top lane. Played Renekton, was zoning people out, just doing massive crocodile things. And it's good to see Acorn on these aggressive champions, but they've got Flame on the lineup. Why don't you just use Flame?
Yeah, I don't know. And Xiaoxi back in the lineup as well. He subbed in for Game 2 yesterday. Has played a couple of Rek'Sai games.
Yeah.
Haven't seen much of him, though.
No, not much else out of Xiaoxi, so we'll see how he does go back onto the squad. As Godby there on your screen, the Diana game, I think it went about 16-4, something like that. Just absolutely bonkers. There's Imp there on your screen as well, so settling back into these short-range AD carries and feeling more and more happy with it.
Yeah, it certainly is. You can see the Civ still there, but Corky Graves coming back through also plays a fantastic Vayne, and PYL, their captain shot caller, the reason these guys play in the same lineup. Picked up the Leona and the Braum. I think we're going to see much more tanky supports coming out as it goes back to a squishier team fighting meta coming back into the LPL, and I'm really excited because if you can get behind your shot caller, especially in a multi-language team like LGD, only going to mean good thing if PYL is the one pulling the trigger.
Yeah, and PYL is sort of known for his cerebral play around the map, able to make the right decisions for his team. We'll see whether, you know, a little bit of the problem that was shown up in their first game against Snake, where things looked a little bit interesting around the Rift, is going to erupt once more. Whether we're going to see the controlled style of LGD that we've gotten used to with PYL when he's really on form.
Well, the thing that made me curious about yesterday's series when we saw them drop the first game against Snake is that it was an un-LGD-esque drop because they walked through 3 choke points. I think it was against Echo Victor, and they were just always walking through choke points. They got completely obliterated from the Victor. That's not the LGD we're used to seeing. These guys are a really smart team.
Oh my god.
Wow. I don't think he's going to take kindly to that one.
I think that's a Twitch imp, everyone.
Yeah, it certainly is.
Yeah.
That was a brilliant side. I love the LPL crowd. And yeah, as I was saying, it really wasn't an LGD fumble. It was, we're used to seeing these guys come through and really power it on, especially if they're ahead, but they just weren't able to get it done. And Gomvi took it personally. He completely destroyed Snake Game 2.
Yeah, he definitely looked like there was a vendetta on the board here. You can see that actually LGD may have been doing that so that they could create this beautiful looking rectangle in their graph. May have had something to do with it. We'll see. We'll have to have a chat with them afterwards. But you can see Imp on your screen looking like he's ready to get things happening here for LGD. But other than that, see what happens as we hop onto the Rift, because against SMLZ, I mean, also pretty keen to play these short-range carries, but you have to feel like that is a little bit of a mismatch there in the bottom lane.
Yeah, I definitely think that Imp PYL will have the advantage if they go into a 2v2, although LGD, very popular lane swapping team. They like to be able to get around the map. They set Acorn up for an extended double jungle. You take a look at Dade on your screen. He gives away nothing at the moment. Against Godvi, he's going to have to bring his A-plus game, feel, because Godvi, especially after yesterday's performance, you can see why people think he is the most feared Chinese mid laner running around the Rift. He's just so good at exploiting weaknesses.
Yeah, and he held that battle cry for a very long time. Unfortunately, we didn't have any audio for you, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, but he was bringing their house down, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly right. Now he's having a chuckle, you know. He's just intimidated the M3 lineup. They no longer want to play.
The entire lineup. But one thing I do want to talk to you about is this mid lane matchup, because we've been mentioning the fact that Dade has definitely stepped up this season. But is it going to be enough? Because Godvi's just really good.
Yeah, he certainly is. And, you know, that's one of the questions that's hard to answer, because Godvi has great games consistently and then has out of his mind games every now and again where he just completely takes over. You look at their playoff runs and you just think of how many Orianna games that guy single-handedly just tore LGD through slumps.
Yeah.
Like, they were getting bodied in a couple of games, honestly, and he was legitimately picking up 4 members and dragging them through to an item spike where they could then win the game. So certainly is a very good mid laner. You feel if Dade is on someone like the Vladimir, like the Victor, that he can get going and scaling and just ignore Godvi in the lane and just push and get to team fighting, it'll be a very good thing. But Godvi's a good laner, and Dade necessarily can't make that boast right now. You know, he's soloed Yahoo and the likes a couple of times throughout this season, but isn't back to the old Dade. His team fighting, on the other hand, looks like out of this world good again. Dade's team fighting, that is, but still struggles a little bit in lane.
And does that mean that Condi's going to be sort of hired as a little bit of a lane assistant there in the mid lane? Is it going to mean that a lot of jungle pressure is going to be necessary, or is he just going to play back? Is this just not going to be Dade able to get an early lead?
Well, it's funny because Dade always plays aggressive, like level 1 to level 4. He tries to control the wave, get up and try and zone people off. It's just that he gets ganked at that point. So I wouldn't be surprised if Condi didn't show himself in the lane, see whether he's able to get any support coming through there. But of course, depends on everything. Depends on the picks and bans that we're about to see and exactly how LGD want to play the map itself.
Yeah, exactly right. So we are into Champion Select. As you can see, ladies and gentlemen, Azir going to leave the table first up here. M3 do not want to see Godvi on that champion, but not exactly going to give him too much of a hit to that champion pool. And we'll see what M3 have on their mind as far as the lineup of champs they really want to take into this game.
Wow.
Rumble, my goodness.
Respecting Lupa's Rumble. When you have Acorn in the top lane, you know exactly what a Rumble can do on a lineup, and banning it away certainly is a big shout out to to Lupa.
Yeah, it definitely is. Rek'Sai is going to hit the bench afterwards here. Xiaoxi will have to try a different champion in the LPL. Played back-to-back Rek'Sai games, so M3 want to see him on something different. LGD going to be answering here with the Rise ban on the red side. Pretty understandable here on 5.12.
They've thrown through 2 bans at Looper already. That's, of course, you could say the Rise ban Dade also. Don't want to give Dade Rise, but that's a lot of respect given to the top laner of M3 so far.
Gives you double focus there on the ban as well. Feels like good value.
The value ban?
Yeah, value ban.
Is this going to be like the zoning Hemo Plague, or am I going to have to talk about value bans throughout the game?
You certainly are.
Ugh.
Thank you very much, Spawn. Corky going to hit the bench as well. Imp not going to see that one, but SMLZ banning it away from himself. One of his best games recently was on that Corky. Interesting ban phase thus far.
Yeah, it certainly is, and we'll have to see whether it extends into the last ban. So many power picks still up. You look at the likes of Shen. Gragas is available. Echo is a noticeable champion that has escaped so far, you know.
Yeah. Kalista as well.
A lot on the board.
Yeah, Kalista's still available.
Imp's Kalista as well, and did LGD just toss a ban? No, they didn't. It's Gragas.
Yeah, so they ban away the Gragas. Condi not going to see that one, of course, was his best champion, but SMLZ looks like he is going to be able to grab the Kalista. A bit of a no-brainer here for M3. Leaving that champion up means generally it's just going to be picked away. Acorn and Jiashi now going to make their minds up as to their picks. Interested to see Jiashi actually hovering the Shen when Acorn can just grab it for himself right now.
No, you have to mind game it. PYL, of course, can play it in the bottom lane. We've seen a lot of support Shen around the world. I actually really like support Shen. I think that it's something that teams will continue to play with to see if they can make it work, and they're maybe looking to see whether they can grab Victor away from Dade. Ooh, Godby does that a lot.
Oh, he does.
So going back, so historically, Godby had a really impressive first set against M3. I remember it really clearly because I think he played Orianna, and then he took Zed game 2 into Dade and literally did the anything you can do, I can do better. And solo killed Dade in lane with Zed, and Dade historically known for one of the best mid lane Zeds in the world ever, period. Just stop it there. And, you know, Godby, like Pawn, got in Dade's head and seemed to upset him a little bit.
Yeah, well, that cheeky little Yasuo hover, we'll see whether that does anything. Of course, is Yasuo generally a pick that you take into a Victor matchup? Probably not.
Well, it can block the transfer power. I think that you can trade relatively effectively if you take Ignite pre-level 6, but of course that ultimate just does so much damage. So
yeah,
unless you've got a top laner that can rotate into the mid lane and unlock your Yasuo to start split pushing maybe earlier than you would with any other champion, it's very hard to run there. Yasuo is very much a mid laner that you have to build a comp around.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But as we were talking, M3 did manage to lock in that Echo and the Thresh, so the Kalista Thresh lane locked in for the bottom side of M3's map. Very, very powerful there, as Echo has seen a lot of success in the jungle. Condi seeing whether he can do his best Cacao impression from the previous game, but it does look like Alistair and Eve are what LGD are going to take here, and they're saving their AD carry pick for last.
Yeah, seeing whether they can get any bullying potential. Probably want to see whether Dade is going to run an assassin in the mid lane and how safe Imp will be. But that's just also 2 incredibly powerful picks. Evelyn without Rek'Sai is a very good jungler right now. And then you throw Alistair in there. If you're ever able to combo that Kalista in the bottom lane, blow it up straight away, it's going to be fantastic things coming through.
Well, Dade has already got Smite, and they're hovering the Ezreal here. 3 seconds to go. M3 thinking about trying their hands at the old mid Ezreal as
Kalista mid, you know, mind game further.
Oh my goodness, some OMG tactics coming onto the rift this time for M3, but no, it looks like it will be the Ezreal in the mid lane there. Triple smite from M3 and a rend. I don't think that you'll be able to take a neutral objective from these guys.
Yeah, they certainly do have really good control over neutrals, and see whether they get the dragons rolling early. It's really interesting to note that you play 2 types of poke. You play the poke where it's really hard to siege, because if the other team to siege, because if they ever walk towards you and funnel themselves into wow, let's start again. If they try and siege you and funnel in to take your towers, then you're able to poke them down very easily and get flanks off with a Shyvana that can come through. Or you play all-out poke, where you shove waves up and you poke with the Ezreal. This one is definitely the first. Looper in the top lane going to be looking for these huge flanking plays coming through on Shyvana when they funnel through and try and siege down it. All Dade has to do is land a couple of the Qs through from Ezreal, and it's going to be a very easy team fight.
Yeah, and I really like the Shyvana pickup here as well, because Shen, not known for his ability to clear a wave, you can just Burnout, run through the minion wave, dance a little bit, and then run away and take Groms.
Yeah.
Take Krugs, take whatever you want.
And Shen is a dangerous pickup as we go through the lineups there. You see the Ezreal versus the Victor, Dade versus Godby, because Lupa was the person that originally shut down Shen in Season 2. He did it with Singed.
Yeah.
Shyvana's kind of AD Singed. You don't chase the dragon either.
No, you certainly don't, especially not when she is a dragon and able to get that Burnout following her around. Love City, you can see they're up against POAL, sort of disengage and engage in both of these champions, so both of them very versatile there on the bottom side of the map, but we'll see how things go. Alistair Vayne, sort of an old one.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's about setting people up near walls and getting the combo through, but we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, we certainly shall as we hop onto the Rift.
Is it?
And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for M3 versus LGD. This is, of course, game 1 of our third match of the evening. Some cheers from the audience here as well as Lupa heads towards the top side of the map. And both teams pretty happy with just a 5-point defensive start.
Yeah, you would have to think that right now M3 are at the team that will dictate whether they want the 1v1 or the 2v2, because they've got Shyvana, who jungles incredibly well by herself. With the Doran's Blade, you can easily take 3 camps with Smite.
Oh, yeah.
Make sure that you're around there, but looks like they have snuck the Kalista into the top lane to maybe try and avoid Imp and PYL.
Well, everyone seems to just be migrating around this Rift at the moment. You can see PYL down there towards the bottom side, but Imp is moving himself up towards the top lane. Akon there as well. Might have just been faking out for a moment. And now SMLZ making his way back to the lane as well. So mind games all over the place.
And lane is just in the middle of the map. They're not committing to either side. Now finally LGD do commit towards the top side. There is a good ward up there in the middle of the lane that will spot them if they try and sneak into the brush, but they just might take a Krog.
Yeah, looks like it. Of course, Kalista able to use that W passive in order to get a whole lot of extra damage down if you've got a friend there that you've paired up with. Of course, it will be on the Grom on this side of the map. Imp and PYL looking to take down their Krugs as well, like you were talking about. So it looks like standard lanes, just a little bit reversed.
Yeah. Good leash going to come through from Konji here. See if he can get himself through the jungle nice and healthy. And Akon going to leash for Xiaoxi, who starts on a buff.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of this Evelyn starting on a buff. Is that something that you'd normally do as an Evelyn as you start the jungle?
Well, you kite around a lot of Evelyn, so if you can't take the Krugs, you generally start on a buff on the red side, just because it doesn't give you as much. Of course, you also want to get your top laner into lane as soon as possible. But yeah, so I start on a buff. If I'm red side, I start on blue buff. If I'm blue side, I start on Krug, because if you start E, you just get the stun so often coming through there, you lose basically no health.
Well, Dade versus Godby here in the mid lane. You can see Dade trying to get some poke down with that Essence Flux, able to get it over the top of the minions, which is definitely very handy. Loop has made his way towards this lane a little bit sooner than Akon, but Akon just going to collect it as it heads towards him. We'll see whether this Shyvana will get out of control, as we know Loop's Shyvana can do.
Yeah, he, in recent memory, had a game against Vayne as well, where he was able to completely shut the Vayne down, but Dade played Twisted Fate to light up the map, of course.
Yeah.
Vayne was last pick, so wasn't able to get that one through here, but Dade doing a good job of shoving up the wave with Qs so far, trying to pressure Godby as much as possible.
Yeah, and is this something understandable this early stage of the game? Of course, Victor not with that upgraded Hex Core just yet.
Ezreal can't trade against mid laners, so you 100% just want to throw Qs at the minion wave and try and shove it. Try and get them to CS instead of smacking you in the face.
Well, we'll see how it works as Kondi's. Xiaoxi, sorry, is going to make his way down here. Dade's going to get caught out. Uses the flash and the E. Get himself under the turret. So successful gank already by this E very early on.
Yeah, and I think I talked about it in Champions League. Dade has this habit of pushing up really early in the lane, trying to zone CS as much as possible and pressure other laners, and then he gets ganked. And, you know, today, no difference. Level 3 was trying to shove up and got ganked and had to burn the summoner spell.
Yep, so at least we know that it's still Dade.
Yep.
Most definitely confirmed. Is Dade in the mid lane? And Godby just going to shove this one out, 25 to 13 CS now, but as Dade makes his way back towards the lane, he might be able to even that out just a little bit. Currently 200 gold in the lead for LGD, but nothing interesting just yet as far as how this game's going. And you can see the top side of the map, it is Imp getting bullied out just a bit, but that is just what happens when it's a Kalista in a lane with a Thresh.
Yeah, exactly right. Kalista Thresh, such a brutal lane. Very good at going forward and backwards. We love to talk about the leapfrog defensively, but the Soul Linked with the empowered play auto attack is just way too much for a Vayne to handle. So wouldn't be surprised if PYL chucked a few extra points into that Triumphant Roar, try and keep him healthy. As Love CD takes issue with the range creep.
Yeah, certainly did.
Smacks him down a bit.
Now that range creep is going to think twice before attacking Love City from now on. Guarantee it. But you can see already M3 with a lot of control there towards the top side. That being said, Imp is going to be able to pick up a whole bunch of farms and crashes towards this turret. And it should be fine. That being said as well.
They're trying to go for a dive here.
Yeah, they're looking for something.
Alistair really hard to dive at all points of the game. 2 forms of CC. Couple it with the Vayne just means that anti-dive potential is huge. So maybe fishing for a counter gank. Not going to find anything.
No, not just yet. You can see they do have a cheeky ward towards the top side there, so if Condi does try to sneak into the brush, he is going to be spotted out.
Godby drags the wave over here, denies a lot of farm. Trying to anyway. Range of Dade, keeping him quiet in this lane.
Yeah, of course, Mystic Shot is going to be very, very helpful here. Does miss that one, but that's an auto attack. You know, that's a little bit more difficult to grab those last hits with as Dade just continues putting the pressure down. He's only 4 CS behind
his
now.
side of the lane as well with 3 range minions up, so it should start shoving back unless Godby's able to grab the wave and drag it again. Another gank coming through into the top lane. Xiaoxi busy early game on Evelyn.
Yeah, trying to get work done here. There's the Pulverize up the headbutt here for PYL. Love City forced to use the flash already. Flays Xiaoxi out of here, but Imp's flashing forward now as well. Love City falls down. Imp grabs first blood as SMLZ's trying to get some damage back. But LGD, they've struck first.
Yeah, so PYL headbutted a minion, then pulverized to extend the range just a little bit. Able to get the surprise combo through onto Love CD. He falls down. We mentioned the fact that he and Condi are kind of and Lupus are the 2 members that need to step up right now, and he falls down. First blood. Fantastic gank pass coming through from Xiaoxi early.
Yeah, really, really smart play. Old True Shot Barrage just to try and clear out this minion wave as Dade isn't able to kill those range creeps, but it's going to mean that SMLZ is going to find his way back underneath this turret and pick up some experience and farm.
Yeah, so able to pick up majority. Dade doing a great thing in trying to help his side waves out. This is the thing about mid Ezreal. Very rarely wins the lane itself before he's able to pick up a couple of items, but he can win side lanes so easily as Acorn's being caught.
Yeah, Shadow Dash is there, but Condi's going to close the distance with the E. Parallel Convergence comes down. Acorn, is he going to get stunned? No, he's not this time. Still waiting for that cooldown. Does have the flash. He's going to burn it here as Looper just dragon descents his way over the wall. That's for a cheeky love tap, which he cancels and then moves out.
Yeah, missed the edge of it. Wanted the CC for a little bit of slow, try and get Condi back in there. That was a sloppily placed parallel convergence. Should have probably tried to corral him a little bit more towards the lane, just because there's no option to flash that way. You'd have to flash just to create distance, as opposed to getting over the terrain. Maybe guarantee a stun a little bit more, but in the end, Acorn able to navigate the gank and get away safely.
Yeah, he's done fine. He's only down a couple of CS as well as he's built out a few of those ruby crystals. Wouldn't be surprised if he built something like the Spirit Visage early on, because Shyvana, despite building a bit of AD, generally does a lot of magic damage.
And hasn't even built AD. Gone for that Balmy Cinder, so does majority magic damage, you would have to say, coming through there. With the burnout as well as the E, which I'm sure you'll know because you play more Shyvana than me.
The Flame Breath.
There we go.
It's a very difficult name to remember, Spawn.
Well, it is, because, you know, she punches it out. How is that a breath at all?
Look, I wasn't kidding. No, she makes a little dragon face with her arm.
Does she?
Yeah, it's really cute.
TIL.
Yeah, there we are. So now you've got Bristle and you've got that. All good.
Of course, I'm terrible with League of Legends trivia, guys. That's what he's talking about right now.
And Dade, not too bad at farming underneath this turret as well as he preps all of his range creeps. Godvid is going to steal all of the mini raptors.
You can see, even with a kill here, Imp's still playing a little bit back out of lane. Has been able to get the luxury of shoving up very nicely. Ultimate. clips Godby, but went through some minions first. So even though they're able to shove up, they're using their early advantage that they got through that kill to just guarantee farm onto Vayne, as opposed to like any other lane, like maybe Corki, you go back, pick up your early Sheen and start trying to bully the lane. It just means that Imp can farm a little bit more effectively.
Yeah, so not necessarily looking for lane control just yet, just safe.
Well, you just can't against Thresh Kalista. It's such a dominant lane. You can see even with the kill, they're just playing so far back. Once again, calling their jungler up, making sure they're playing the team game.
Yeah, is there going to be a point where Vayne is going to be able to take over, but
if Thresh isn't there. So
as long as they're not in this lane, it'll be fine.
So if you catch them at 1v1, even in the lane as a 1v1, Kalista just doesn't have the same amount of tools. It's the combo that comes together. There's like 5 forms of CC and all the damage that can come through that really affects Vayne. If she ever catches Kalista by her own though, she'll tear her apart.
I love City doing a great job zoning LGD out here. Of course, LGD trying to keep the fact that there's an Evelyn waiting in the wings as a bit of a secret.
Yeah, there's a Sightstone first, Xiaoxi here, making sure that not only using the Walking Ward, but everything else.
Oh, PWL just wanders towards Love City. No Pulverize to come down just yet. Hasn't pulled the trigger.
That was a great mind game actually there from PYL. There's a lot of minions, so they probably don't want to start the fight. Of course, I'd rather have the 8 ranged minions than a jungler most of the time in that gank, but did make it so it appeared no one else was there, and now Xiaoxi looping around.
Yeah, it is going to be counter
Condi
gank
also there.
Oh, yeah, and here's the Stand United at the same time. Teleport comes down. SMLZ takes out his support player there as Acorn's going to try and make his way through at the same time. Imps popped a final hour, doing a lot of damage. Lupa holding onto the dragon, now gets himself back in again, but Shen's already dead. PWL headbutts them to safety, and LGD.
Godby's here.
Yeah, things not necessarily working out so well. Oh, in fact, Godby's just moving towards the creeps. Dade making his way up as well.
Wow.
Essence Spots almost takes down PWL. Love City, there's the Descent. Dade grabs it with a Mystic Shot. And M3 asserting their dominance in the top side.
And you can tell that Lupa is so comfortable on zoning champions because he ran at Imp, zoned Imp away from everything as a great true shot barrage, nearly takes out Xiaoxi, and then Dragon descented away from the team when he felt like he was going to die. Just created this big zone around all of the LGD members that they could not get towards the carries. SMLZ and Condi just did so much damage to the front line, and then Lupa just walks away.
Yeah, he's absolutely fine. Able to leave a lot of burnout damage there on the ground as well. As, of course, Dragon Descent is going to leave that trail, so lots of extra damage at the same time.
Yeah, and a couple of assists now picked up for Lupa. He already had that CS advantage coming into that skirmish. Goes back, picks up his jungle item. He's well and truly going now in this lane, and Shen going to struggle to keep up just with the push. This is what we keep talking about. Shyvana is so obnoxious in the fact that she can shove out the wave, run past your turret, another fight.
Yeah, Connie actually getting knocked up here as well. There's the death ray. Oh, Godby just so much damage with that combo as POL trying to continue the fight. No mana on Dade as Love City is going to come round, but Xiaoxi's here. No dive to come through for LGD.
Yeah, so it looked like just over-optimistic trying to control the Dragon area. Lupa had actually taken the bottom turret as well during that skirmish, so even bigger credit to the M3 top laner right now needs to be given. But Condi does get caught out and made to pay.
Yep, 3 jungle items already completed now as well for M3.
2 of which are AoE smites. That is so much control.
Yep, there's a lot of jungle taking ability by this M3 squad as Lupa is definitely going to be able to clear everything out. You can see moving through his own jungle at the moment, probably wants to take residence in LGD's side of the map further on in this game.
And 2 turrets already to 0 at only 13 minutes in a non-lane swap game. This has been standard lanes the entirety of it. A lot of credit needs to be given right now to the laning phase M3 has had, because as we said, these aren't a laning phase team. They're generally known for their team fight ability and all the zones that Lupa creates and how Dade is able to impact team fights. But right now, they've just straight up beat LGD in lane.
Yeah, and Dade as well made it to his Trailblazer very easily at the same time. Of course, that Runeglaive very necessary to make sure that you're as relevant as possible. And M3 with 3 smites, probably going to be able to take down this dragon. Yep, 1's down.
2.
Well, they've got a rend at the same time. It's like so many options in order to take this one. So first dragon going down at 13.5 minutes. In favor of M3. A little bit late as far as dragons in the LPL are concerned, but
no lane swap. Duo on the top side of the map. Makes a lot of sense that we see a little bit of a later dragon coming through here, but so far 3 objectives have gone down and all 3 of them are on the side of M3.
Yeah, M3 objectives. Not bad at all. We'll see whether they can make it M4. True Shot Barrage does come up the mid lane.
I'm not audibly disappointed a lot of the time, but that wasn't good.
No need to talk about it then. As the play does come back, PYL does manage to get in there. Fate's call comes through. LGD, they don't want to stop. Oh, the flash not going to find the taunt here from Acorn.
Oh,
but
wow.
there's the condemn into the wall. SMLZ is going to get Silver bolted to death. Love City follows suit as PYL happily tanking up the turret. LGD making it look easy.
Fantastic gank coming through there from Acorn, the top laner. Imp really rode that power and able to pick up another 2 kills. You know, we keep talking about all the good that M3 has done, but when you take stock of the situation, they're only 300 gold up and there's so much standing gold on the map. LGD going to knock down the first turret.
Yeah, and even out that gold almost completely as well. Imp trying to kill as many creeps as he can. This wave is going to be freezable for M3 if they want to. We'll see whether SMLZ wants to hang around there and pick up slowly all of that farm, keeping himself safe in that lane.
Yeah, and you see that even though they gave up a little bit of control, they're able to use the Shen ultimate there, and Looper wasn't in a position to push the turret. Did his best. He took a red buff for himself, which is going to really annoy Acorn now.
Yeah, Acorn was actually coming over there as well. I think wanting to throw a Vorpal Blade at that Krug. Really going to help out
Wow.
here. PYL's going to catch Looper. Does still have the Dragon's Descent. Gets into the Baron Pit. He's going to be fine for now. No flashes to follow.
But this is really smart coming through from LGD. Once again, they're playing the map. You know, you said they can freeze the bottom wave here on M3 side, try and deny Imp some farm. What do? They send all their members top, force Looper out of that lane, create a farming zone for themselves, which is the top side of the map. And now they can rotate into mid lane and try and knock down another turret.
Yeah, very even on the gold as well. So LGD more than happy to just funnel as much farm onto Imp here. You can see Godby has just let him take control of that lane. He's just going to collect the farm as it moves towards the inner turret on the bottom side.
And SMLZ in a lot of trouble again. He is so overextended for farm. Does have reinforcements coming through, but you could see Shashi, his smelt blood, wanted to get in there.
Yeah, was looking for it. Pink ward down now, though, so not going to be able to get in there unseen as the Evelyn towards that bottom side.
Athene's coming through here for Godby.
Yeah, interesting.
He stayed true to Athene's. A lot of the spring split as well, you have to remember, but not going for the cheaper route in the Morella Nomicon. Of course, a lot more kill potential comes out of that build. Goes for the endured team fighting sustain path of the Athenes.
Yeah, and it's gone for very early cooldown reduction as well. Wants to be cycling through his spells as much as possible this game from as early as possible.
I think it was cool that showed us a Death Cap build with a perfect Hexclaw as the first item.
Yeah.
But there's just so many builds right now floating around for Victor because he's so good at multiple things on the map. Do you need wave clear? Okay, let's go for a CDR build. Make sure that he's not good against champions, but fantastic at chunking out waves. Do we think we're going to be denied blue buffs because there's 3 smites and a rend on the other team? Sure, let's pick ourselves up on Athenes and make sure that we're comfortable in that situation as Imp and PYL now coming once again for Looper.
Yeah, they're looking for the Dragon Lady. Dragon's Descent is available here. Blade the Wrong King has been popped. There's the Condemn, but it was after, before the Dragon's Descent as Looper's doing a lot of damage. Imp is going to be able to lock down that kill in the end. Not much of a way for that Dragon to get out. As Essence Flux doesn't find Godby either. There's the transfer power. Lots of damage from the Victor, but Dade, of course, the slippery Ezreal will make it to safety.
And Dade also was elected for an Athenes as his second item.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that.
Generally, when you see Runeglaive Ezreal, he gets a lot of mana back just from queuing random minions and things like that. The 8% missing, so doesn't really need the third time's a charm.
Yeah,
everything's happening in M3s today, as you would say. But yeah, so don't really need a mana regen item. You can grab the boots if you want any more CDR, but Dade elects to go for it all.
You sounded way too proud of yourself. Acorn down here towards the bottom side.
Like
Parallel. Yeah, you certainly are. Parallel Convergence does go down. Death Sentence not going to find Acorn, but they are going to lose the turret here as SMLZ was freely pounding on it. Imp's going to take the outer on the top side of the map. Tony going to steal away a Gromp. Does mean LGD still with a slight advantage, but Ben3 can just walk in and take objectives like that. It's not looking good for LGD.
Yeah, so this game's really broken down. And Imp, you can see, is accelerated so far because of all the early gold he's been able to pick up through those kills. But right now, it's just the pressure that M3 can put on neutral objectives like Dragon, like Blue Buff, as we keep mentioning, because of all the smites and the champion pickups. just creates this area that LGD aren't comfortable to go. So they're setting up really smart, making sure that they've always got the numbers in advantage and picking up stray kills, because endgame is their goal right now. They've got the Shen for the split push pressure. They've got Victor. They've got Vayne as well. So they just need to continue to weather the storm, bide their time, and they'll be fine as the game goes on. But Ezreal is also kind of a time bomb champion.
Yeah, well, I was looking over the side of M3 at the same time, and look, Loop is probably not going to struggle too much in that sort of split push scenario that up against Acorn.
So one thing that I will say about Shyvana is that she gets to 6 items so early.
Yeah.
So you have this power spike at about the 33-minute mark as we have a team fight.
Yeah, fight breaking out here as Imp's going to be able to take down Dade very, very quickly. There's the chrono break, but Love City in no man's land. He's going to fall. 2 easy kills for LGD. And Imp, you can see him on your screen right there. Not smiling right now, just very much in the moment.
And, you know, we spoke about the discrepancy on the map. It is the AD carries, and Imp definitely getting the better of this matchup so far. SMLZ relegated to watching that fight. I mean, he threw Love CD in, but that was to his death, and Imp's going berserk. 5-0-1 now.
Yeah, and every neutral objective for LGD means a whole lot more this game at the same time. They do manage to take down their first dragon as the... This is going to be the replay.
Yeah, let's take another look at it. Love CD lines up the hook, grabs Imp, and they think that they've got the fight to start, but he's able to get out of the stun range. And then Dade overcommits because there's a heal, there's a huge shield to come out of Shen. He gets blown up, and then off the back of it, there's just nothing they can do about this fed, fantastically positioned Vayne.
Yeah, and also, there's the fact that LGD reacted so incredibly quickly. The Arcane Shift came over the wall, immediately heal, immediately stand united, everything that could come out to save that Vayne's life. And LGD, they have been known for their ability to coordinate that well, but look, that was just fantastic.
Yeah, it helps that the Shen is the Korean. He's probably only listening to Imp's voice this game.
It's a decent point. Imp can just yell at him.
I'm not convinced that it's a language barrier with the dude that you're ulting speaks the same language as you. But, you know, I've also played League of Legends with you, and we struggle with communication sometimes. We don't speak a version of English.
Yeah, a version of English. It's an interesting one. I think it's Australian. But even then, I think it's a different dialect.
Yeah, you just annoyed so many Australians when you said that.
They understand. It's endearing.
Or they
well, he's going to headbutt
anyway.
Pulverize some people here as Condi's going to stick to him, but Cow not going down anytime soon. Phantom Dancer completed by Imp as he makes his way towards the fight. Xiaoxi is here to offer some assistance as they put some pressure on this inner turret. Looper, though, is going to be enough to deter them.
And you have to say, after M3 controlling the first 3 major objectives, LGD have hit back with the next 4 and being able to really equalize that. That was
cute.
cheeky.
That was very cheeky.
Have been able to equalize, and now, as the map stands, actually have a fairly good goal defense.
Yeah, Smells going to be able to
you have to
take
think
down
all of that is
Raptor.
Imp as well. Look at his items. PD landed it on King's boots too at only 22 minutes in. As PYL, he's going to have to yell.
Yeah, there's a whole lot coming towards him now as well. Going to get stunned up by the parallel convergence. And look, the ultimate does take down a whole lot of the damage done to you, but when there's 4 people there stunning you and doing despicable things, you are going to fall down.
Yeah, you certainly are. And Condi picks up the kill. Maybe not the beneficiary they were looking for, but M3 regained some semblance of map control. Need to see whether they can push in this mid-tier 1 because it's been up for a long time.
It certainly has. Godby not going to get Essence fluxed this time. As
I wish we could pause the
lane.
minimap right now because this is something that LGD do exceptionally well. You see the lane control they had in the top lane. That's a mobile phone.
Thanks, Spawn.
And a knee.
Yeah.
So you see the lane control that
figure there as
Acorn just had to deal with, and sorry, Looper just had to deal with, and then you look at all the pressure that Acorn just made on the bottom side of the map, and you think, big deal, what does that mean? Well, PYL just fell down, and there was absolutely nothing M3 could take because of where the top and bottom sideways were positioned on the map. They couldn't create any pressure through minion waves to maybe drag a member away. So they're just sieging into this brick wall of a Victor who has 40% CDR already. And because of the side wave control, they just can't secure an objective off it. So you killed a support player, nothing else happens.
Yep. PYL able to come back and continue clearing out vision as well. You saw him actually blind juking away from 2 people at once. and didn't get hit by anything. Beautiful work, POL. He did learn from his previous mistake. Transfer power coming over the top as Godby looking to try and take that one down. True shot barrage. He's going to find Jiashi, but not going to be able to get himself a blue.
And I wonder what variant of the build Dade will go from here. Will he go towards the wave clear poke heavy Condi? You're in no man's land.
Yeah, Love CD coming around as well, though. POL's going to get stunned up. There's the playback box. Comes down. The cow in a whole bunch of trouble. Does have the unbreakable will. Could flash away if he wanted to, but with 5 members here,
Shen's on the bottom side of the map. Sure, he has ultimate available, but they might be able to start up Baron here. Lupa doesn't take much damage from it. Condi chunked out, won't be able to do it.
No, not this time. 24 minutes into the game as well. I guess they do have a whole lot of extra damage.
3 smites and a rend.
Yeah, 3 smites and a rend probably going to be enough. But Jiashi is going to be able to find a pink ward here. Multiple pinks actually around this Baron area for M3. They were probably considering going towards that buff fairly early on this game, but
That's a brave Evelyn. I hate that feeling as a jungler, having to auto-attack a pink ward 5 times.
oh yeah.
Some junglers that have an auto reset, you're like, okay, I can do this. Don't worry about it. But
Yeah,
Evelyn,
Shyvana, that's why I only play Shyvana in the jungle.
very hard.
Yeah, very, very difficult. Of course, just start building State of Devour now, man.
On
Fine.
Evelyn.
Yeah,
It doesn't give you an auto reset.
you can build it on any. No, well, it's just the fact that you attack really fast. Well,
Dade.
Jiashi is going to find Dade here. As the Arcane Shift is going to get him to safety. Godby just going to zap some more creeps at the same time as POL is going to find another pink ward.
Godby gets rotations of spells out ridiculously quickly with this build. And credit to him because they're also very much on point at the moment.
Yeah. Able just to Death Ray all of the time with 40% CDR at this point. Does have the 3rd item in the Void Staff as well. See what he does decide to go for as his next one. Parallel Convergence was down. Jiashi unseen here in the mid lane. True shot barrage going to find Godby. So much damage here from this. Rabbidan's Death Cap.
So it was a
Ezreal.
Rabbidan's next, so not going for the Luden's Echo for the
Or any
increase.
boots.
Poke? Yeah. Yeah. Boots. What are they? What are even boots?
Little round bags. Well, this is going to be a very easily taken dragon here for M3. Probably all start smiting it at about half health and then press a Ren button and it'll die. So that one's going to be easily locked down. Only the second here for M3 though, as Imbu is just clearing out the mid lane and LGD moving now towards blue buff. Yeah, the blue buff. I'm going to be able to grab that one. Vision available for M3.
There. Lupa can teleport if he wants to.
True shot barrage. Grabs
it.
it. Dade.
Yeah, doesn't even need to burn the teleport. And
Stone-faced. Yep. Yeah, I just got that blue buff. Don't worry, guys.
maybe he doesn't know.
Have a feel. Probably does.
I was trying to think of something. Of course, Dade is renowned for that look as well. Dade and Port, my 2 favorite players to watch when they do something. Godby quickly becoming one of my favorite players because he only smiles when he checks damage done.
Yep. Or after he's finished battle crying into the microphone to his teammates.
Sorry, I forgot about the battle cry.
Yeah, that happened as well. But 300 gold the lead now.
Wow.
Condi going to take the rotation from Imp. Nice use of the Condemn to proc the Silver Bolts. Does a lot of damage to the Echo. Not a lot of armor on this M3 squad just yet, apart from that Randuin's for Lupa, but not in an AoE sense just yet as well. Apart from the slow.
Only really Imp that's going to be doing physical damage there, so you can understand why they're going for the Locket of the Iron Solari over something major, but teleport coming through, Baron's going to be the objective.
Yeah, LGD actually going to use the teleport very early on. True shot barrage does come through here as LGD might need to peel off. It's down to about 1,500 health. Is going to be locked down by Jiashi.
Where does the fight go?
Yeah, LGD, they're looking for a parallel convergence. Only going to stun POL. Stand United onto the cow, in fact. There's the pulverize on top. So much AoE. Look at Godby's damage. In flashes over the wall. Use the Blade of the Ruined King. Not enough just yet, but Condi, he's going to die as well, and that was all about Godby. So much damage from this Victor. Well, there's the chrono break.
How do you get out?
He's looking to try and get out of here. Death Ray, just the tip. No, not going to happen.
Jiashi flashes the wall.
Definitely wants this kill. Godby Baron's up some minions, blind Death Ray into the brush, and that's going to be the ace.
Yeah, and you see, not very happy about it, but Godby coming up huge in the team fight. And you have to say,
4-0-4.
Dade also able to snipe Imp. Let's take another look at it. Good taunt here stops Lupa from diving in. Xiaoxi is very low at the start of the fight. Imps really goes berserk here. You know, he gets a lot of auto attacks through, chunks out Lupa. But then Dade on the back end of it is just able to land so much damage with SMLZ. Hiding back, seeing what he can get done. Throws the Q out. Tundi picks up the shutdown, and from there it's just all about Godby. He created the big zone, and that was the only positive things that came through for M3. And we can just talk about how Godby was able to use multiple rotations out spell, dump people out, and just pick up a clean team fight.
Revolting. Godby able to get that death ray across about 3 people, and you can see with that perfect hex core now completed, lots of AP per level, and Godby's got a lot of those levels at the moment.
Certainly does, and moves his score up to 4-0-4, picking up exactly where he left off yesterday. And M3 going from this fantastic early game where they were able to pick up multiple objectives, we keep talking about it, into what is a mid-game slump. And once again, you look and Dade is like, guys, I can't do much more. My positioning has been pretty good this game. I haven't got boots yet, and I'm just trusting myself to be able to stay in the right areas. But when there's a 6-1-4 Vayne and a 4-0-4 Victor now running around the Rift, this late game is going to be incredibly difficult.
Yeah, and I'm really proud of Xiaoxi as well. Able to keep farming his jungle, and he's against 3 smites where it could have been very, very difficult for the jungler of LGD to stay in this game. Especially when he's a sub.
Being able to do so, 2-0-6, you know, they've put more faith. Wow.
Yeah, speaking of faith and Stand United's on top of the Evelyn, trying to mix it up here. Condi super low, hasn't died just yet as Godby's going to finally take him down. Lupa now trying to get in amongst it. Dade pops over the wall, grabs him. Easy as you like. PYL now trying to get some work done, but LGD still in control, but it's a 1-for-1, and Dade keeps picking them off. Acorn finds his way back in, but that's a death sentence. Not quite the way he'd want to make his way into a fight. SMLZ looking to try and get in here. Essence Flux, True Shot Barrage, not going to get him. And Godby and Xiaoxi and Acorn limp away from the fight.
And now Dade wishes he had boots. Not able to find anyone, but able to pick up 2 kills. He's still going.
Oh, that was blind. So incredibly close. Godby misses that one. Is he going to be able to get the kill? No, Dade grabs it back. What the heck?
Triple kill in the end picked up for Dade. Godby maybe with the first display of emotion. I think there was a lip fight in there, so let's take another look here. Dade on the back end. Condi gets picked up relatively early in this fight. He's in no man's land, not able to get anything done, but Dade hops over the wall onto him, picks him up, immediately flashes back to not get chain CC'd. Great lantern from Lupa here keeps him alive, and then Dade with the, not even brown bag, he's got no boots, just able to pick up max range snipe, continues to chase through as Acorn also gets tied up. He doesn't go down here, but in the end, Dade also grabs Godby in a great 1v1 duel.
But it's the dodges from Godby as well. I mean, that was blind into the brush. Godby just moving around exactly right, and just watch it. Dodging out of the first one, dodges out of the second one, then thinks that he can grab the kill, but he would have been on about 1 health, and then Dangerous Game saves him completely.
Yeah, shut down. 500 gold goes over to the AP carry. Now he has some boots, has a Void Staff as well, and Dragon number 3 started up.
Yeah, Dade continuing to be a menace here.
He's doing some real damage right now as well.
Yeah, Void Staff completed for Dade. That is a massive amount of AP for this Ezreal.
And you can see he just committed to the late game build. Doesn't go for the mid game spike that Luden's Echo gives you. This is an unbridged AP Ezreal. I mean, there's no items for the mid game specifically. Morellonomicon, Luden's Echo, all these mid game centric items that are supposed to come through the weak spot. I mean, he didn't even go boots 2 that give you a fantastic mid game spike.
Yeah.
He just committed fully to the late game, and it's coming up huge.
The really scary thing about this as well is the fact that this particular iteration of Ezreal is actually better now in 5.13.
Yeah.
Because Luden's Echo isn't actually in the build, and that was what we sort of changed to stop it being so... Yeah,
so strange reason before gutting it.
Well, we'll see whether, you know, when LPL does get to 5.3, what's going to happen. Whether they're going to skip it completely. Of course, LPL does do that sometimes. You don't see some of the patches. Can be interesting.
This iteration...
Oh, there's the final hour. Imp not going to find any of the skill shots from Dade. Continues to dodge them. There's the Stand United actually on top of him here.
And
POL, has to be very, very careful. Xiaoxi tries to find his way and gets death sentence though. And Dade doing so much work. Love City picks up the kill in the end. Looper, he's going to dive in and die around the backside. Godby death raying his way through here. Acorn shields up Condi. The Chaos Crucible is going to save him for now as the gravity field sucks him in. SMLZ tries to make his way into the fight.
That was another time that LGD, however, committed to a team fight in a choke with really good choke control. If Lupa hadn't gone berserk on the backline there, created a nice zone for himself but wasn't able to survive for long enough, you think that that team fight might have gone very differently.
Yeah, and we're talking about sort of zone control, and I'm looking at both of these squads, and there's a lot of sort of zoning options for both teams. I mean, you've got the, the gravity field from Godby is one of them. Chaos Storm's there as well. I mean, if he manages to get them down in the right positions, not to mention Acorn funneling people into taunt range for multiple taunts, that's an option for LGD. But you're right. I mean, both of these teams look like they want to be doing similar things.
Yeah, it really is the Box and the Echo that will team up on the side of M3. Yeah, exactly right. And then you look at over the other side, they've got Victor, which is the other half of the Venn diagram we generally speak of, but they've also got things like Shen and Evelyn that create these areas that you can't go near as a Twitch champion. But Baron started up.
Yeah, started up here by 3 smites and a Ren. Whoa. LGD looking to come through here, but Godby's nowhere to be seen. Dade finds his way into the fight, and I'm interested to see as to why M3 didn't try and start that one up. They had the advantage.
Love CD was definitely too low. If Lupa had have started tanking out that objective at the start, wouldn't have lost much health. But important teamfight ultimate at this stage, you know, great for trimming waves, but much more important to shoot into champions' heads, expended from Dade.
Dade just going to use it to clear out that wave. Didn't actually use it at all to trim any side waves, just destroying the mid, making sure that that one resets, which it's going to. Imp heading towards the top side of the map. Lots of red dots for LGD.
Double teleport advantage available for LGD. They've got the Stand United and the TP coming through from Shen, so they're very comfortable sending him towards the bottom side of the map.
Spawn.
Hello.
Godby's built a Hextech revolver.
Yep.
He's got 40% CDR.
Gunblade.
Is it a gunblade?
Yep.
Oh my goodness. I knew I loved this player, but I didn't realize quite how much until right now. That's another AP ratio. He doesn't want to get to a point, right?
Where he can't
do enough buttons to
I knew
Dade.
you were going to say that.
He's got another one now. Oh, true shot barrage. Looking for Godby, doesn't find him.
Flank coming through from Xiaoxi.
Yeah,
They
Xiaoxi.
have the ultimate as well on Acorn.
Oh, Xiaoxi actually going to get
him.
spotted by the pink ward. There's the Fate's Call, actually. Xiaoxi going to get spotted out by the scrying orb.
They commit.
Yeah, they're looking for the fight here. POL makes his way in, has popped the ultimate as well. Imp forced to use the flash to get out of the way of everyone. Condi trying to get onto the Bane, but he hasn't been able to just yet. Love City over the wall now. No Fate's Call to get him back in. Look at the death ray damage. Doing some work, but Dade with so much hope. POL gets a multi-knock-up. Look at the Chaos Storm as Lupa's going to get locked down at the same time. Everyone in LGD so incredibly low. Acorn still tanking. Godby locks down 2 kills already. Dade's dead. SMLZ at full health. Godby flashes forward. Condi not going to die by that transport power. Oh my goodness, the phase dive. Almost getting him out. SMLZ the only member with any HP at all. And the teleport coming through from Acorn as well. Xiaoxi is actually stealthed now. And he's
They're going to get out.
Yeah, they're looking for someone, but Xiaoxi can't do enough.
And SMLZ completely untouched on the backline there, but there's just too much presence, not able to go for it. In the end, this is going to be a Baron started up for LGD. SMLZ will spot it, but there's nothing they can do.
Yeah, Lupa doesn't have the teleport here either. LGD just with so much damage onto this Baron as Imp, of course, able to get so much work done. You can see Lupa now making his way in. Hello, Convergence. I feel like we just stepped back in time for a moment.
That was
Fantastic.
Echo ult. 3 seconds.
Big button. Ah, right. Okay, yeah, that was really cute. Okay.
And yeah.
Yeah, got
I'm so disappointed right
Yeah,
now. I
no,
thought
I
that was a
apologize.
beautiful
Well,
explanation for it.
I went for the more subtle version of exactly the same move, and I feel like we just doubled up.
And they just beat our audience over the head with both of
Yeah,
them.
exactly.
It was great.
Will of the Ancients is actually picked up, though, as Godby's going to sell his boots. He wants to grab the sock shoes.
Now I'm sad as well.
I'm really sad. So disappointed. My goodness.
Not mad.
Go M3. No, that's not true. M3, speaking of which, are going to be able to try and lock down their 4th Dragon, but SMLZ is going to get knocked up. P-Whale does have the Unbreakable Will, has popped it now as well, but look at the damage coming out of M3 over the wall. Dade makes his way in. Echo's going to lock down the Dragon. P-Whale very low. Looper's going to die though. And Imp is just doing so much damage, and Godby's ripping people apart.
Yeah, Imp is unkillable right now. He just has so many tools to be able to keep himself alive. Throw a Shen ultimate on top of it, as well as the Mikhails, and he's just not going down in time. And once again, LGD win the team fight.
Yeah, this is my favorite Vayne build as well. He's now going for that Bloodthirster for the double lifesteal, and already is going towards that Banshee's Veil. So things just looking like this Vayne is going to be very, very healthy as this game moves on. And with the double attack speed items already, just tearing people to shreds.
Certainly is. And moving in now on the Nexus turret. Still 2 members up. They need to be careful, but they want to end.
Yeah, Love City is up in another 5 seconds. Acorn's going to get the snap. Oh my goodness, POL locks down the kill. Actually, my goodness, Godby there with that one. SMLZ, gravity fielded in. It just looks like a shockwave. I'm ready to talk about it when Godby throws down that W, but the Nexus, it's going to fall. LGD locking down game 1 against M3 in commanding fashion towards the end there.
Yeah, it certainly was. Really well played later part of the game from LGD. Yeah. Secured double Barons for themselves. Played the map phenomenally and used the Evelyn Shen combo to just start up every team fight they wanted. Take a look at Imp. He had an absolute curler.
Yeah, fantastic
on Vayne coming through there, but Dade
in the shadows
made himself bleed. Even God's bleed, you can see right there.
Well, he played a brilliant Ezreal game, but it was similar story to yesterday. Dade just unable to really get through the rest of the game.
Yeah, and it's just all these things. They didn't have the CC necessary because they took no CC on mid lane and no CC on top. Definitely have to speak about that. SMLZ, once again, underwhelming performance. He came out of so many of those team fights full health, but just hadn't done the work that the rest of the team members had. And when you're looking through on an LGD lineup, the way they play that game, if you don't have 5 members on your team playing phenomenal League of Legends, they're going to beat you 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, it's just what happens. And Shashi, I just want to shout out to him as well, because a lot of the time people have spoken about LGD with the fact that TBQ wasn't necessarily their most performing
jungler you had
player.
to hide.
Yeah, and this time, I mean, Shashi was hiding himself, playing that Evelyn, able to get around the map, but the amount he affected the early game was unbelievable.
Yeah, and I like that you point that out, because LGD lane swap to hide TBQ. This time around, they go into standard lanes. They're the ones that dictate the top side of the map, and they played it phenomenally. They used that Evelyn to really impact the mid lane and then the top lane, and you're exactly right. Maybe they no longer have a jungler that they need to lane swap for.
Well, we'll see whether they can prove that in the next game. Of course, Game 2, LGD versus M3 coming up right after this very short break. ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Alice Anderson. I am with the wonderful Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're here to bring you Game 2 between M3 and LGD. But let's have a little bit of a look back at that previous game because, man, Godv just went completely off one more time, of course, really following through with that momentum from his previous series on Diana, and things looking great for LGD.
Yeah, they certainly are. Coming into that game, you have to think that there's a lot of pressure on LGD to continue to perform because of the new playoff format that we keep talking about. Of course, a gauntlet that needs to be run. Every position you can get on the ladder definitely counts, and they're able to come through with another great performance on the back of their superstar mid laner, 8-1-9, and Godv had a fairly neutral lane against Data, you have to say, but as soon as he got to the team fight stage of the game, just outperformed. Yeah,
I want to throw out another sort of shout out here to Xiaoxi on this Evelyn as well. You can see right here, Godv about to grab that double kill to really turn this exchange around.
Dade kind of had a brain fade, to be honest. He dove over the wall into a Victor, which is a unique decision. Not sure whether he would follow through with the same again. Did you see another team fight around the Dragon Pit this time? This one was just all Godv, able to get in there late, get down a great laser across two members. Then, with the help of the pit, just able to put out all of the zone control and damage. You can see exploding SMLZ, exploding Dade on the back end of that fight. And LGD, staying true to LGD.
Yep, standard Flame. LGD style. Flame going to be in for Game 2. So we'll see whether Flame's going to be able to pick up some more of these carry style top laners, sort of the lane oppression. But as you can see on your screen, hasn't really been what's been happening for LGD in the past. Was relegated to a lot of tanks, a lot of rumble here as well for Flame, but he's definitely stepped up to the role.
Flame has been playing phenomenally. I think that we can safely say that he is no longer a one-dimensional carry top laner that needs to be isolated. Flame has been able to go into lane swaps. In fact, they lane swap with him just as much as they lane swap with Acorn. He can play control mages. I'm excited because it's getting back to carry top lane meta where it is coming through, but he showed that he can play a fantastic Gnar, going all tank in some builds there as well. He's still got the carry potential when he wants to pick up Rumble. So I think Flame is much better rounder than people give him credit for.
I think we might actually sort of be running into the problem where we're stuck in this, like we've given Flame this sort of persona that he's had, but really hasn't been what's been sort of continuing as we've seen him play, especially over last split and this split. We've got to know Flame as more of the sort of Acorn-esque player.
Yeah, definitely agree with you. And you know that he carries across a lot of what Acorn brings. The wave control specifically. Flame has learned how to control waves in exactly the same way. Doesn't isolate himself as much as before. So I honestly, Split 1 preferred LGD to play with Acorn a lot of their games. I was happy when they went into the playoffs that way. But this split, very big question mark for me. I think that Flame fills a pretty good niche on the team right now.
Yeah. And do you think that there's a way to use Flame or Acorn in a way that could possibly benefit either or? Because at the moment, it looks to me like they play a similar style. Where would you use Flame over Acorn, for instance?
So right now, I agree with you. They play an interchangeable style. What I'm excited for, as we move on to next patch especially, is there going to be a time where Flame is able to play not only the tanks but the carries again? Because in that case, he opens up your draft a little bit more than what Acorn would. Acorn, of course, can play some carry top laners himself. He's played a couple of Kennen games even in this year, so not writing him off whatsoever. Of course, Acorn, former Blue, one of my favorite top laners, but we'll have to see exactly how they choose to use him. Right now, if I was up against a team that played 5v5 League of Legends, I would use Acorn. If I was up against a top laner that I felt I needed to shut down, maybe a Flandre, maybe someone like a Looper in the top lane, I would definitely contemplate running Flame in a best of 5 just because I think he is a very solid laner.
Yeah, and it's interesting moving towards 5.13 as well. We might see a few more of those mage top laners that people might be able to carry a little bit more effectively on. We'll see whether LGD do transfer over a little bit more Flame, but of course it is just what they like to do, and we'll see how it works out this game around. Godv, you can see our MVP on your screen. I just want to see something phase him. It just doesn't happen.
I like him the way you are. Do not change, Wayless or Godv. The thing I want to point out as well, and this is something I think that is often misconstrued, we're not saying we're waiting for a carry meta for Flame to necessarily jump on carries. It's his champion pools abuses people that wants to play carry top laners.
Yeah.
He was very famous for playing Kennen and Kayle into people that wanted to play carries and then zoning them off CS. So Flame is very good when the top laner is squishier. Not because he plays squishy top lane as well. I think he's always been a good tank player. It's because when other people play squishy top laners, he wrecks them in lane, which is really impressive.
Yeah, Flame plays more against that meta as opposed to in this sort of tank meta where
I think that's where he's often misunderstood because he's a fantastic carry player. Don't get me wrong, his Kennen was fantastic when you could go double Doran's into...
But Kennen's a bully like that as well.
Haunting guys, yep, he definitely is. But he plays against people that play squishy top laners really well.
Well, we'll see whether he does get to that point. We're getting a little bit ahead of ourselves, as you can see Dade on your screen, ready to get into this next game. Does look a little bit distracted, and we'll see how things go as we move forward. Definitely a lot of love for this Korean mid laner, and he needs the rest of his team to step up around him. Xiaoxi, we'll see how he's going to play this game and whether or not he's going to grab out a new jungler for us.
Yeah, well, he played the Evelynn that game. Certainly had a very good showing for someone that had only played a couple of Rek'Sai games.
Yeah.
Maybe surprised M3 with the proficiency that he was able to show coming into that lineup. And, you know, M3 have their own problems in the jungle. Condi, very up and down. Played Echo, actually wasn't a bad game coming through from Condi, but he's just not able to get in and really boost up the top side of the map the way you would hope him.
Yeah, it's been a bit interesting coming out of Condi as well, because this split, some of M3's sort of best looking games are off the back of Condi playing brilliantly. It just seems to be he's a very polarizing factor of this M3 lineup, and whether or not he does well is largely attributed to how M3 does.
Well, he has champion pool issues. It's as brutal as that. He plays a fantastic Lee Sin, but after that he plays Gragas, and he does play Rek'Sai, but it's just not the same impact that he can have around the Rift. So, you know, with that game, he pulled out Echo. I think it's actually his first game on Echo. Don't quote me on that, but I think it's relatively close to. And
yeah,
he just wasn't able to have the exact same performance as maybe a Kakao would have, or better yet, a Swift would have if he was going to bring that Echo out.
Yeah, and it's really interesting the fact that LGD and M3 sort of both of these teams still have Lee Sin in their topmost played junglers, just because they have, of course, LGD historically had TBQ on the roster. Of course, they know how to play with Lee Sin, know how to play against it. Might have been why Condi didn't decide to bring it out this time around. You can see we are into champion select, though. LGD thinking about their first ban here. You can see interesting bans last time around, but I have a feeling that Kalista might make her way onto the bench this time. Just because it's Imp with first pick. I just don't think that's going to happen.
Definitely is a possibility coming through that. Imp able to pick up a later game carry. We said that he does excel playing mid game carries, but happy to take the Vayne in the last matchup, and it's actually Echo. So LGD disagree with us, think Echo is a ban-worthy champion now against Condi.
Yeah, getting rid of it. M3 going to take away Kalista as their first option here. Flame getting rid of the Rumble, not wanting to play that one. Of course, Lupa plays a decent one as well. Himself. Yeah, it just says, I don't want to play it anymore, guys. We are done. Azir is going to hit the bench. So no Azir coming out of Dade. Does like the Shurima Flame. Interesting. So Flame not going to grab that. Of course, was his most recently played champion, and LGD did okay on it as well. They are going to take away the Gragas, though, and you may think about this hover right now as being, we want to pick up the Gragas for ourselves, but I have a feeling that they're just trying to get it out of the hands of Condi.
Yeah, force him onto an uncomfortable jungle one more time. They've taken away the Echo because he proved that he can play it in the teamfight situation, definitely. So, agreed. Narrow down that champion pool. See if you can force him onto the Lee Sin and then take advantage of it as the game gets towards the 25-30 minute mark.
And you can see Flame was actually having a bit of a grin there. We'll see what is going to come through for LGD as we move down the pick order. But already picking away that jungler means M3 have a few options. Of course, Condi can go back to the Lee Sin if he wants to. We'll see what he decides to do as Lupa considering his options as well.
Rek'Sai is still available as well.
Yeah.
Second most played for Condi. You know, I don't think it is his best champion, but certainly is serviceable taking that one onto the Rift.
Yeah, I haven't been as impressed by his Rek'Sai, but see what he does decide to do. Still loads of options. As Lupa considering Love City's Thresh one more time around. Condi is hovering the Rek'Sai, 2 seconds to go. Does look like that's what M3 wants to take into this Gragas. Very standard matchup here of sort of early pressure junglers, lots of CC, and they can build into some pretty tanky guys as well as Flame. Actually considering going to a horse. We'll see. LGD with 30 seconds to make up their minds.
And you know, Gragas, a lot more pick potential in the mid game, able to get in there and...
Sorry, I just saw a slight grimace on Flame's face when they were hovering the Maokai. Now things are looking okay.
Yeah, now he's happy again. So So what I was going to say is Gragas brings a little bit more pick potential and able to get the flash body slam, knock people back into your team, whereas Rek'Sai, vision control, the map presence that she gives you. Two completely different champions, but it's funny, do the same thing early game, farm the jungle at an incredible rate, keep themselves nice and healthy, and try and impact lanes with their ganks.
Yeah, and you can get there pretty healthily as well, like you were talking about. SMLZ considering a Caitlyn now as the Corki was locked in, banned away in the last series. So Godby has grabbed that one for Imp, so Imp with a lot of power, but SMLZ with the range. And Caitlyn Thresh, it's a pretty disgusting lane, but not necessarily as oppressive as the likes of a Caitlyn Janna, something where Caitlyn can really take over. Stardate once again, Looper hopping on the Shyvana.
So hovered the Gnar there to really see if he could get a counter matchup going into the lane against the Hecarim, but opts for Shyvana yet again, going to take a farm heavy top lane here. You would have to think maybe they're thinking of lane swapping.
Thinking of a lot of different things here. Imp actually considering going over to the Diana that Godby showed a whole lot of carry potential on. Blind picking a Diana though, is that dangerous?
Yes, it is. Melee assassin in the mid lane is not something you generally want to blind pick, but Godby can take that one if he so chooses, and it looks like he wants to.
Yep, so that's his decision. See how that works out as we move in. There's no need to laugh at me, you know. I just needed to ask you whether that was an odd decision to make, because I wasn't sure.
The way Godby covers for it is we saw yesterday. Takes teleport as soon as he has 400 gold, or better yet 500 gold. Backs, teleports back into lane. You're about level 4 at that stage. Picks up a second ring for himself in consumables.
Yep.
And that nullifies the weakness of being a melee laner. As soon as you have double ring, you're incredibly tanky. You take a second point into the W there as well. Means that you can be abusive in how you shove up the lane. It's very hard to gank a double ring assassin.
Well, M3 are just going to grab the Victor here for Dade. He's going to grab that one into the mid lane. Of course, Godby showing that it was a very powerful champion in the last game. Dade has proved himself to be quite the Victor player as well. Of course, as soon as he made his way into the meta, Dade jumped onto that train, and we'll see how it goes against the Diana. But Diana not necessarily known to be strong until that level 6, until that Lunar Rush really gets in there so you can close the distance.
And they've got a good 1-3-1 split push on the side of LGD. They've got Hecarim in the top lane with teleport, Diana mid lane with teleport. Matching one with Shyvana is going to be an option, but matching them both is going to be incredibly difficult. Maybe they give some extra farm over onto the Rek'Sai just so he can hold a turret and try and siege up with their Caitlyn and Victor and shove down waves. But it's going to be a difficult task to, I guess, ask a jungle Rek'Sai to stand up against a mid Diana.
Yeah, that is going to definitely be tough, and we'll see whether the turret is going to be enough to help him out as far as that's concerned. But
last night it wasn't.
No, that's the problem here. And the fact that you want to be building that Zhonya's Hourglass so early on as well is going to be a problem.
And actually, last night I think that Godby went with Nash's Tooth as his item. Yeah, so he went double Duran's Ring, Boots, and Nash's Tooth. So went a little bit more of an attack speed split pushing build, which is why I bought it up, because now with the 1-3-1 available and a very good duelist build, Nash's Tooth in a 1v1 situation means you proc that passive so much more often. And he was able to use it in team fights to proc double passive and then jump back in, as that guy just got denied. Meant that he was blowing people up. At least he had a chuckle about it afterwards.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. You got to shake it off, you know? Don't.
Story of my life.
Okay, good. Oh, my goodness.
You thought I was going to say that, didn't you?
Yeah, I did. I definitely did, and it would have been a big problem here for us. The desk would have been an uncomfortable place. The game not quite in just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Slight issue as far as getting onto the Rift is concerned. So still hanging around, still waiting for this one to happen. That's why we're talking about Taylor Swift.
To sing.
Yeah, still waiting for you to shake it off. It's absolutely fine. I'm not even sure what we were talking about anymore, but I very much like the consistent damage Diana build. I like that one a lot. Of course, you do a lot more damage to turrets as well because you can proc that passive so much more often.
Exactly right. I know you like it because I see far too many Sated Devour and Nash's Tooth Dianas.
But there's no need to bring it up, okay?
But, of course, this is not that patch, so thank goodness we won't see it coming through there. And I'm of mixed minds. I honestly like Diana as a teamfight starter for your teams. Her ultimate is so far range, especially when you get towards a level 11, 16 and on a low cooldown, that if you go Zhonya's and you dive onto a priority target with a flank, get that Moonfall, and really CC everyone up, you can start off some brilliant team fights for yourself. So I respect Diana as a split pusher. I think she's actually one of the better team fighting assassins that we have in the league, and maybe underutilized in that area.
Yeah, and you can also, once you have that Zhonya's Hourglass, it's very similar to a lot of these other sort of mid lane sort of carries that really want to get in amongst it. And I'm thinking the likes of sort of a Vladimir or Lissandra of old. Of course, God be playing that one.
She reminds me of Lissandra or TF. Even.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
Dive into the back line, get people stunned up, get the slow coming through there. Of course, it's not a stun. It's like a movement display. It's like Shockwave.
Yep,
and then get the slow and then Zhonya's.
Yeah, and you can see we are going through the lineups now. Godby taking the Diana into the Victor, like we've been talking about for the last little while. But let's move to the bottom side of the map. Imp has picked up the Corki into the Caitlyn. Of course, Caitlyn was picked afterwards, so SMLZ deciding that that's going to be his best option. PWL once again on the cow, as Love said, he's going to pick up the Thresh this time as well. So both of our supports feeling pretty comfortable where they were in the last game. But you have an interesting opinion about Corki into the Caitlyn as far as the matchup is concerned.
I actually think Corki beats Caitlyn in a lot of the 2v2 lanes. Just able to trade well with burst damage, and it's hard to zone after level 6 because of the rocket.
Yeah, it does get difficult, but we are going to get onto the Rift. Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the Rift for Game 2, LGD versus M3. And yeah, Spawn has just collapsed onto the table now, just because I get a little bit keen to talk about getting onto the Rift.
Just jump the gun there a little bit, Atlas. You can't do that. But, oh, Flame Looper, the horse versus the dragon. Here we go.
Yep, mystical animal battle already won by Looper because, of course, horses exist. Burnout actually doing a whole lot of work. So burning out better than rampaging.
But in the same sense that horses actually exist, human females exist as well.
Oh yeah, but she can be a dragon.
Well, he's half a man.
Well, Connie's going to discover Flame here, who doesn't have Flash. Remember that. PWL makes his way over there. Double knockups to come in, but first blood already over to Dade on M3's side. It's going to be answered here as Looper falls down. Both of the top laners dead already, but there's the Dark Passage. And M3 going to disengage. So 100 gold, the lead in that trade for M3.
They get the first blood onto Dade, who goes back and grabs a second ring. So the mid lane going to be a little bit more oppressive this time for Godby. However, Corki gets a quick start, can go back, grab a longsword if he chooses, get into the bottom lane, and try and wreak havoc, but it doesn't look like he wants to. The lane swap coming through. Yeah,
lane swap has already happened here. SMLZ actually going to help Condi out here, taking down this red buff.
Of course, you can do that because your support player is going to freeze for you, as Looper wants to steal this.
Yeah, there is vision for both sides, actually. Looper was discovered, but Xiaoxi and PWL hanging around in here.
Oh, he missed it.
Yep, Xiaoxi able to actually
But he's going to get a little... So Xiaoxi denied level 2 by Looper because he stole the little...
Cinderling.
Cinderling. I knew the answer to that. It's a question. He stole a Cinderling, and you see already Dade stacks the wave up, looking to deny Godby some CS. Needs to be careful of the double knockup gang.
Godby, does have level 2. So that Pale Cascade is there, just to make sure that he's got the shield. Dade with the 2 Doran's rings, though, like you were talking about.
Flame? Flame, no.
What the heck is that Sentinel doing there? Bit of a visual issue.
Maybe.
This particular game. Maybe. Unless he was just hanging out.
No,
oh, there he is. Pop back. Thank goodness.
Belly bopped back into reality. Oops, there goes gravity. Oh, goodness.
Oh, my.
Gracious.
Okay, went from Taylor Swift to Eminem. I don't know which direction we're going right now.
Forward, onward and upwards.
Yeah, definitely correct. Scuttle Crab is going to be taken down here as Looper and Condi making their way around the jungle as well.
And we said that Godby wanted to get the early shot to get the second ring. He hasn't been able to because generally Diana does a very good job of shoving up the lane with her shield and auto attacks. Hard to break through without the AP. Of course, Dade has the extra AP there in the form of the second Doran's ring, so having a much better time shoving in this Diana right now, although has been ganked.
Yeah, there's the headbutt pulverized. Godby coming in. They've got a lot of creeps, but it doesn't matter. Gravity Field going to get a double stun here as PWL just trying to auto attack him to death. The cow grabs the third kill of the game. Dade, there's a semblance of a smirk on his face right now.
He legitimately is like, this happened 40 minutes ago, and I paid no attention to it.
Well, Godby pretty happy with the assist now. 4 CS behind, able to head back to base and grab himself, like you've been talking about for quite some time, that extra ring.
And has teleport to be able to get back into the lane a little bit quicker. See whether he is willing to burn that cooldown.
Isn't. Just understands that Dade, he's walking back as well.
Wants to meander back into lane.
Casual stroll. LPL just going to pulverize some stuff. Just the cow-horse combo. Farmyard bottom lane. For LGD doing some work. SMLZ working these headshot procs in to make sure he's got as much damage as he can onto these two, so he doesn't get dived or anything like that.
We don't have a Hillbilly Gragas to complete the farmyard.
Oh my goodness, old McDonald Gragas. Dana not going to get Death Raid, but Dade, M3 looking to return the favor here in the mid lane to LGD.
This is going to be
Oh my goodness, there's going to be so many people here. Dade, Xiaoxi is going to get the slow with the barrel. There's the gravity field. Xiaoxi's getting it turned around on him as POL tries to get the knock-up, does get it on multiple people. Xiaoxi in there as there's the flayback. Flame making his way through as well. So much damage actually as the horse comes in. There's a 3-man knock-up one more time. So much CC available for everyone as the Moonfall did come out from Godby. Trying to turn this one around, trying to get as many procs of anything as he possibly can. As we saw, it was only Condi falling down and everyone having a laugh about it.
Yeah, so in the end, Flame able to grab a kill off the back end of that trade. 1 for 1, I think, was what occurred.
Look, I'm not sure
in
what
the end.
happened. I don't know. Look, yep.
Yeah, 1 for 1. I'm going to say jungle has died.
Yeah, good.
And top lane has picked up the kill. Very good. Detective.
You're fantastic at this spawn. Dade grabbing himself another assist though. Godby missing a cannon creep there. Disappointing stuff.
But has been able to claw his way back into the lane with equalizing CS.
Yeah.
Now going to look to get some deep vision, maybe a Raptor camp for himself.
He can grab the extra health as well out of taking this tunnel down. Has to commit a lot in order to take down the big Raptor. Condi just trying to sense some tremors around here. Does find Xiaoxi.
Sense some tremors.
He's got tremor sense. What else does it do?
He's got relentlessly pursues.
They're going in. One. Yeah, Love City looking for the distance. Dade's here as well. Xiaoxi's going to get Death Raid. Dade tried to lock down the kill, but Condi, he's going to grab it for himself. Not enough damage with that auto attack proc from the Q. And M3 still managing to take some names, but the gold is so close.
Fantastic use of what Rek'Sai brings to a team comp there from Condi. Able to use the tremor sense to sense some tremors in the ground, as you so aptly pointed out, and pick up an isolated kill on the jungler. Went for the Sightstone as well to just ensure that the vision was there, and really well played.
Yeah, it's nicely done. LGD going to move the lanes back towards this bottom side as well, probably considering Dragon timings and what M3 wants to do around that neutral objective, but see how they go as far as this Corki into the Caitlyn matchup is concerned.
Yeah, Wave's pushing back, so Corki doesn't even have to extend anything right now. As you can see, he can just farm creeps from a distance with rockets, and this is why I don't mind the matchup too much, because Corki has a lot of options once level 6 is being ready.
See Xiaoxi full vision of M3, but he is able to lock down that red buff. Condi does know exactly where his opponent is. Oh, SMLZ might be caught out. Love City, though. He's going to die. Imp grabs the kill. Yordle Snap Trap going to mean that they can't grab the Caitlyn, but easy 2v2 kill here on the bottom side of the map.
And now they're sending Xiaoxi in as well, seeing whether they can pick up a double. Instead, they just push SMLZ off turret, and you can't win a lane as Caitlyn in a 2v2 situation. Things have gone bad early.
Yeah, had the BF sword as well. That was only the phage out of Imp. Not a lot of extra damage from that one. Of course, you want the Sheen if you want to be really trading well. Dade, he's going to be discovered, rocketed by Imp as well, just to let him know that he was there.
Dade's fishing for the ward. He wants to know whether it's in the brush or whether it was around the corner. So you can see he's walking repetitively back over and forth where he thinks it is, just to make sure through body language that that is where the ward is.
Oh, okay. So based on how his sort of opponents are reacting in the lane.
So as soon as he walked around the corner, they kind of walked back up. He walks back and they back off again. He's like, hey, there's a ward here.
Or my opponents are yo-yos. Not entirely sure.
like, I have no idea what that has to do with anything. Yo-Yo makes a little bit more sense.
It wouldn't have made any sense at all, but I guess I could understand if you were thinking that I was going to say something like that. Dade going to continue to farm out this wave, though. Is behind in farm at the moment.
That cannon creep was proving more resilient than others.
The horse versus just a lady here in the top side of the map. As Flame's
big
able to
CS
rampage
discrepancy right now for Flame. Getting that helicopter going has been able to pick up a lot more CS.
Yeah, and actually Flame took the Ignite as well, so no Smite to come through. Not going to be having that Cinder Hulk earlier on. Not going for sort of the tanky build early, although he has a Spectre's Cow. So interesting. Normally we see the Trinity Force first out of this particular summoner choice.
Wow.
Oh, there's the flash body slam onto Dade. Godby's going to moonfall him back. Forced to use the flash, but Lunar Rush. It was there. Xiaoxi.
Got him.
Is he going to get killed? I have no idea.
No.
No, not going to happen. Not going to die just yet.
Yeah, Dade getting picked on in the mid lane. After getting a very early first blood, hasn't been able to translate that into anything because Xiaoxi has been all over the lane.
Yeah, and Godby actually donated the Scuttle Crab there as well. Probably wanted as much gold as possible to grab that Nash's Tooth as early as he can, but we're going to see it again.
Yeah, so Godby dives in, makes sure that it has the ultimate reset. Xiaoxi with a great ultimate back, delivers into Godby. And Dade burns both summoner spells, the ultimate as well. But not able to live.
Yeah, Godby actually hasn't been able to pick up any of these kills just yet. See whether he can grab some as this game goes.
23 CS advantage, however. So
I think it'll be okay.
Sure, he's okay.
Lupa trying to flame breath these creeps away from the turret as Flame's just relentlessly pushing forward.
Teleport available for Flame. Lupa not for Flame.
Yeah, Yordle Snaptrap is going to stop Godby from making his way in, but SMLZ already taken down to 400 health. Love City, he's going to fall down as Imp grabs that kill. Lunar Rush back in again. Moonfall's going to lock down SMLZ. Double kill for Imp as Lupa and Condi trying to take down Flame. Hasn't got the ultimate anymore, just used it to try and get out. There's the Prey Seeker. They are going to have to try and dive this one as the Ignite's down onto Lupa. He's going to die. That's a 1-for-1 trade. Tower goes down the bottom side, and Flame's pretty proud of himself.
So I'd love to see a replay of that because I think Lupa actually baited the ultimate by teleporting in sight, and then Flame dove in to try and stop it, and the jungler was waiting there to counter gank it. However, can't be sure. That's just me doing a little bit of a detective work from how the ultimate was on cooldown. LGD pick up first dragon.
Yeah, so multiple plays around the map, and going 1-for-1 in that trade was fantastic as well on the side of LGD. They grabbed the first dragon, 19,000 gold to 16 as well. 3,000 gold is the lead, of course. So M3 going to need to do some work, and this isn't the early game that we saw out of them last game.
Certainly is not. Haven't been able to grab any advantage whatsoever. Already a 3,000 gold lead. Turret and dragon taken by LGD. And 0-0-5. Gotta be doing the best he can to get the rest of the map going.
Probably not intentionally. He probably would have liked some of those kills.
Benefit of the doubt, man. He's a nice man. God be giveth. I'm sure he'll take it away as well at the end of this game.
That's a good point. Well, SMLZ does need to be careful as Flame doesn't have the ultimate just yet. But Dade, speaking of which, going to lock down Godby for a moment, but there's the Lunar Rush. Descens comes through.
Wow.
There's the Dark Passage as well. Dade still in trouble, but is going to lock down the kill. And Love City, right place, right time. Lupa, a little bit worried about the 3 people hanging out under his turret, as Imp's going to be able to lock down the kill. POL's going to eat himself a tunnel to grab a little bit of health back, and Godby hopes that he can actually lock down this red buff.
Yeah, you say Lupa looked worried, but he was just farming creeps even with 3 people. Xiaoxi counter jungles away a red buff, second of the game that he's been able to pick up. And right now, LGD just have every answer around the map.
Yeah, LGD really doing some work this time. Flame is going to try and take away his own red buff, but Condi's looking like he's going to be able to steal that one away. Flame with no smite, not going to be able to lock that one up. And SMLZ able to get some free time with the turret.
Yeah, so hopefully M3 able to knock down a turret here, because it has been a very accelerated game on the side of LGD. You can see Trinity Force already finished up. Nash's Tooth already finished up there. They're the ones with the completed items against components only. Imp.
Yeah, Imp needs to be very careful here. Dade with a lot of burst damage. Imp, no mana left over.
Dade had the ghost. Chooses not to burn it to see if he can stay in range.
We're not going to get
Flash
there.
was still available.
so probably wasn't going to be able to lock himself down to kill.
But this is what they need to do as... Wow, Xiaoxi.
Yeah, explosive cast just to try and get the minions away from the turret is going to work for a couple of seconds, but M3, they do manage to lock that one down, take down the outer turret. First one
rotating
in
top
the mid
lane.
lane.
This is really crisp play out of M3 right now. Understanding where they are on the map, that they've just sent back the AD carry who has all the mid-game pressure, not actually going to commit because they find a stray blue buff on the side of the map, but you can see exactly what they were going for.
Yeah, LGD looking to try and close in, but POL maybe a little bit early here. Lovecity going to get knocked up, but there's Unbreakable Will. POL, can he stay alive for long enough? Flame, there's the onslaught of Shadows. Looper delivered to the team. Not quite the member they want, but he's going to take down SMLZ. Chaos Storm just moving around a little bit aimlessly here in the middle of the fight as Gravity Field zoning away the members of LGD. POL flashes over the wall. Oh, Dade follows in though. Death Ray is going to be pretty aptly named in this situation as Imp, he's trying to do a whole bunch of work. Looper walks over the makeshift equalizer as Imp trying to do the best that he can to grab the kill, but the shutdown goes to Looper, and Dade, he now has to deal with the two tanky members of LGD.
He's like, Looper, come back! Looper's like, I am out of here, buddy. 4 for 3, LGD's favor.
Yeah, Flame able to lock down that last kill. 13-8 now the kill score. 3,600 gold now the lead for LGD. Flame's had a great time on this horse. Grabbed the Spectre's Cowl as the first one just to make sure he can lane against Looper, and now he's going towards the Trinity Force.
Yeah, so has been also able to pick up Ninja Tabby for himself. Make sure that he's durable against both the auto attacks coming out of SMLZ, doing absolutely nothing again this game. And we keep going back to it, but Corki, Trinity Force, Boots 2, as well as a Bilgewater Cutlass against not even Boots 2 and the makings of Infinity Edge right now. SMLZ is in the biggest power drop of his life, and Imp is loving League of Legends today. He is like, it is a great day on Summoner's Rift. I got my towel, you know.
Yep.
What a beautiful day. Birds are chirping, sun shining.
I think you've painted us the picture. I like it a lot. But no, he's definitely had a great time, and it hasn't necessarily been Imp getting focused out this time around, as he did manage to get taken out by Looper towards the end, but he'd already done his job. Got all the tanks incredibly low, ready to get destroyed.
So Looper, the only surviving member last time, we'll have to see whether he can continue to have some good showings on this mid-game Shyvana. Of course, should be quite strong right now, but the whole of the M3 lineup, you just feel how behind. Oh,
yeah, there's the explosive cast. Belly Bop going to work there as well as SMLZ looking to try and get there, but Moonfall's going to get him away from the Lantern, and Godby just pops in to pick up a kill.
Yeah, first kill of the game for Godby. Had been relentlessly feeding beforehand, 0, 2, and 6, but finally picks one up for himself.
Relentlessly feeding the rest of his team kills, I think is what you meant, right?
Of course not. Godby bad player, Imp God.
You're off the edge. He's off the edge, guys. Oh, looking for it. Not able to get some damage back onto Imp. Death Ray going to find him as well, but POL just missing that one a little bit. By a little bit, I mean not finding it at all.
But only has to expend ultimate to be able to scroll back through, so not really much expended, and Godby going to be able to chunk out this turret. You mentioned the turret taking ability that comes through with the Nash's build. You can see it right there.
Yeah.
Oh, love to see who wants it.
Yeah, he's looking for a death sentence. There's the double crescent slash. Oh, flash into the flay. There's the knockup from the Unburrow. Boxes down. Godby has to be very careful, but Love CD just going to get it turned around at him. POL's here. Flame's going to teleport in. There's the big one from Imp around the side. They take the dragon in the meantime as M3, they're turning it around. Double kill for Looper immediately. Dade turning up in the nick of time. Imp so close to dead. Prey Seeker even more damage. Oh, is he going to get there? Xiaoxi's going to lock it down. There's the smite for the kill. As Gondi comes in and grabs it.
And so much damage coming out of Dade's Victor there. Delivers the double kill across to Looper. Surprised, actually, it's only 18 minutes, so I'm not very surprised they didn't beeline towards Baron because it is still an infant in the ground.
Yes. Not going to happen this time. Minute and a half, Spawn.
But let's take another look at that fight. So Godby gets collapsed on, picks up the first kill pretty much 1v2, but then Looper on the back line. This is what we're talking about, the huge ultimate that came across. Gave the immediate double, and then Imp is just sought after. He is a rare commodity right now, this AD carry, and they do not want to let him get away. Burn both summoner spells. Good body block came through there from Xiaoxi. Made sure that both the flash and the smite had to come through. And I cannot believe it either.
Yep, I understand. I understand. That was in fact our face.
We are empathetic.
Emphasis on the pathetic. As Flame is going to make his way towards the top side of the map. Imp locking himself down a red buff. Those M3 are around this Baron area. 30 seconds until that one's finally available on the map. Double Randu and Zoman for M3's tanky members.
Sort out once again in his jungle, going to counter jungle away another blue buff. Here is M3.
Yeah, the double smite. Able to...
Do need to be careful because there is a Dodgy with teleport available, but he wants to take a turret instead.
Yep, Abyssal Scepter is picked up by both of our mid laners. Abyssal Scepter and the Natural Food. Pretty decent combo for Godby. He wants to be getting right into the faces of everyone.
And it looks like this is what they're going with. They're trying to stop the split push right now with Condi. So we'll have to see whether that Condi is able to stand up to them. Although Xiaoxi, looked at Baron there. That is a very cute combo if they're able to start that one off with Flame especially.
Yeah, not going to just yet. Flame looking to finish off that Zeal on his way towards the Trinity Force. Very close to that, about 800 gold until he has that big item. Now with the Home Guard boots as well. Teleport, I believe, halfway done as far as that cooldown is concerned. Grabs his Trinity Force. And this Hecarim definitely moving towards his power points right now.
The whole of the LGD lineup are going to be 3 completed items for Imp on this back. You see the needlessly large rod picked up for Godby right now. And SMLZ is still in the trough. 0, 3, and 4. Yet to finish up Boots 2. Hasn't got the Phantom Dancer coming through as of yet. Any of the members, any of the carries, maybe even Xiaoxi, finds SMLZ at this part of the game, he's dead.
Well, Flame looking to grab him. Devastating charge has been popped. Doesn't want to dive it. Doesn't know where anyone else is. So Flame just going to head back towards the minions and continue shoving out this wave. It is going to be Godby on the top side of the map. Does have teleport available. Can get around wherever he wants. Love City now walking over a ward.
To the split push.
Yep. SMLZ making his way back towards the lane as well. Oh, God, tagged by one of these rockets. Big one comes through. Actually gets a lot of extra damage down on the Victor. Him continuing to do work now with the Blade of the Ruined King. You were talking about the fact that this LGD lineup able to pick up a bunch of items very recently. Certainly able to. That 4,000 gold lead translated into items very well for this squad right now.
Certainly has Looper baiting his own blue buff right now, seeing whether he can get anything done. But the problem is Godby's on the top side of the map, unanswered. He's going to be able to take all of the health of the turret probably in the time it takes anyone to get up there.
Look at the passive. So much damage. I think Boon Touch Blade? Something like that? Not entirely sure. Don't quote me on that.
No one else knows, so you can just play it.
Don't think so.
From this day 4.
I have a feeling you can mouse over it in game. Oh no, I've given it away. 5,000 gold though the lead here for LGD. They're continuing this one out. SMLZ taking as much as he can on the bottom side, but Flame's already there to eat that one up.
And M3 probably needs to give away the next dragon. I'm just looking at how much power is coming through here. Probably another completed item relatively soon for Godby. He's gone back and finished his boots as well.
Do you think this is a game where Mercury's Treads would have been a decent option?
On Godby?
Yeah.
He's just doing true damage to so many of the carries.
Ah, the fact that they had to build so much armor.
Yeah, exactly right, coming through there, and they haven't had the chance to finish up the likes of a Locket, something like that, to be able to shut him down. And honestly, Merc Tread's in team fight situation, definitely. Right now, Godby's just split pushing, so Sword Boot's probably a better option.
Yeah, just wants to do as much damage as he can. Xiaoxi is going to be able to lock down that one as he is discovering wards, but wants to kill Condi. That's the more important option.
Flame hit the brakes there. Go quick and then just stopped immediately. So yeah, as I said, this is probably just needs to be a 4 for the Dragon coming through right now from M3. They're 5,000 gold behind. You look at the relative power coming through, especially on the AD carries. Also the top laners right now. Flame has the Trinity Force, has the makings of the Spirit Visage coming through there against just Saranju and Zoman and the Cinderhulk. Blade of the Ruined King, Trinity Force against just Zeal and the Infinity Edge. Unless there's a huge headshot crit to start this one off against him, going to be a difficult objective to contest it, trying to trade it for the top turret.
Yeah, not to mention M3 not having a lot of wards around. Nice cheeky one around the back of the pit, though. Looper can teleport in and make a difference. But remember, double teleports from LGD means that they can have both of their solo laners there at any point. And Flame's not even wasting that time. He's just hanging around here already.
Yeah, but all of a sudden, all of the map control is in LGD's hands. M3 have to force right here. And they have. They've pulled out the Dragon.
Yeah, the rockets are coming over the top from Imp. He may be out of position. There's the double belly bop as the flashback from... Oh my goodness, everyone just getting bouncy castles. In comes Godby. Moonfalls around. Imp's just playing frontline Corky right here. Flashes after Condi. Godby Luna rushes over the edge. And Looper, the last man standing, getting delivered to the carries. Xiaoxi's starting these fights so beautifully for LGD, and this is going to mean Baron.
Certainly is, and M3, you just have to question what they were doing in that position. Flash is available for Xiaoxi, able to deliver Dade, the only real threat left on the M3 lineup, into the waiting hands of all of the team. Burns both summoner spells, ultimate can't get away, gives away Baron. When all they had to do was give up Dragon, all of a sudden 10,000 gold is the lead. Let's take another look at it. And M3, they force this objective, and Dade just gets absolutely demolished. Nothing he can do against that engage coming through. PYL splashes a wall, gets a beautiful headbutt pulse combo, and then Imp and Godby just tear house.
Yep, everyone just gets obliterated. Condi has to get back in, gets slowed down by the Moonfall as well. And you can see Xiaoxi just wanders away. He gets down low, used his health completely as that tanky man's resource. And I've been so impressed by this new jungler for LGD.
Yeah, certainly has. He seems to fit the MO in a terrific way. Able to get a lot of the fights started where I guess we were hesitant about TBQ's early game.
Yeah.
Xiaoxi is able to come through, put a little early pressure. 2-2 and 10 again.
Oh my
Having
goodness.
a great game, you know. Rek'Sai a couple of games. Now he picked up the Evelyn onto the Gragas. Showing up huge for LGD.
Yeah, things looking good. Better even than his Rek'Sai games that he showed us before. So Baroned up minions now heading down the lanes. LGD looking to try and put some pressure down. Want to grab at least a couple of turrets from this one. But look at the items that have come down. Flame now has that Spirit Visage. Cute little cloth armor in there as well.
They're going again.
Yeah, they're looking to try and start something else. Xiaoxi's going to get locked up, but takes no damage at all. Condi actually almost dies from his initiation attempt, and Godby's going to take down an inhibitor turret. Flames pushing in the top lane. So much damage from this Diana. There is no answer from M3. They're now coming over.
The answer is to sack the mid lane. Imp able to take another turret. Now he's working on a second base turret. M3 have no idea how to respond.
Yeah, not enough damage out of Dade as well, as Imp's actually going to get that one curved through onto him. Ace in the hole doing a bit of damage to the Corky, but Godby's still pressuring this inhibitor on the bottom side. Yeah, Flame's going to be pressuring the top side. Trinity Force is no joke coming out of this Hecarim. And M3 have no idea who to pressure. Where are they going to do this? Inhibitor falls down in the mid lane. Godby going to grab the one on the bottom side. That is going to be top lane now. Everyone able to converge. 3 inhibitors down all at once for LGD. And M3 are just suffocating this game. Xiaoxi now going to get caught by the death sentence. No one really cares here because M3 unable to kill him at all. And Godby just takes it to the Nexus turrets now. Condi wants to start something, not going to be able to. Loop up. There's the onslaught of shadows from Flame. Dade gets delivered. Xiaoxi locks down the kill. M3 under their own Nexus turrets are getting obliterated. Imp able to take down Condi. Xiaoxi finally falls down. SMLZ walks into it. My goodness, the phosphorus bomb damage from Imp is just so huge. Flame somehow survives the wrath of the Nexus laser. And the super Baroned up creep's going to be able to take down this Nexus. And LGD, this is what we were expecting. This is the second game yesterday against Snake as opposed to the first.
Yeah, come through in emphatic fashion and completely obliterate M3, who are now 0-4 in the last couple of games. Definitely not what they were looking for, but Imp, he's all smiles, picks up the 3 points, moves them a little bit closer towards that third spot that they really want to secure by the end of this split. And that was beautiful League of Legends.
Fantastic.
A horrible call coming through from M3 to start it off, but credit to LGD. They're the people that got themselves in that position, put so much pressure on, weren't able to get the Caitlyn out of the power rut, and Imp and Godby just taking over.
Completely ridiculous. And this is exactly what we were talking about at the beginning of this series. When we were leading up to this, we were wondering what LGD were going to do. And you spoke about the fact that LGD often play so well from ahead. They're able to just close out their games clinically. It wasn't what we saw yesterday against Snake in the first game. They weren't able to use that style. But this, we saw a poor Dragon attempt from M3 get punished by the game being taken from out of under.
Exactly right. And, you know, we talk about Vici as a team that plays the map well, but they slow play. LGD play the map just as well, but they fast play, meaning that if you give them anything, they immediately try and take the maximum. Is it riskier? Of course. Does it bite them sometimes, like in the Snake game? Yeah, it's going to. But when they get teams like that, games like that, just looks like they're going to be unstoppable, and a very well won 0-2 series there for LGD.
Yeah, incredibly well played, and we'll see whether LGD can carry this through. Picking up 3 points is a huge deal. You mentioned it already, but LGD want to try and get to that top spot, and we're not going to see very much sort of out of them this time as far as the experimental play that we saw at the end of the last split, given the gauntlet style of playoffs that we're going to be running into now.
You look at the third spot, it just looks so important right now. It looks like EDG and Xiaogu are going to be nearly impossible to budge out of the two spots, just because it's so hard to 0-2 them. They take splits against nearly everyone or beat them to get the 3 points. But LGD, if they can claw their way up to contest with the Snakes, the OMGs, the IGs, all the people in front of them right now, it's definitely going to mean a good thing for their playoff run. They did it in spring. Looks like they're moving back towards that in summer.
Yeah, things looking fantastic for LGD as we move forward. And M3, they're going to need to try and work a little bit harder to try and get themselves together. SMLZ just not looking like he had his sort of play in it today.
Yeah, well, they already made the call. You know, they had Candy. He was their starting AD carry. They moved in SMLZ. Seems that hasn't been working because Dade and, to a lesser extent, Looper are just stuck on this island with two really good facilitators. I believe in Condi as a jungler. I think Love CD can do the right thing. They just don't have a legitimate second threat.
Yeah, it's a little bit unfortunate. But, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break. But when we get back, Snake are going to be taking on OMG for our final matchup of the LPL for this week. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I am Max Ellis Anderson. This is Jake Spawn Tiberi, and we're about to get into Snake versus OMG. But before that, we just want to recap just for a moment on LGD versus M3. LGD really looking good in that last series.
Yeah, certainly didn't. You know, they picked an earlier spiking team. They had an Ignite on their Hecarim, so he was a little bit stronger early game. They had the mid laner, Diana, very good at every point of the game, but especially good once she picks up that first item, becomes a split-pushing threat, the way that Godvie plays. And then Corki excels right past Caitlyn in that mid-game, and that's exactly what you saw. A game where LGD were able to accelerate even after they gave away First Blood, and then dominate the map to the point that the scaling that was going to come through from M3 just never got there because they weren't able to keep up with the fast-paced push.
Yeah, and LGD able to make sure that they could get the best out of a bad situation in that early stage. The fact that Flame did get caught out, he was over the wall, looked like he was a goner. Then PYL just flashes straight over the wall, gets the double knock-up, and look, they lose First Blood, but they trade 1-for-1, still managed to keep themselves relevant.
Yeah, I like that you say look like a goner and then he was definitely a goner, but in that sense, they definitely did make a worthwhile trade because what happened is the Corki picked up that kill all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Imp goes to the lane, has a much bigger advantage, able to use that to start pushing this Caitlyn around, and you could see, as soon as it got into a 2v2, they initially lane swapped, they came back when they had Phage versus the BF sword, and Corki just straight up killed the support. There's nothing Caitlyn can do because she's not going to chunk through an Alistair. She's a Caitlyn. She's very good at poking people down and whittling people down in lane, but that was never the case. This explosive burst damage that just comes out of Corki at that stage of the game. Once you get the big ones, once a couple of points are in the phosphorus bomb, just made it way too hard for SMLZ and Love CD to do anything in that lane. And I really think that teams are identifying that as a weak point of M3 right now and tearing them apart for it.
Yeah, it is what's happening. And Love City got whichever support he wanted to last series as well. The fact that he managed to pick up Thresh both times, that was what he opted for. They picked that one up when the likes of Alistair, when Nautilus, all the sort of champions that you could otherwise play in that role, but just wasn't able to make anything happen there for his team. Yeah,
certainly did. You know, his second most played is Janna coming through there. Didn't elect to go for that. They could have definitely used some additional peel. But I want to see who they give MVP to, because honestly, I can't go past Xiaoxi, the jungler there. He started so many team fights in incredible fashion. PYL or Xiaoxi for me need to get this, and it is going to be PYL. He was the other man that really was able to get in there. Good flash headbutt pulverize to start off a couple of team fights. Xiaoxi would be sitting there scratching his head. Maybe they don't have his name or a graphic produced yet for him.
Yeah, well, PYL played that game like an events coordinator. He was just moving his bouncy castle around wherever it was needed, setting it up and creating
things. There. He hits it and then delays just a second before pulving to make sure that it's maximum duration coming through there. Able to get the slap. This was beautiful. Xiaoxi starts it all up, but the flash into the immediate headbutt pole on all of those members just secured that team fight. Dade dies within the burst, and Imp just goes berserk.
Yeah, he valked right over that whole team fight to kill SMLZ out of nowhere.
The Valkyrie damage.
Yeah, the equalizer, like you were about to say,
The Valkyrie damage onto everyone else. And you know, that was honestly a beautiful game of League of Legends to watch. If you want to go back and watch a team that is exactly on the same page, with multiple languages, with their new jungler, and completely tear apart what is a good M3 lineup.
Yeah.
I'm not sold that M3 is done just yet. I think that they do have something left in the tank, but that was beautifully played by LGD.
Yeah, M3 might need to work out some kinks, but they're definitely still a top contender, and they were hanging around sort of the upper end of sort of the mid-range of teams here in the LPL. They're by no means a pushover, and after LGD's sort of rough start to the split, they're looking brilliant moving up. And look, comparing them to M3 just shows exactly how much improvement they've had.
Yeah, certainly do. And I like that we have this next matchup coming in, because this is now third versus fourth. And, you know, we said that maybe QG and EDG are out of reach for LGD, especially because they went 0-2 against EDG on Friday night. But right now, you have to look at Snake and OMG as the next two big targets. OMG, they looked human against EDG in Demacia Cup, but then came through and completely demolished M3. And Snake, they were able to sneak a win off LGD.
Yeah, Snake sort of coming up with the victory against LGD, but it looked like that game was sort of in control of the LGD squad. Godvie also able to go completely ballistic on the Diana in that series at the same time in their second game, but it was a little bit of a worry for Snake as far as that series went.
Yeah, it certainly was, you know, and coming through here, Snake need to look. They're starting Martin, I believe, at the moment over Crystal, and he's a much more diverse AD carry in there. Crystal, much more known for his hyper carries coming in. Positional AD carries, I would say. Martin plays a little bit more of the immovable carries, but, you know, he's also been playing a little bit of Vayne, a little bit of Sivir to mix it up there. So I like the diversity Martin brings to the team. I like that they go back to being a Flandre-centric team with him in the lineup.
Yes.
And it unlocks the top half of the map and allows you to be the facilitator a lot more.
Yeah, and you can see a lot of members of this squad, but we are going to go through the Snake lineup. Flandre, they played a lot of Fizz. He's more than happy to get back on these sort of carry-style top laners with some Shen thrown in there as well. We'll see what he decides to pick up this time around. ZZR still here in the jungle position. Haven't seen Beast for the last little while, but he's been playing some interesting junglers here. Back to the Nidalee, so Snake very comfortable playing with that on the roster because Beast loved that one. And look, this guy's fantastic, and we'll see whether he can put his carry pants on for this game. Yeah,
you know, they've been trying to play a little bit more poke-oriented as we see Martin also starting. So that time for experimentation that we thought was over is very much a road for Snake. They need to make sure that they can secure those top 4 spots. And Alla, the Korean support, great Janna, fantastic Thresh coming through there, but also playing a little bit of Nautilus at the moment, still looking really good.
Yeah, a little bit more of that engaged style, and we'll see how it goes paired up with Martin here on the bottom side of the map at the same time. Of course, Ella and Crystal, especially last split, were looking formidable as that combo duo there on the bottom side. You can see Flandre, he's pretty happy with how things are going so far, just having a chill on the desk, and we'll see how things go moving forward.
Yeah, certainly will, and you know, jumping over to the other side of the rift,
yeah,
OMG. They had some interesting picks coming through there against M3. Game 1, they ran a Nunu. Xiong answered a lot of questions about it, said it's a hard counter to Nah, that's why you play it. Shut him down in the laning phase, doesn't become this huge tank. You can take advantage of it in teamfights.
Yep.
Also has a similar zoning ultimate. And he also said that Uzi has an injured hand. They're not playing North out of choice right now. Uzi needs some time to recover. This is Xiong's statement, not mine. I just want to reiterate that a little bit more. But Uzi will be back maybe sometime in the distant future.
Yeah, the interesting thing about OMG is that their previous set, they actually split the series with RNG. And of course, we're talking about the Demacia Cup before. It was horrible. They made it to the final, but that game against EDG was all about EDG. We are going to go through the OMG lineup now, though, still happily in the top side of the standings. And Xiang there, sitting on the top side of the map, more than happy to play the tanks and happy to mix it up as well.
Yeah, it certainly is. You know, the Nunu was a pocket pick, surprised, and we're seeing Loveling on your screen there. Much more aggressive. You see the Nocturne. He pulled out Rengar coupled with Cool's Lulu in the Demacia Cup to try and run a pick-style comp. Cool loves the Aria right now. Big Twisted Fate fan as well, but also plays some control mages.
Yeah, more than happy to stick with the meta at the same time. Cool, just a very versatile player. North there you can see, sort of hasn't played too many games, but that scoreline is looking pretty fantastic for this AD carry for OMG, stepping in with the big shoes to fill of Uzi.
And Amazing's stepping up. Looked huge in the set against M3. Cannot give him enough credit because he picked it against the Ezreal game 1, completely shut down the bottom lane there. SMLZ had a really rough game, if we're going to be honest. And then, you know, North grabbed it game 2, and Amazing took the Braum again, and North went completely bonkers behind his support player. So OMG definitely showing that even after a really disappointing final of the Demacia Cup against EDG, I'm sure those guys were just as gutted. That they have a lot of fight left in them. And with Loveling and Cool, this mid-centric best friends club that runs around in the middle of the rift, they're really fun and dangerous to watch play League of Legends.
Yeah, and they're coming off 3 victories in a row now as well, OMG. So we'll see how they go as far as closing out the weekend. Of course, the final match here of the LPL. Hi, Cool. How are you doing? As he's having a bit of a wave to the camera, and Loveling there definitely concentrating on the next game.
He gave us a wave to it.
He's giving
and
us
a little bit of
well.
a smirk. Wow, Loveling's normally like stalwart.
Yeah, stone-faced.
Yeah.
The Xiang's confused about something on his screen. We'll see whether he works that out as we head towards the game.
He looked at damage dealt like the last couple of games. He's like, what are you? Oh, no, we got to...
This is brilliant. OMG, the animated crew. We don't get many waves here in the LPL.
No, we certainly don't. And, you know, you have to take a look at exactly what OMG are doing because it does swap... Actually, wait. I'm going to precursor this. With one game, they camped the heck out of North Lane. That was last game because I know I'm going to get it thrown at me a lot. But they have shifted the focus very much towards deep vision in the jungle, trying to unlock Loveling, and then repetitively ganking Cool's lane. and trying to get Cool ahead. And then Cool does the right thing in a roaming meta and transfers that to other lanes.
Yeah, both of these teams, massive blue side win rates as well for both of the sides. And OMG look like they play a very similar game to Snake, but better by the looks of that graph as far as how things have shaken out over the split.
And you have to say, with Snake now playing this lineup, they're going to be different. But with
They're going
Crystal,
to be different. Sorry, you told me you had to say it.
So with Crystal and Uzi, OMG and Snake really did look like a similar iteration of the same team.
Yeah.
Very team fight focused around that AD carry. Now it's going to be very much Flandre against Cool, with the junglers really trying to facilitate that. So we'll have to see whether Loveling is able to get into ZZR's face. Of course, very experienced jungle against brand new, and try and mix it up.
Yeah, and does that mean that OMG really want to get themselves into a lane swap situation, make sure that they can keep down Flandre for as much of the game as possible, or do you think that they've got different ideas, wanting to just play their own game?
Well, Snake run a lane swap every single game. That's something that
point.
Snake is going to do, and they do it because they're confident that Flandre is a better top laner and will get more CS in a 2v1. So they're not necessarily confident that he's going to win the 1v1 because of that fact. You can get camped very hard, but they move around the map and absorb farm onto Flandre better than most teams do with their top lane, and that's why they lane swap so much, because they think they can get the extra resources and take advantage.
Yeah, and of course Beast was playing a lot of the Nidalees, a lot of the junglers that wanted to get a little bit more farm in the early stages of the game as well, so it does open up the map for them just a little bit if you move into that lane swap scenario. We'll see how things go as we move on to the Rift.
One last lane we have to touch on is a legacy lane. You versus Cool there.
Yeah,
of course,
true.
these guys have ran into each other so many times in the past. OMG versus EDG was one of the bigger rivalries coming through, and a lot of history behind them. You more of the Lulu Orianna player coming through.
Lulu Orianna Ziggs.
Yeah, Ziggs, a lot of Ziggs. But Cool always known for his burst assassins in the mid lane. So
Polarizing matchup.
Yu has actually stepped up to the table, you know. He's playing a little bit more of the assassin himself, and he thinks that he has a very deep champion pool. He came over to Snake to reinvent himself as a mid laner. Want to see how he does against one of his old rivals.
Yeah, he certainly stood up so far as well on the Snake lineup.
He's been terrific.
Yeah, he's really making things look very different, because it was sort of Barker's position on the team that last split looked like it was where things were lacking for Snake, but now it looks like they're really propping themselves up here in the middle of the map, because Yu really managing to play things well. And I have to give a shout out to his Azir play. It's just fantastic to watch.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, Barker played a couple of champions really well, Azir and Xerath. And Yu has proven that he can play the control poke style that Barker brought to the exact same level, and then diversifies it from there. So in all extents, as good as Barker was for this team, Yu looks to be one of the few straight upgrades in a roster swap that has been brought into the LPL and has breathed fresh life into his team.
Yeah, and that's purely because he can play exactly the same style, just more. So Barker, it's not saying that he's necessarily a bad player. It's just the fact that you able to do a whole lot of different things and bring new things to the table.
Diversifies the strategy that
I like
Snake
that word. I probably should have used it myself. Should have got on that bandwagon. Snake, though, first ban is going to be the Twisted Fate. Cool. Not going to see that one here, and we'll see what OMG answer with. And it's going to be the FLICKR, and very quick bans for both teams.
It certainly is. Looks like they've done their research. Shen to follow. Xiong not going to see that. Probably will see Maokai left up, however.
Oh, we'll see how things do go as this one pans out. Snake able to take away first pick, and Flandre loves Maokai himself. OMG looking to ban away the second for them was the Echo.
Yeah, not surprised to see that. ZZR already played a game of Echo jungle coming through there. You have to think that if anyone plays a very good Echo jungle right now, it's not worth leaving up. You have to ban it.
Oh yeah, most definitely. We saw Kakao definitely demonstrating that one. Rise is going to be banned away on the blue side here for Snake. Flandre not wanting to pick that one up. You not deciding that he wants to play it as well. Now with the first pick opportunity, we'll see whether it was a Kalista ban. No, it wasn't. It was a Fizz taken off the board, and Flandre is going to lock down that one. Martin going to be playing the Kalista, and normally we're talking about, you know, Crystal's Kalista here for Snake, but it's going to be Martin taking it to the Rift this time around.
Yeah, highly mobile, spikes well at 2 items. Of course, that Bloodthirster and Runon's coming through there. Moves through the rest of the game incredibly well, but they've given up a lot for it. 2 champions that excel at taking Kalista off the Rift.
And the 2 OMG champions are left available. They're not going to be picking Sivir on the side of Snake. OMG can run the Sivir Maokai comp if they want to.
Yeah, and OMG game 1 yesterday played Gragas, and Loveling went berserk. Had a fantastic game coming through there. Has been able to start up a lot of fights, and Loveling is an aggressive jungler.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you give him something like Gragas, he is just going to pick fight after fight. You have to think that this plays a little bit into OMG's brawl-heavy style.
Yeah, well, speaking of brawl-heavy, Flandre thinking about grabbing the Gnar for himself 1 second ago, and Snake going to lock down. It is going to be Braum, and it is going to be the Gnar as well. So a lot of area control and tankiness on the side of Snake to augment that Kalista.
And some respect given to Amazing in the bottom lane, deliberately picking that away. You could see it wasn't the initial hover. And then in the end, Ella jumps across onto that disengage. Huge tanky man with a door.
Yeah, with a door or a chair. Does depend on what he wants to bring to the Rift, and we'll see how, you know, Ella's going to play with a huge mustache. But I actually really like this sort of matchup in the bottom lane as well, because it's North stepping in for OMG and it's Martin stepping in for Snake. So a couple of players that may not have necessarily seen as much of themselves in this competitive setting like the LPL.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, they haven't gone with the Sivir and the Maokai to get themselves in there. It's time North. He is a huge Jinx player. Loves to take that one onto the Rift. Coupling it with an Alistar. We're probably going to see a lane swap here because I think the Braum actually beats Alistar out in the early game.
Okay.
Because of the passive, Alistar's very easy to give the chair to the door, and then all the magic damage that comes through really does chunk you out.
Yeah, able to get that stun down, and the fact that, you know, Martin will be able to hop around and get as many auto attacks into whoever he's facing as well.
And Yu goes with the Azir.
Yeah, so we were talking about it just before. Hasn't played it in the last 4 games that we've seen Snake, but has gone back to it here. Victor was available, decided not to pick it up. The Azir going to be the option. Amazing now going to be picking up Cool's champion. And speaking of Victor, looking to be 2 in a row for that champion here for Cool if he wants to, but he does have Smite, and Ezreal is available.
Certainly is, and this is something that pro players are very vocal about, that they think Poke beats out Azir in the mid lane. Ezreal has turned into a very good Poke champion. If you pick up, I guess, the second item, Luden's Echo, and able to transition into that after your Runeglaive.
Especially on this patch.
Especially on this patch where it's still procs, and we'll see whether Cool is able to do something in the mid lane to get himself rolling.
Yeah, well, Martin going to be grabbing the Kalista into the bottom side. Didn't mention the fact that ZZR has taken the standard jungle matchup of Rek'Sai into the Gragas. We'll see whether he can get her around the Rift, pick up as many kills as he possibly can early on.
Yeah, and Rek'Sai Gragas, you know, we talk about it a lot. This time, it's more what it's going to do with the team comp.
Yeah.
A lot of the startup CC in there for Flandre and you to be able to layer, so I like the pickup there.
Yeah, and Jiang very comfortable on the Maokai as well. We were talking about this matchup in the jungle, leveling, wanting a repeat performance of his last Gragas game against M3 in game 1. You versus Cool. This is going to be a very exciting matchup, and we'll see whether you can get himself to a point where he can really go off on this Azir as Martin heading into North here on the bottom side of the map. Range against a lot of consistent damage available from Kalista. And Ella versus Amazing, the tanky supports.
Yeah, the 2 melee supports coming in. A lot of melee supports currently in the meta.
Yeah.
Have to wonder how far Janna is from coming full circle. Never really felt completely out.
No.
But you feel does a lot against the likes of Braums, the likes of Elis's.
I think as soon as Leona makes a proper resurgence, that's when we're just going to see Janna every game. But we are going to hop onto the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, Snake versus OMG for our final match of the LPL for this week. ZZR just moving up the lane. It looks like we are going to have a 5-point defense system in operation for Snake. As OMG actually all moving towards this bottom side.
And in the end, a lot of members heading into the bottom lane right now for OMG, seeing if they can get anything started off.
Is Ella going to throw a chair into that
Is
rush?
Loveling going to flash body slam him?
Oh, he does have it available. No would be the answer, though.
You cheated. You waited until afterwards.
It's generally what we're supposed to do. Well. Oh.
10 gold lead. Pack it up.
Yep. CS advantage already in favor of OMG. Not actually seen just yet as far as the gold lead is concerned up the top of your screen, but OMG now with a substantial advantage.
Deep wards going down from both lineups, seeing whether they can get the lane swap here that Snake generally do look for. Flandre still hanging out on the top side of the map. And it looks like it's going to be initiated by OMG.
Yeah, I actually really like this, though. The fact that Snake now have their bottom lane firmly in the lane, past all of those wards. They can decide to back if they want to, as the minions have now spawned, so not going to be able to freeze anything out. But if they had have wanted to move towards the top side of the map, they could have without being
straight 2v2. So FLICKR now going to have a chance to try and bully out a melee top lane. I want to see how it goes.
Yeah, and it looks like Snake very much wanting to do this as well, considering the fact that FLICKR has started with that Doran's Blade.
Yeah, we'll have to see whether he's able to get it going. Xiang stole away some little raptors for himself, going to leech experience here to reach level 2 before he teleports up to top lane.
Yep, able to throw down some saplings there, as well as, of course, the little puppies do fall, and FLICKR is able to get himself towards this top side of the map.
So FLICKR not actually going to expend the teleport, just roam up there with only 1 potion, so quite low on consumables. Xiang's going to have a whole bag full, however, and it's going to be a very standard early game.
Yeah, teleporting towards that top side as you has shoved in this minion wave. Pretty standard stuff to see out of this matchup.
The Q.
Yeah, unfortunate. I wasn't going to bring it up, but you know, sometimes these things have to be mentioned. FLICKR able to shove very effectively on that top side, though, and you can see Loveling now taking down his red buff. Same thing going to be happening here. Oh my goodness. That's adorable. That's some incredible camera work, too.
It is. I like these.
Yeah, not bad.
Northern amazing. Posturing quite aggressively in this lane that is difficult for them. You can see a warning shot come through from Martin. He's sick of that.
Yep, able to get the reset on the Ren too. Very keen stuff. Taking down a minion, getting some harass. Nicely done. Zizi are going to be able to take down this Rift Scuttler as well, as Xiang just discovers that he doesn't have anyone hanging out in his lane because FLICKR was looking to get some wards down. Xiang now coming back with, like you mentioned, a bunch of consumables, but now able to control the lane relatively well. And Yu's just relentlessly shoving. Cool's having to really struggle to pick up as much CS as he can underneath this turret. And you've mentioned this to me before, the fact that Ezreal really does need to be careful as far as getting shoved in early on, and Cool's really showing us why.
Yeah, and exactly right. It's kind of like the Twist of Fate mentality, where early game you just throw wild cards at the lane to keep it shoving, because you struggle that hard to CS. You have to get multiple auto attacks through onto both range and melee minions because of your base AD values being incredibly low. That if it ever gets in this position, you just take so much harass under turret, and we're seeing it this time. You just unrelenting, as you said, shoving in that Ezreal.
Yeah, throwing his sand soldiers around. North, you can see, trying to hold this wave. Yeah. 28 CS to 25 of North. Loveling going to take down some puppies one more time. As Cool's just smiting away.
You can see now, Cool is definitely just trying to throw out multiple spell rotations at this creep line to keep it in check, but still not working.
Yeah, well, you running out of mana. Essence Flux still doing some work here for Cool. There's Loveling looking to try and stop this pressure.
And something to point out about Loveling's Gragas that I like to do is the fact that he's a W max Gragas. He's not the farm heavy Gragas that we're used to seeing. He wants to kill people early in the game, and W definitely gives him that tool. He's going in.
Yeah, having a drink before he gets here as well. Oh, you brilliant use of the E in order to get himself to safety.
Just missed.
Yeah. Very
well,
close.
Loveling just missed. You just escaped.
Well, I mean, the body slam is slightly skinnier.
It is.
Gragas lost a bit of weight.
Especially the travel point. The impact point a little bit bigger than the travel point, and that's why we saw that one miss.
Yeah, well, unfortunate. No one expending anything, though, as far as summoner spells, anything like that. Loveling might want to come around and keep putting the pressure down. But it did at least give Cool an opportunity to get some time with the minion wave, get it pushing in his favor.
And Loveling now looking for a little bit of an invade to come through here. Hasn't been spotted out by any wards.
Yeah, body slams his way over. Ooh, actually looking for a way into the top side of the map. ZZR going to be heading back to base. Oh, the Tremor Sense, yep.
So Loveling also going to spot ZZR. They're looking for a dive here, I think.
Well, of course, Rek'Sai now knowing exactly where the fat man is. You can see Tremors popping up. Loveling's Raptor Sense is going to get found out there. Going to get knocked up as well as ZZR with a lot of damage out of this Rek'Sai. Loveling able to take away a tunnel, but look, definitely
Consolation
a win.
tunnel.
Yeah, consolation tunnel. It looked like there was a lot of angst there where he was ripping that one out of the ground.
But you know, what that allowed is you to once again shove up the lane, get that free shop in for Azir. He's gone back, picked up the makings of his Morellonomicon.
Yeah, already getting there. Does have that 20% CDR already built up. We're going to have a bunch more attack speed as Azir does work out that way. 5 CS now in the lead as they're going to meet each other in this mid lane. Cool, grabbing himself that Sheen, working towards the jungle item there of the Runeglaive.
And a very quiet early game coming through. Back purchase for Crystal as well. So everyone getting an unheated first back in here.
Yeah.
And a slight lead for Snake, but nothing to write home about it. Eyes on the dragon. It looks like it's going to be a 10-minute fight. And both these teams are really predictable in the fact that they want a team fight early, by the way, which is why I can pretty confidently say they'll fight over the dragon. And right now, you have to say the impactful ultimates are on the side of Snake, because not only do they have the damage, but they have all the CC. You have to think Rom ultimate, Kalista ultimate coming in there. Nah, as well as the Emperor's Divide, but if Cool's ultimate is able to hit the backline without going through anyone, AP Ezreal does so much damage.
Yeah, it's ludicrous. Yu doing his very best to try and keep poking Ezreal out of this lane. 6 CS is going to be the lead for him as he moves back towards this one. True Shot Barrage doing a heck of a lot of damage. You can see that AP Ezreal makes that ultimate look like it definitely hits for a lot more than you'd otherwise expect. And a rise in this mid lane is going to mean that Yu's able to clear out all the minions, get things moving in his favor. Flandre now with that Hex Drinker built up as his first item, wanting to go for a little bit more of an offensive option as he tries to pick up some more farm.
Makes a lot of sense. He's against a Gragas, an AP Ezreal, as well as his direct opponent, Xiong. So the whole top side of the map, magic damage coming in there, only really north he has to worry about. So he can get some good, because of Na's ultimate, he obviously gets some health, so he scales very well with resistances and shields coming in there. And then he can go pure tank after this, but in the armor, Randuin's Omen into Thornmail, make himself nice and tanky as the game goes on.
Yeah, Flandre able to shove out this wave too. You can see Sapling's going to do some work for Xiong. Able to clear up all of these. Oh, actually, Ella and Martin going aggressive. The exhausts out here is amazing. Oh, the Ren not quite enough. Winter's Bite tries to get on in. Flame Chompers. Oh, Super Mega Death Rocket not going to find Martin and Ella. He's going to be safe for now. Rek'Sai was pinged out as he made his way in, so Zizia not going to get anything out of this one. Oh, there's the Flash Body Slam. Predicts the Flash, but the explosive cask after the flash out of Yu. So many flashes, so much going on, but in the end, Yu survives, but has to use the Summoner spell.
And you can tell how much these guys have played against each other. Yu reading exactly what Loveling wanted to do there. Had to burn both Summoners, but gets away from the Gragas ultimate. In the bottom lane, North actually ran Wasn't able to shoot any more rockets out there. So therefore couldn't pick up a rage kill on Ella, but a lot of action around the map, just no kills as of yet.
Yeah, not quite yet. 11 CS is the lead for Martin here on the bottom side of the map. Might account for a bit of the gold lead, that Snake have managed to accrue for themselves, but it's only 200. Not very high at all this stage of the game. So far,
Lovely going
very
to
close.
Probably donate this blue buff over to Cool. There it is.
Yep. True Shot Barrage, able to grab it. Loveling says, where did all the little ones go? I wanted those.
They're actually worth a lot of gold.
Yeah, not happening. But Cool now able to recharge that mana. Not that he was running out of any. So he's just going to Arcane Shift around, throw around as many abilities as he possibly can. Martin actually going for some early Berserker's Greaves, and Snake starting up this dragon already. They do have the vision control, and you can see the back timings from OMG mean that they can't answer.
Yeah, it was actually Loveling's Invade that gave that across. Generally, you see the red side team time the second blue buff with when they want to start up dragon, but because Loveling was the one that invaded this time, it was the blue side team that got the free dragon because of the blue buff respawning at that side of the map. So they give up a small advantage and take a pretty good first dragon at a good click, only 10 minutes into the game for free.
Yeah, and you can see Martin as well, able to extend that gold lead even further with the farm that he's managed to pick up. 11 minutes, approximately 100 CS. As Yu's not going to get found by that True Shot Barrage, but it's doing a lot of work clearing out these minions. Oh, Sand Soldiers attacking onto Cool, doing some work. But this CS gap is nothing anymore, as Cool has managed to even that one out almost completely. Now
it's even more difficult as Ezreal gets his jungle item, because what Ezreals like to do is duck in and take the Raptors. The reason they do it is not for the CS, it's an added bonus, but it gives you a lot of control over vision in the mid lane. Being able to sweep out those wards, definitely an important factor to open up jungle paths. And because Loveling at the moment, he maxes W, a little bit more of a skirmish-focused jungler, especially with the red buff. will be able to invade that Raptor camp over and over again. He will take the enemy's Raptor camp for himself.
Well, it does look to be exactly what's happening here. ZZR spotting them out with the Tremor Sense. Wants to get something through, but Loveling able to lock that one down. Raptor Sense goes off, and he's going to be able to clear out some vision at the same time.
So complete control over the middle part of the map right now. Cool, even able to shove up the wave. Going to deny as much CS as he can. And OMG, even though they gave up first Dragon, they feel like they're starting to eke out a tiny advantage around the map. And the longer the laning phase goes, the longer these level 6 ultimates go unused by Snake in a proactive way, the better OMG are going to feel about this mid game.
Yeah, OMG looking to try and get to the point where Cool can just poke them all out and North can destroy all of the turrets. And as you can see, Cool already picks up Lucidity Boots and as well has his jungle item already completed. So Cool able to clear out minions very, very quickly as well with the Trailblazer on top of that Runeglaive. And of course the AoE nature of that proc also means that he's now able to destroy minions.
Exactly right, so able to farm up a Storm in the mid lane. Has been able to keep up relatively well. As you can see in between camps. Actually, you're going for his blue buff. I was going to say, in between camps, you can just farm the jungle.
Oh, he's going to. Loveling going to donate that one over to him as well. He is able to find it. I believe he used his own smite to grab that one as well. Did most certainly do that. And North, you can see, he's conceded the lane a little bit. Has picked up that Avarice Blade, 16 CS behind, but he's not getting killed, which is definitely good news. The Jinx still able to get some farm in this lane.
Just using the rockets and the range, you know, there's no point forcing the tempo of the game.
Yeah.
They're just trying to stay in the lane for as long as possible. Xiang now starting to get bullied a little bit by this Hex Drinker now. We'll go back. It has teleport available. And everything very slow pace right now. This is not OMGS. It's nearly like an LGD or a Vici style game.
Yeah,
you feel
Vici.
It's on the knife's edge. As soon as something tips over, one of these teams is going to get a lead.
Well, that's the point. We'll see whether you can get to that point or whether it's going to be this Righteous Glory pickup from Xiang that's going to help OMG get to that point. And we've got double Trailblazers already completed. And when does OMG get strong and when does Snake get strong? When are they looking to try and force engagements?
So generally you need a second item on your Jinx so she can really ramp up. She's a very good one item AD carry because her Q is her steroids and it's a natural max coming through there for the minigun.
Yep.
However, if you really want to be stronger than a Kalista, get some crit into your build, make sure that you can meaningfully impact a team fight with those rockets. And they're waiting more importantly for Cool's second item, his needlessly large rod item, whether he goes for the Luden's Echo or the Death Cap. As soon as that comes through, he can force people off the turrets with his ultimate, clean up all that standing gold and try and poke people off objectives.
Let's see what does come through from Cool afterwards. ZZR just going to clear out his own wolf camp. Make sure that he can set things up there. And you can see Amazing's actually moving through the jungle here as well. Spotted out by some vision available from Snake. Gets a very deep ward. You're going to get his back stopped by the True Shot Barrage. Frustrating stuff. And Cool able to continue sweeping out vision here in the mid lane.
Yeah, and ZZR's jungle under heavy fire right now. They're moving Ella up here as well to try and stop the onslaught. And they've actually lane swapped, so they want to get Jinx away from the Kalista right now. They think there's too much kill threat in the lane, and see if they can start knocking down some turrets.
It looks like they want to start a fight here in the jungle as well, as Cool is going to get discovered. ZZR going to start off the blue buff.
Ultimate not available for Cool this time.
Yeah, ward in this brush though. OMG do have the opportunity to try and steal this one away. It is resetting back into the pit. You really wants to grab himself a blue buff. It is going to go down. Not sure who got it. I believe it was Loveling. So no blue buff available for you, and that is a problem here for Snake.
Yeah, and Snake didn't want to pull the trigger there because they don't have the teleport in the bottom lane. Xiang still has his available, goes aggressive.
Yeah, Martin actually getting bashed by this tree, trying to use that martial poise to get himself to safety. Ren still available. Fair bit of damage there onto Xiang, but he's bouncing around. Righteous Glory goes off. Ella finds his way in. And the flash out, there's the Fate's Call. Xiang, lots of spears in him, and that's the Ren. That's the kill for Martin, and First Blood goes down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, a little bit of unnecessary aggro coming through there. He'd already chunked the Kalista out. Didn't need to re-engage afterwards, but saw a window to try and go for a kill. In the end, Amazing was there, makes him pay.
Oh, you taking a lot of damage from the True Shot Barrage. Is going to survive, but does need to go back to base. Looking for that Abyssal Scepter as his second item.
Seeing True Shot Barrages, don't really blame him.
Yeah. I have a feeling he wants to be mitigating damage more than anything else. Sand Soldier's still able to do a whole bunch of work. So
Where ZZR is. Going on a recon mission behind enemy lines. Recalls in the Raptor Wolf Pit.
Oh, Super Mega Death Rocket to stop it back here on the bottom side of the map as Martin tried to get out. Like you can see, ZZR now trying to answer the pressure here on the bottom side. North in amongst everything is Amazing and Loveling moving around. Dragon just respawned. OMG want to grab there first. Turret falls on the top side. Sorry, OMG went there first. Dragon. They are going to start that one off down to about half health. You can see FLICKR does have his teleport. Jiang can stop that one though if he tries to use it, but it's just going to go down. OMG even up the Dragons.
Snake able to pick up the top lane turret as well, so a very controlled game actually coming out of both these teams. Remember, this is 3rd versus 4th. OMG would love to create some more distance between Snake and Snake looking to catch up on that position. So a lot on the line in this game. You can see both teams kind of just want to continue to scale up. 1.5 items reach for AD carries definitely suits Snake right now, and OMG happy to give them that power spike, seed a couple of the turrets, and fight later on in the game.
Yeah, cool. Try and take down this Raptor. You can see FLICKR just going to grab it with the Hyper Proc. And Jiang unable to grab it there with the Twisted Advance. OMG now defending some wards, but the range of these Sand Soldiers is enough here for you to be able to lock those down.
And mid lane turret is in real danger here. Their 4 members won't be able to defend it maybe.
No, they
Only
won't.
a couple.
So low. Just gets popped there. A couple of auto attacks from Martin. He's going to be able to grab that one. Recurve bow needs to be completed into that Renan's Hurricane pretty quickly, but then Martin's going to have a massive spike in damage, and we'll see whether Snake can get all of these ultimates coordinated. I'm thinking Glacial Fissure, and of course everything else. There's the Emperor's Divide. Nice choke point for it, as well as Ella's Unbreakable is going to block off the True Shot Barrage. Jiang trying to get in amongst it as Martin finds his way around. Loveling forced to flash over the wall. Fate's Call not going to find him because of that. And ZZR very, very low. In comes Yu, gets himself the shield. Jiang, he's going to die. Martin going to rend him to death, and Snake's team fighting still great.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you have to question why Xiong prioritized diving onto Yu over that wall rather than cutting Martin off. Martin had yet to join the team fight. Twisted advanced over into a very difficult situation, and in the end, there was just nothing the rest of the team could do to help him out.
Yeah, it was only 1 kill though in the end. Still 2,000 gold is going to be the difference. Snake able to grab the last few turrets, so all of the outers down now for this side, opening up the map for themselves. True Shot Barrage is still continuing to rifle through the minions here for Cool, and Yu is just bearing the brunt of it at the same time as he is struggling more and more in this lane.
Yeah, 20 CS now the advantage for the Ezreal coming through there. You can see he's on his needlessly large rod looking for his first major pickup coming through here, but already it's a 2,000 gold lead for Snake. They've just controlled the turrets a little bit better, and as we said, their team comp definitely spikes earlier, so it's not the end of the road so far, but they're on the right path to being able to close out this mid game.
Yeah, Martin able to grab the red buff here as Rend is going to come down, locks himself up that cannon creep, which makes me very, very pleased. North has got Infinity Edge, also grabbed the Avarice Blade, continuing to stack that one up as we was talking about before. A lot of extra money for this Jinx. We'll see whether it's enough to overcome the CS differential that Snake has available. Ooh, in comes Loveling. Amazing. Finds the headbutt. Pulverize Unbreakable, from Ella. Defending the Kalista very, very well. But OMG are going to be able to take down this turret. FLICKR alone here on the top side of the map, but red buff is being taken by Cool at the moment, so he's going to be able to stop that push from the little Nah. He's going to be big pretty soon.
Certainly is. You can see that FLICKR, he's gone towards that cowl as well before picking up a Giant's Belt with the Merc Treads. He is a monster AP tank right now.
Oh yeah. True Shot Barrage just kind of sneak by you. Oh, Emperor's Divide stops the headbutt. But that is definitely a shorter cooldown in trade there, as you probably would have lost his life if he let that one go through. So nice play from OMG to try and bait that one out, but brilliant reaction time from you.
And Static Shift finished up. This is what they were waiting for. North on 2 major items right now. They're definitely in a position to now challenge for the next Dragon, win what should be our first real team fight of the game. We saw a scrappy one in the jungle that OMG really didn't want to take, but then had the teleport coming through, so tried to pick up an advantage out of it. And Snake, they're on their huge power spike still. They're able to have this huge tanky member in Flandre. Martin going to be annoying to deal with, to say the least. And even Hughes grabbed 2 solid items. Although he had a little bit of a harder time in the laning phase, he's been able to pick up some CS again and started to come through with it. Not a bad start for himself either.
Yeah. Couple of 2-item power spikes here for OMG, though, as the Luden's Echo is completed for Cool. You've already spoken about North's item build. Of course, grabbing the extra crit from the Static Shiv. I want to talk about the fact that Martin's grabbed the Hurricane and the Bloodthirster. That has just been put into his back pocket as he heads back towards that lane. And see whether this Kalista can go off moving around these team fights and getting all of that AoE Ren damage.
Yeah, and it's, you know, you look at the team comps and it's a stand and deliver comp out of OMG. They are looking, they have a really telegraphed way in with the teleport on cooldown. They run at you head first. Loveling's going to try and get the body slam into the explosive cask and separate someone. But when you look at the team comp coming out, you very maneuverable, Martin highly maneuverable around these team fights against what is North, who is just this immobile stand and deliver AD carry. So it's going to be about whether Flandre can shut him down first, or do they get onto Martin on the backline.
And can they shove them around? Ella taking half of his health in damage. The tanky Braum not looking like he's too worried about it.
But they will get turret.
Essence Squad's going to be boosting up. Oh, in goes ZZR, trying to get some work done. North going to get knocked up for a moment. Fate's Call comes in, delivered onto the AD carry. North goes down incredibly low. Martin picks up the kill. Now he's in the front line as Loveling trying to deal with him. Barrel's not going to find it. Stunned up. Ella not even dead just yet as Jiang trying to do some work. Double kill for you in the meantime as Snake's team fighting's wonderful. Ella not going to get hit by the True Shot Barrage. That was a gimme from Cool. So incredibly close. And you can see he's talking very fast. OMG really not finding the team fights they're looking for, and Snake might be able to grab Baron.
Yeah, the problem was that Xiong was in the bottom side of the map and he didn't have teleport available. Baron's being started up. Can they stop it? The rend is going to be huge.
Yeah, the rend's going to be huge. Cool has the smite, might try for something. Emperor's Divide delivers him into the pit. Flandre takes down Cool. The rend's going to destroy Baron. And man, we mentioned users here at the beginning of this game. It's still really good.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now he's 2-0-3, able to get all the team fights in their favor. 5,000 gold. Let's take another look at this because ZZR starts it up and you're like, they're not in a great position, but you can see Xiong's just not there. Flandre already making his way into the fight. They take out North, that immobile carry. Loveling's already used the ultimate, Cool's out of mana pretty much as this fight occurs. Not able to hit that True Shot Barrage. Maybe wish he had saved it now for the Baron when they were stationary. And Snake are able to pick that off after a great Emperor's Divide.
Yeah, Flandre hops over there and they've got the extra hyper damage. Baron didn't last very long at all. And Martin just able to make it so secure with that Ren. Look at this from you though.
Gets behind him, governs it.
Special delivery.
Yeah, and you know, ZZR, I'm sure had a heart attack at that point. Yep. I don't want this in my life right now.
Yeah, don't put a smite user into my Baron pit. I've got enough pressure as it is. You even going for even more defensive items as well. Has grabbed himself the Zhonya's Hourglass as his 3rd item.
Yeah, and this is something I actually compliment you on fairly often.
Thanks.
Is that he would rather stay alive and do consistent damage, kind of how Dade plays Cassiopeia.
Yep.
Than be put on the front line and die straight away. He recognizes they've got Martin, they've got Flandre to put out all this consistent DPS. He just needs to be another source of consistent DPS. He doesn't need to be the huge insta-kill one person on the team, especially because Cool's all about poke right now, so why not go for a little bit more of a defensive build? You're ahead anyway, so your damage is going to be more meaningful.
And it's especially considering the fact that Martin is so far ahead at the moment. I mean, this is a really accelerated Kalista. 6 kills to 0 now as well. Flandre's going to get caught for the Flame Chompers. Amazing takes a hyper proc there as Snake just move everyone towards the bottom side. Martin dancing rings around this turret. They are going to destroy it. The inhibitor going to go down as well. And Flandre, all in a day's work, just make sure he gets rid of everyone. Loveling has to be careful now. Oh, Glacial Fissure nails him. And Martin picks up the kill. Dances around with a laser beam attached to him. Jiang's backs are getting stopped. Cool can't do anything. Snake looking for the win here as North, he's going to get taken down. Martin grabs the kill. Ella, face of the mountain shield trying to keep him alive. Always so low. Martin just, like we mentioned, just pirouetting around the fight. Triple kill for the Kalista. Unbreakable gets rid of the True Shot barrage. Cool still getting destroyed by Flandre here. Nexus turrets are dead, and Snake is going to win the game. Flandre able to still distract Cool and unable to do anything. What happened?
So we mentioned the team fighting, we mentioned how well they control objectives, but wow, the mind game.
Yeah.
And awesome shot calling coming out of Snake right there. User Zero on full display, but Martin's Callista really are over the end of that game, and they're able to take game 1.
Yeah, unbelievable play. And we associate Snake with fantastic Callista games. That was in the hands of Crystal, and now doesn't matter who's going to be playing the AD carry position, that's a permaban.
Yeah, exactly right. And you can see Cool on your screen, not looking too happy. AP Ezreal came out, but once again, Braum just looks to be the pick away that shuts that pick down. Not able to get anything done in the team fights.
And look, these are the support players in the LPL are just so good at picking up new supports. I mean, the Unbreakables in that game were perfect.
Yeah, exactly
Ella
right.
got everyone at exactly the right time.
So Ella able to pick that up. And, you know, really back to the drawing board. ZZR, once again, another really good game coming in that he started that team fight on Rek'Sai. Xiang not having the best game on Maokai, even though he was able to get his signature pick. Had the Shen ban thrown at him.
Yeah.
And what does OMG go into the next game looking at? As we said, these guys are fairly similar teams. Maybe they don't focus the same parts of the map, but like to get it into team fights where they can both excel. And Snake just seemed to win out on every team fight that game had.
Yeah, it was the team fighting phase that really worked out, but I want to go back to the fact that we had standard lanes that game as well, and Snake still looked good.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, not only looked good, they were lane swapped against. They picked up a dragon for it. They were able to push in with 2 really quick turrets because Xiang was being shut down by Flandre in the top lane. And you got to compliment you as well. He isolated mid lane, continued to shove in, and they were able to pick up all 3 outers in really succinct timing.
Yeah, really clean game from Snake. But of course, one more game to come up, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to have a short break, but when we get back, OMG trying to find some revenge against Snake. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm, of course, Max Atlas Anderson, joined by Jake Spawn-Tiberi here. And as you just saw, Snake really dismantling OMG. A lot of demonstrations of that in those last few highlights. And you, pretty deserving of that MVP.
Yeah, certainly was. He was the person that started up and was in position for a lot of those team fights, dished out massive damage as the game went on. And, you know, really got to question why Azir was not banned. Don't really mind letting Kalista through every now and again, see whether people can play it. Still, just ban that much, you know, you got to throw the curveball out there sometimes. No, in all seriousness, especially with Gragas and Alistair on the team, if it's just Kalista, you can have an answer to it, catch it out of position. You know, Kalista players do like to play nice and aggressively.
Yeah.
But in saying that, Azir just made it so safe of a pick. Creates this zone that you can't enter. You can't dive onto the Azir. As long as you stick near him and your Martin, you're able to kite around the fight. And that was just really good team fight coming once again through Snake. A little bit more scaling on the side of OMG. They never hit that stride. It's the story of the night. And Snake just ran away with the level 6.
Yeah, it seems like mid-range comps definitely have the control this evening. Of course, LGD making it work, and now Snake as well continuing that trend forward. And we'll see whether they can grab 3 points here. They're desperately looking for it because very close to OMG at the moment as far as those standings are concerned. And if Snake can grab 3 points as far as getting away from OMG, that is a huge deal leading up to the playoffs.
I think it puts them 1 point up if they get 3 points. So, you know, we'll see how it comes through here. But you're right. Snake have been in a position where they're just continuing to put together impressive performances. You know, last night they had a tough run. They were against EDG, LGD in their last 2 sets. But before that, were team fighting very well as a unit. ZZR brings something different to this team. I don't know what it is quite yet. It doesn't seem to be that aggressive in the early game, which seems to make them look more calm, if that makes sense. But they were very slow-paced in that game and just started to whittle away. And if they can play standard lanes like that, allow Flandre to bully his lane, Shi Young had a nightmare of a top lane coming into that. It's going to be good things for this lineup.
Yeah, and I like seeing Flandre with a few more resources as well. We've mentioned the fact that he's fantastic in 2v1 situations, but of course, if you let him off the chain, Flandre is able to get out there and do a whole lot of things.
Yeah, he certainly is. And like on someone like Na that has a very carry-oriented laning phase because he is that laning bully coming through there, but then transitions into such a mid-game powerhouse with all the CC, the Mega Na form coming out, you know, as a very Flandre ex-champion because he's able to fulfill both roles that the team needs him to.
Yeah, and we'll see whether they continue to put him on these sort of champions or whether he's going to move on to something different here. Of course, was favoring the Fizz a little bit. 5-12, still the patch that we're playing on, so a lot of these champions still very strong towards the top side of the map, and we'll see what he decides to go with next round.
I think Fizz gets better on the next patch as well, so the Fizz play is definitely not going anywhere in a hurry.
Will we see more of the AP Fizz in the top lane as the patches change over?
Yeah, I think that AP Fizz is good. It really does come down to player preference because I think that Cinder Hulk is on the way out, so it depends whether you want to play it with the Trinity Force or go for more of an AP route. People do still like Bruiser Fizz. Does a lot of damage if you can nail that fish.
Yeah, of course, the time making things look like it is definitely still in that meta, but we'll see how things move forward as far as Flandre is concerned. Because he may even just mix it up even further, because Flandre is known to pick all sorts of crazy things. And he had an opportunity to even grab a Trundle in the last game if he wanted to.
Yeah, he certainly did. You know, in Flandre, he popularized the top Morgana. He had 5 games on that last season when they were playing a lot of the Juggermore coming through, protect the crystal compositions, and Flandre was able to dominate lanes on that champion. So see whether he's able to continue it. Amazing, another player this time across on OMG's lineup that we complimented his play last night, kind of went missing again that game. I think that consistency in drafting is what we're looking for out of OMG.
Yeah, and if they manage to clean that up a little bit, OMG might have an opportunity to make things happen as we get to our gauntlet-style playoffs, but they need to start making the changes pretty soon. Hecarim going to be banned away from Snake.
The other thing teams need to stop doing is picking AP Ezreal into Brahms.
Yeah.
Because it's really not working.
No. Of course, it was the last pick Ezreal last time around, so no excuse from OMG's side. Kalista going to be banned here. Snake not going to let North have his chance to play that champion. Echo going to leave the table as well. Of course, OMG banning that in both of our games thus far. Snake now considering what they want to take away. Ryze is going to be removed. Jiang not going to play that champion. And OMG very, very comfortable with what they want to be banning. Not taking a lot of time, but Rek'Sai going to be removed.
Wow,
and
ZZR.
A lot of respect.
Gets target ban. That means that the Fizz will be left available for either Flandre or you to pick up there. And it looks like it's going to be Brawl.
Yeah, amazing. Realizing that, yes, I can be good, guys. Don't worry.
In
Give
the space
me
of
Braum.
2 nights, Braum has gone from being non-existent to a first-pick champion.
Yes. That's assuming it is actually picked up here as the first pick, and it is going to be OMG. Lock it down.
I like it. He does a lot of good things in lane, especially against Alistar. And, you know, as long as AP Ezreal exists, there's a very good case for Braum to be a mainstay in the support role.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So Snake not
He
going to be
also
able to...
touched up his Q, I think. He's back to release Braum status.
Yeah, a little bit. So yeah, he's had a couple of slight buffs. But Snake, what do they do now? I mean, as the two sort of main junglers are banned away, Gragas and Rek'Sai both off the board, ZZR needs to be able to pick up his next option here. Nautilus is the consideration. Snake not giving anything away. Azir was still up, and they're not going to take it off the board just yet.
Yeah, so don't want to pick it. See whether they want to run a poke composition into it, something like that. Cool. You'd have to think it has to be priority to take away right now because you showed last game how good he is on that champion. Picked up the MVP, able to dominate team fights, and is relatively safe. You saw that Loveling wanted to camp him, but wasn't able to get on top of him at all.
Yeah, but I mean, now with the Braum on the side of OMG, do they just go back to the Ezreal and just play it again?
Yeah, potentially. I don't know whether you plays a particularly good Yasuo coming through there in the mid lane. That, of course, would be the other counter to come through, if that is what they wanted to go with, but have to see.
We certainly do, as Martin has taken away the Sivir. Corki available for North if he wants to grab it. Jiang more than happy to pick up yet another Maokai. Snake, we'll see what Flandre does in answer to it this time around. Can just go back to the Nara if he wants to. Shen was available, not going to be banned away, and it's hovered now from Martin. Fizz for you is also a consideration. We'll see whether he wants to take that into the mid lane. Is definitely something he can do, and if someone wants to be able to stay on top of an Ezreal, Fizz has got a few ways to do so.
Certainly does, and you see that they're also hovering in Italy right now. They don't have to pick the Shen because top and support have been locked in for OMG. We'll see whether... Wow,
Nunu at least being considered, locked in here for ZZR. He's going to be probably playing that one in the mid lane, unless Flandre wants to, you know, do his best Jiang impression.
Jungler.
What?
You said probably playing it in the mid lane. That's all right.
Oh, right.
Out.
I don't know why everyone seems to be... He might be in the mid lane.
Might be.
You know, a few times.
Yep, couple.
Probably just not exclusively playing it in the mid lane, playing it also in the
Really smart decision here if they do take away the Azir, because very easy for Flandre to take that Fizz into the top lane, then to lock in a last pick Azir and have the blood-boiled Azir running around the Rift, which is not something they want to happen. In saying that, they can easily go the Varus here as well, run the poke double AD comp and have some AP in the top lane coming through from Flandre. Would definitely be a consideration against Azir.
Does make a bit of sense. So Varus could be coming through if they want to. But Victor still up as well. Sort of the standard matchup here for you versus Korn. Cool. Is who it actually is there in the mid lane for OMG. It's just cycling through some LPL mid laners. Don't even worry about it.
There's only 12 of them. You would have got there eventually.
I got there in my third try. We were fine. I'm basically good at this.
Top 25%.
Yeah. No problem there at all. But he's going to be locked away. So Ella going to grab the Victor here for you in the mid lane. So ZZR running around on the Nunu. We'll see how he goes. As Loveling has, of course, grabbed the Evelyn. No Rek'Sais to speak of this game. So Loveling might be unleashed. And this team comp from OMG looking a lot stronger than last time around.
Yeah, it certainly is. Has some good zone controls. Might lack a little bit in damage coming through there. They have a Corki Azir.
Yeah.
That's really all they have to offer here. So good persistent damage going to come out. But this is the matchup I want to talk about. Flandre, man that popularized the top Magus Fizz. Now, of course, is not there anymore.
Did he popularize it?
He did. It was played 2 games. And I'm hoping he goes towards the AP Fizz again.
Your definition of popular is very, very different to mine.
It certainly is, because I was a geek growing up, Atlas. You want to talk about it anymore?
Oh, don't worry. I understand the feeling. North into Martin here, taking the Corki into the Sivir. We did just duck over the Azir versus Victor, but that's also in the game, as Amazing is going to be taking his Braum into Ella's Nautilus. Let's talk more about how you were in high school, Spawn.
No, thank you. It's a dark time. Oh, wow.
My goodness. But Snake taking on OMG here. OMG looking to try and answer the first victory of Snake, and we'll see whether they can do it as we move on to the Rift. And here we are, ladies and gentlemen, onto the rift for OMG versus Snake. As OMG now moving up as a unit. Trying to get into this game. Loveling scouting out. He'll scout ahead. Fortunately, he's not playing Teemo.
You hear the cries out for the teams. OMG, they had a lot of people very not into it, and then Snake had like 4 people so keen coming through. We'll have to see whether Loveling is caught out here. They do spot the invade.
Now, Loveling hasn't been discovered yet, though, so his forward movements are going to spot out ZZR
And
here.
I like even this matchup. You know, this was the first time we really saw it come out of Clear Love at MSI. Well, it was the second time. The first one, I'm not convinced it was a real pick. But so the first time we saw it was actually in response to a Nunu being picked up. And it's all about the snowball. You wait for Nunu to snowball you, you hit your W, then you chase him and try and kill him during the duration where the slow doesn't affect you at all. It also means that it's very hard to counter jungle in Evelynn because you ever walk into the jungle, you don't know where she is. Very easy for your mid laner or your bottom to collapse and really assist her there. So Loveling, an aggressive pickup. We've seen him play it a couple of times already. Both times he's got triple kills.
Yeah.
I want to see how he's able to take this Eve into the ZZR's Nunu.
Well, it looks like we are going to have standard lanes for both of these sides one more time. Snake going to be starting towards the bottom side as ZZR just going to eat this guy. Double smites actually.
Standard lanes again.
Yeah. So the Nautilus Sivir into the Braum Corki. And how does this one work? I do like the Braum Corki matchup just in general, but that's just me. And I often like pretty silly things.
Yeah, so actually Braum Corki is a lot of magic damage coming through there. It has a surprising amount of burst, but it's hard for Corki to ever get 4 auto attack off on a person.
Yeah.
Actually likes to just trade phosphorus bomb, auto attack, phosphorus bomb, auto attack, so doesn't really get the 4th one through there. So Braum's going to have to do a little bit more heavy lifting than you would in, say, the Lucian Braum lane, which is my favorite. All you need is 2 spells.
Yeah.
But you can see, Poke very good at this stage of the game.
And OMG pressuring them out of this lane, has hit the level 2, so a lot more pressure. Flandre versus Jiang here in this top side, and Fizz versus Maokai feels like a matchup that Fizz would be pretty happy.
Yeah, this is the original Fizz lane coming through here. Maokai was the person that brought Fizz and Poppy into the top lane just because he does nothing. He is a sitting duck waiting to be beaten down. Has a lot of sustain, but hard to force those 2 champions out if they go bottle first. And you can see that's exactly what Flandre's done. He has the smite up there in the lane. Also a little bit down in CS as well, as there's a huge wave on his turret.
He hasn't been farming at all, by the looks of things. Has managed to pick up 4 as ZZR is going to be taking down his red buff. Standard jungle paths for both of these guys as OMG actually took the little Krug. Very cute. So trying to get to that level 2 as quickly as they possibly can. But Snake have already made it up there, and all that pressure has been dispelled just a little bit. 6 CS now the lead coming out of that early game plan from OMG, so it worked out in their favor.
Certainly did. And you see that the return of Xionk to the top lane as Flandre evens out some CS, but he grabs a 2nd ring for himself. So maybe looking to be a little bit more of a bully in this top lane than we otherwise would have expected.
ZZR unspotted by a ward, but wants to eat himself a Scuttle Crab. Flandre hits that level 4. And did actually jungle just a little bit before getting to lane. I believe it was a Gromp that he grabbed. So a little bit of an extra gold for the Fizz, and he grabbed himself the
Xionk
Vision
also grabbed
board.
the Gromp. So,
Oh, did he?
yep.
Okay.
Helped out Loveling there. The deal for top laners is you get the Gromp as long as you tank the blue buff.
Ah, okay.
So you know it's a trade coming in there, as you wants his lane shoved obviously because ZZR is being annoying.
Well, in fact, you down fairly low as far as that Sand Soldier poke is concerned. Just wants to be able to back away, and he is going to.
And you know, we talk about the synergy that comes through from Nunu as well as Azir, and the reverse synergy is there. As long as ZZR snowballs the Azir, slows down all that attack speed, is going to allow him. And ZZR, this is a really cute Nunu pickup move. It's what a lot of teams used to do with Elise as well. You just run into lane, blood boil a target. Elise used to drop Spiderlings and start hit the turret as well. And just trying to shove everyone up simultaneously.
Yeah, just helping out, aiding everyone as they move in, of course.
You can see he's still in the bottom lane. That's now become a tri lane. He's not going anywhere.
Oh, Blood Boil onto a Sivir. Definitely going to be able to throw around those ricochets even further. Jiang with a cute little soccer ball over the side there, making sure that there's no Nunus. But of course, there definitely wasn't. He was on the bottom side of the map. FLICKR, oh, getting hit by a massive arcane smash there from this double Doran's Ring Jiang. And Martin might need to be careful. Phosphorus Bomb not going to get spell shielded. Pretty sure that was on cooldown from previously, as the Winter's Bite was not active on this Sivir. Just able to clear out all of these creeps. That was a very satisfying arcane smash. Yes, I get very excited about farm spawn.
I wasn't even laughing at that time. I was just wondering what the difference was between an excited arcane smash was and a normal arcane smash.
You wouldn't know.
I wouldn't. You know, Maokai, not a staple.
What? You play a lot of Maokai spawn, don't you?
Thanks, man.
Pretty sure that was the... Let's not go into it. Don't need to talk about that again. I think we're done. 48 CS to 36, though, as far as that top lane is concerned. So FLICKR able to get some work done there, trying to keep up, but still, you know, the early pressure of Maokai doing some work.
And once again, a really quiet early game coming through. So both teams just keeping it nice and standard. And OMG have done... no, this time it's Snake. So Snake this time want to dodge the aggressive lane. They rotate into the top to try and get away.
Yeah, just switched it around. No dragon to be taken. Loveling is hanging around that area if he wants to. Of course, Evelyn, not necessarily the tankiest at this stage of the game, is a little bit difficult. Not going to solo it or anything like that, but has an opportunity. FLICKR now does have the Ruby Crystal, so it looks like it is going to be
Cinderhawk
the Cinderhawk star, yeah.
Oh, as you does a lot of damage to Cool. You think with an ultimate there, might have even been able to take it through. Barrier available for both mid laners, so not a lot of kill potential.
Yep, nice attack command from those Sand Soldiers on the auto attack there. But OMG, as we predicted, you're going to be taking down this dragon at 7.5 minutes in the game, locking down the first very easily. FLICKR wants to take a couple of sneaky sentinels from this blue
That
buff.
is warded, so they can move up there if they want, but they don't. FLICKR, of course, frozen off that lane, so he's just trying to get as much gold as he can throughout the jungle. Don't think that Yu's nice enough to donate that across to the top lane, Fizz.
No. Not at this stage. He's going to start it up here, though, and it looks like he might be... He's just going to be the one that delivers it to you, and he's going to grab it. No worries at all. So blue buff completely taken for you.
As opposed to partially, and Cool going to...
Actually, no, it was only partially taken, wasn't it? Because the little sentinels went down. My bad. Not completely taken at all, even though it was stupid to say anyway. Hate Spike is going to be helping out Loveling take down this blue buff on this side, and Cool is also going to partially take one.
So both mid laners with blue buff coming up there. And once again, Dragon was seated across there. Oh, Yu wants to see if he can chunk Cool out here. Not going to actually pull the trigger on it. And the lane swaps come through, a little bit delayed, but looks like Snake very much in control.
Yeah. And you've got North towards the bottom side, actually on his own here against the Fizz. FLICKR.
Ooh, they want a 3-man gank in the top lane. You see Loveling and Amazing running up in that direction. Loveling going to be spotted by a ward, though.
Yeah. He's able to get one cheeky auto attack, but doesn't want to overextend too much. Nice spell shield from Martin. Gets him some mana back that I don't think he necessarily needed, but not going to get Winter's bitten.
So we're looking at, once again, a really quiet game coming through here. Both AD carries can push really quickly, but they're just trying to get North in a position with that Avarice Blade where he can catch up a lot in the gold. So right now, the lane swap definitely suiting Snake a little bit more than what it is suiting OMG, just because they don't have an Avarice Blade AD carry, you have to say, coming through here. It's also isolated the mid lane a little bit, which Victor should be able to shove Cool in now that he has a blue buff and that first purchase of the Hex Core. But in saying that, they're denying a lot of farm away from FLICKR, who's relegated to farming in the jungle, but once again, takes farm away from ZZR. So they need to be careful how long this goes for, because as soon as North has that Trinity Force, you think that OMG want to group up and start taking out these objectives.
Yeah, and at the moment, OMG are just ahead in every single lane as far as that farm is concerned. 73 now to 45 is the CS in the top side, so Jiang more than happy as far as that matchup is concerned. And North relentlessly shoving this wave on the bottom side.
They're going to have a huge wave stacked up here. They're looking to take the turret. Ella has come in, but Loveling is also there.
Yeah, nice tide, but Gonna get stunned up. Oh, the flash out. The fish on top of Amazing here. Flash forward from Ella. There it is. First blood goes down for Flandre, and ZZR, he's in here as well. Slows down the tree, but Snake, they'll take the first blood and move on.
Yeah, they certainly will. Equalizes a lot. All of a sudden, that 30 CS difference coming through in the top lane means nothing at all. They still might be able to shove in this turret because Flandre is backing away, but Siva should be able to answer the same in the top lane, and things go pear-shaped for OMG.
Yeah, OMG not able to get the dive that they were looking for as he's going to make his way back towards this mid lane as well, so no extra pressure available from Cool. We'll see whether Snake can make something happen. Completely even is the gold, and they even get a pink ward.
So first turret falling down for OMG. Doesn't look like Martin stuck around in that top lane to be able to take one in response for Snake. Dragon should be up in a couple of minutes right now. It was taken, I think, at about 7:40, so see whether OMG are in a position to fight that or whether they want to go back, grab the Sheen, probably in the makings of the Zeal boots, something like that, for the Corki, and rotate around the map.
Yeah, Magus enchantment completed here for Loveling. Has been sort of the transition from Magus to, you know, a more tanky build for Evelyn. Seems to be the standard now.
It's Runeglaive on this pack.
Sorry, yes, Runeglaive, not the Magus. I just like calling it Magus. I see a blue diamond in the middle of that Trailblazer and say it every time. Yeah, confusing stuff. Loveling able to clear this one out, but you still getting some damage onto this turret. Actually a fair bit, down to about half health on the outer in the mid lane. So you with some control, almost caught up in farms. Cool was, of course, very far ahead earlier on. He's going to be able to come back and has the Morellonomicon now as well.
You can see 2v2 lane has once again been started up. Ooh, good tag there, but Nunu is behind them. Need to be careful that they don't go overly deep, as eyes are on Loveling.
I love that ward as well. Loveling actually unable to use that pink to spot it out and showed that the Evelyn was taking down those Raptors. So knows where Loveling is. Cool, able to put some pressure on, and you're going to head back to base. Gets his second upgrade of the Hex score and grabs himself a pink ward.
Yeah, so we saw a different build coming out. That was all of the upgrades coming through into the CDR boots and Death Cap. For Cool, I think it was, and really it didn't accelerate it. Made him incredibly strong as soon as he had the two items in conjunction. Got rid of all the wave clear of the build and things like that that you look at as the bonuses of having a Victor in your team.
Yep.
But it did mean that as soon as he had the Death Cap, he was just willing to take over fights and able to dish out huge amounts of damage and utility. So we'll see whether Yu wants to go for something similar or whether he's just going to sit on a couple of the upgrades and then go through for some CDR to help out with the wave clear.
Yeah, probably valued the movement speed from that Q pretty highly as well.
Well, the problem is that right now you're going to be dealing with a Corki that has Trinity Force quite soon, and Martin needs to keep farming because he's still a couple of 20 CS behind. So victory is your primary wave clear right there, and if he doesn't have cooldown reduction, it means he can't continually spam out the laser across the waves and really defend turrets well.
No, but you're actually going to be starting off the Dragon here, pulling it out of the pit. Death Ray's there. It's going to have a Nunu hanging around as well, but OMG going to answer with the mid lane turret. By the looks of things, we're going to transition towards this Dragon. You can see blue buff now is what's going to be taken from Snake, not wanting to go for the more aggressive approach. They are going to be able to grab this one, but it looks like OMG are going to start the Dragon for themselves.
Yeah, so they started up. They've already walked Xiang down. They have the teleport available. It's coming through from Flandre, going to be a fight.
Yeah, Flandre looking to find his way in. We'll see whether the fish lands. Throws it out already on top of Xiang. Amazing there as well, but ZZR, he's already dead. OMG turning this fight around. Ella in amongst it, but Flandre getting the focus. They do take down Amazing, but it's 2 kills, already on the side of OMG. Low health bars, and we'll see whether they can get back in, but not going to happen. It looks like the 2-for-1 going in favor of OMG.
And Cool just shoved 3 members on top of his support. Really good Emperor's Divide coming through because it was a lot of damage, but poor Amazing was just caught with everyone on top of it. It was like everyone had an immediate gap closer to just take him off the rip. Yep. ZZR went down much too early though in that fight. Will mean that a lot of damage goes over on this mid lane turret.
Yeah, Yu does still have a fair bit of wave clear, so he's going to be able to lock down these creeps, but still 10 behind as far as the CS, and now we've got a 1-0-1 Azir that Snake need to deal with.
Flandre, though, in the top lane, he's 2-0-0. Has really gotten rolling after, I guess it was a 40 CS discrepancy in the top lane there.
Yeah.
So having a much better time now on Fizz, and if he can turn into that really sticky bruiser that's just impossible to deal with, take North out of these team fights, or better yet, Cool, deal with Azir, it's just going to mean great things for Snake as the game continues to progress.
Well,
now they've started up the Dragon.
Yeah, Snake's starting to get up. They do have 4 people here, a couple of smites and a consume as well. They can go through this Dragon, are going to be able to lock it down.
Xiang had teleport, they just didn't have the ultimates available, I guess, didn't want to contest.
Yep, unable to. So answering the first Dragon. This game's still very, very close. We've been talking about it a little bit like OMG had leads built up for themselves, and that's because of the items that they have managed to pick up. But so far, the gold, only 1,000 in it here, as OMG are going to be able to extend it a little bit with this outer turret in the top lane.
Yeah, the problem is that it's coming to a breaking point. 1.7 is currently the lead right now for OMG, but if they're able to group up with the Trinity Force, maybe chip down the next turret, all of a sudden it's closer to 3,000 gold, and they're starting to strangle Snake off a lot of these objectives. Snake need to start using their wave clear and play around the map pretty smart at this point, because as I said, it's a slippery slope. Right now, you're right. Definitely still a very even kill, but can tip over with Trinity Force a little bit earlier in than anything Civ is able to bring to a fight.
Yeah, FLICKR actually opting for the Home Guard boots, the Mercury's treads, as his next option. We'll see whether he goes for a Trinity Force, something offensive, or whether it's going to be something closer to that cooldown reduction sort of defensive build with the Frozen Heart or something like that.
Yeah, right now, a really good position for OMG. They could have stuck around and pressured that mid lane turret a little bit more to knock down the last one. Looks like Cool will be able to grab it. So as we said, all 3 outers down, and the map really opened up for this Corki to go to work.
Yeah, North actually heading over towards FLICKR here as well. Sun turret going to be set up by OMG. And
Cool. Oh, look how quick this rotation is through the Dragon. They've completely beaten Snake around the map. FLICKR might be dove, or better yet, there's just a huge minion wave. They can take this out.
Yeah, that's North with a Trinity Force. Fish comes down, wants to just clear the wave here as FLICKR makes his way in, but Xiang, he's just going to get exploded. You don't engage with that ability. Chaos Storm down on top of everyone, but you just doesn't do enough damage at the moment. They defend the turret, but they sacrifice FLICKR.
And have they defended the turret? Sure, they have a lot of that wave clear still available, but you saw the work that Xiang was doing with his ultimate, mitigating a lot of that AoE, and they have to burn another ult.
Yeah, there's the absolute zero from ZZR. North going to take him down as well. The turret's still standing here, and Xiang, he's going to fall down. In goes Cool. So aggressive. You're going to get over the side. He's incredibly low. Gets taken down by Cool, going for the 1v3 as Ella eventually shuts him down. OMG don't take the turret, but that was some aggressive plays from the mid laner of OMG on your screen right now.
Certainly wasn't. He thought Loveling was closer, was all it was. Loveling had the flash, had the ultimate. Instead, you flashed back over the Emperor's Divide and was able to get all of that work done. Let's take another look at it, because FLICKR initially goes in, tries to clear out the waves, but just gets completely blown up by this mid-game Corki. And you see the Chaos Storm, but it's on top of Xiang's ultimate at the start. All of the damage mitigated. And then if we continue to watch it out here as we speed it up, you're right, Cool goes completely bonkers. Xiang initiates underneath the turret with the Righteous Glory. We're not going to have a look at it because there's another fight.
Yeah, Loveling's falling down very, very low here. Flashes over the Baron wall. It's going to be safe in the end. Minute 30 until that Baron. As an aside, as Martin is going to be able to clear out this top wave of minions as well. Loveling optimistically taking down this blue buff. And Cool is going to be able to pick that one up. Loveling doesn't want to tank it for too long though, and Cool is going to lock it down.
Yeah, and you have a look, it's another one of these situations where Corki's in a game 1-0-4 and has been able to accelerate to the point that nearly a second offensive item is going to be finished by the time Infinity Edge is coming through for the opposition. Was the Caitlyn the first time. Sivir a little, wow.
North locks it down with a rocket.
Sivir a little bit smoother in her power curve, but still in danger of being overrun.
Yeah, so, yeah, like you said, Avarice Blade complete. Almost has the static shift there as well, so has completed now the Infinity Edge. 1-0-2. Nothing to scoff at here for Martin, but hasn't been the same game as it was last time around. Of course, picking up the first 2 kills of the game on the Kalista was pretty handy for Snake's AD carry.
And double blue buff right now for OMG. You can see that they feel they've got the siege going on. Want to set up and see if they can take out this mid lane turret.
Yeah, North continuing to poke everyone out. Ella waiting to the side. Depth charge is available.
And they're just rotating between mid and bottom, have the inside track time and time again, stacking up minion waves and seeing what they can get done. It's not going to be a very quick push coming through here, but as long as they continue to whittle down, control the area of Dragon for another minute, that's all they really want to do here. Then they know that no wards have been set up. All of a sudden, the danger of being flanked by Fear is completely non-existent, and you just win the Dragon fight off pure vision.
Yeah, And ZZR actually just tanking up that Sand Soldier as North able to get free hits on this turret, unable to take it down just yet. The low range of Corki, a little bit difficult for OMG to deal with at the moment as far as this siege is concerned, but they're able to poke so effectively with this comp.
And you can see they've just completely denied vision. They have the 2 pinks behind the pit. They know that there's nothing there for FLICKR to be able to teleport on, and all of a sudden they're whittled down 2 turrets, and they're even going to get one of the outers.
Yeah, inner turret falls down on the bottom side of the map. North wasn't even needed there as Rocket does go wide. FLICKR just going to be clearing out the minion wave. And it is going to reset unless North is just going to kill everything here.
Top lane has also become a huge push for OMG, so FLICKR needs to move towards it to be able to defend. Another Sun turret coming up. OMG applying a lot of pressure on this mid lane.
Yeah, it looks like FLICKR is going to be going for the Trinity Force as his next item, but they do have to deal with this push in the mid lane. Almost going down is this turret. It is going to fall. Loveling looking to try and get in. Jiang actually onto ZZR here. The gravity field did fall down, but ZZR pretty tanky at the moment. He's going to be fine. And OMG just grabbing, like you said, all of the resources, all the standing gold, and you iterated exactly what was going to be happening here. If OMG was able to take hold of this mid game, and they have, that's exactly what they've been able to do.
So once again, Corki really flexing his muscles around this map, secures them a dragon as well. So 3 objectives quickly fall for OMG. Need to be careful they don't get caught coming out of this though.
Yeah, there's the on the hunt.
Ultimate
Martin
needs to come through from Amazing.
Yeah, he's going to be able to use it. Blaze from Fisher comes down. Nice use of the spell shield, but Martin might be caught out as North so much damage.
Wow.
Oh my goodness, almost locks down the kill. That crit with the ricochet was insane. Chaos Storm looking for North and Amazing, but that's a really great shield coming out. FLICKR going to lock down the kill into Amazing though, and Cool trying to get some work done. Jiang locks down Ella. That's only the support. We'll see whether they can utilize their extra damage. Stun actually effective onto the tree, but Jiang not going to be deterred from that. Doesn't have Righteous Glory just yet.
Flash.
Scrying Orb to come in.
Flash is
FLICKR
nearly off cooldown.
Yeah, you getting the speed up. He's looking for it. Oh my goodness, there it is. Emperor's Divide onto you. Forced to use the flash. The last auto attack. Knock one and a big one. Nails it for North, and he comes through with the goods in the end. FLICKR, another playful trickster, completely out of mana now. Sapling not going to find it, and Snake do manage to crawl away, but wasn't enough, and still definitely a win for OMG.
Yeah, once again, a slow team fight. It's been a slow game, and that one was definitely drawn out. An overextension came through from ZZR, and Martin thought that they could lock down Amazing by himself, but Loveling was waiting in the wing. All of a sudden, North flew into that fight and able to clean it up, and 3-0-1, Blade of the Ruined King, Sork Boots now built up. North in a huge power spike. It's only going to, like, right now is the time that OMG need to put the screws in. 5,000 gold, definitely a good thing, but FLICKR, he's going to continue to ramp up. Yu is going to continue to ramp up. Corki doesn't fall off horribly late game, but is definitely not the late game hyper carry because of the lack of crit. And Amazing, what are you doing?
Yeah, Amazing's dead. No, he's dying. That's what he's doing, Spawn. FLICKR going to lock down that kill. He was just trying to get some vision, and he did. Vision of the whole enemy team.
Yeah, they all found him as well. So unfortunately falls down, sees a little bit of map pressure. And that's what they don't want to be doing. You can see they're already set up the bottom lane. It looks like that's going to slow push in OMG's favor. And right now, they're looking to siege up these turrets, use the huge power spike that's come out of Corki, use the power spike that Cool is currently going through to extend this gold lead, but little picks like that set you back the minute time that it takes for you to get back on the red.
Yeah, and you actually transitioning, not deciding to go for that build that you were talking about with the Rabadon's Deathcap, has actually completed the Lucidity Boots and the Merlinomicon.
Yeah, and I like it. As I said, right now it's all about wave clearing, keeping yourself safe. If you're you, he needs to just weather the storm, make sure that FLICKR gets towards 2-3 items, becomes a huge Cinderhulk top laner that we see time and time again. And the easiest way to do that is Victor, Siva, just sit there and mow down waves and make sure your base remains safe. As long as OMG don't crack the outer turret, 4,000 gold is not insurmountable for Snake.
Yeah, and actually that sort of period of siege for OMG worked out quite well for Snake. FLICKR is caught up. He's actually now ahead approximately 15 creeps. Has completed the Trinity Force now, and Martin, he's ahead by about 30. So things working out here for Snake as we move forward, but Still behind about 4,000 gold.
Yeah, and still have no vision over those objectives because their minion waves are always so far pushed up. Look at bottom. OMG's caught Ella.
Yeah, Ella's going to be caught out. Rocket comes through from north, but the flash from Ella is going to be good for now. He gets ignited, tries to dredgeline his way to safety. Have OMG gone too far in here as Cool makes his way out the sides. Easy out trying to walk. There's the Chaos Storm. North getting destroyed. Flandre right in amongst this fight. So low are all of these members. The double kill for Flandre. Triple kill make it. And Snake destroy everyone. Not actually a triple as Martin managed to get one of them. Loveling going to be the last one standing. Snake team fighting like gods at the moment. That is going to be the ace. And Snake finally bite back.
And you understand why OMG pulled the trigger. Look at bottom lane. There's a huge minion wave. They thought if we can stop the recalls, focus this part of the map, the creeps will do our job for us. Instead, they overextend, blow so much on a support. Let's take another look at it. And you just destroys the entire back line there. North is so low. Cool gets caught up in all of Flandre's damage. Doesn't get hit by the last concussive blow passive, and Martin just cleans up the back of the team fight.
And Flandre just made himself a massive target that everyone on OMG had to deal with. No one was thinking about the Sivir ricocheting all over them.
Yeah, exactly right. And you see that they're able to clean up the rest of the ace there. Loveling falls down. Baron now in Snake's favor. What was a 4,000 gold lead, game back to completely equal. And you have to say that when you look at the 3-threat comp with a Nunu coming out of Snake, they're a much more terrifying late game comp.
The thing that I want to talk about as well is the fact that Snake haven't taken a turret this whole game. They've now got a Baron buff. They can rip through these lanes, tear things apart, and there's so much standing gold available for this squad.
Yeah, there certainly is. So they're utilizing Flandre once again for his split push, probably send him towards bottom lane. And they've got a Sivir, they've got a Victor. Once again, champions that are good at sieging, generally good at anti-sieging as well, because they just cut through minion waves, and with those Baroned up creeps, turrets aren't going to last very long.
Yep, Sivir did actually start taking up the turret there as well in the hands of Martin, but he's going to be able to take down the first one. We'll see how many Snake can grab from this Baron buff. Back to come through, empowered recall there for you as he heads back to base, grabs himself a Void Staff, grabs some more items there as well. So it's a 3-item Victor, hasn't got the perfect Hex Core just yet, but a couple of upgrades going to be well and truly enough. We'll see whether he values the extra speed on that Chaos Storm. Has been looking a little laggy at the moment, so probably wants to be able to speed that one up as well as get the shockwave effect of the gravity field. Flandre just going to continue jungling this one out. Almost has both of his sort of pre-components for the Spirit Visage and the Frozen Heart that he's looking to build up next.
So 2,000 gold, now the lead. They can grab themselves a dragon if they so choose. Ooh, Martin taking a little bit of damage.
Yeah, does need to be a little bit careful here. Pinkwalk going to spot out Loveling as he might want to take that one down. Ward's over the edge just to be safe. That being said, Dragon going to be taken away. 2 apiece here for these teams as Jiang's actually been able to shove out this top wave. Might be able to take this turret. Flandre is going to be there in time, but loses probably at least a cannon creep out of that wave of minions.
And Snake don't stick around for the last outer, so playing it really calmly here.
Yeah.
They're content with what they've got. Instead, they're going to go back and shop, see what they can come back with. And 30 minutes into the game, well and truly into this teamfight phase.
Oh my goodness. And they've got Ella and ZZR both with Lockets of the Iron Solari. So looking to really try and make sure that these sort of tanky, pseudo-tanky support cast members of the team are going to be as strong as possible. Because, of course, if you have one of these and so does another member of your team, you're both going to get the aura. So it does double up for those 2 members of the team.
Yeah, so coming through there with the double stacking, of course, with Corki right now. Very much a caster AD carry, so
yeah.
Locket going to do a lot in mitigating both Corki and Azir's damage. Lovely. Also with a tanky build, no magic penetration coming through there. Not going to be doing as much damage. And as we said, the longer this game goes, because of the lack of AD damage, because of the lack of a third legitimate threat coming through for OMG, the harder it becomes.
Yeah, and look at Martin as well. 4-1-6 now, was behind in gold, but now looking like he's well and truly ahead. Almost 4 items on this Sivir. Bloodthirster nearly complete. They're going to rip through another turret. And just look at how easy it is for him with the Blood Boil to get all that work done. All of the outer turrets now removed. So 3 turrets to 5. Was 5 to 0. If I can remind everyone watching at home. So Snake really coming back as far as these objectives are concerned. But OMG, what are they looking for as far as what does a fight look like for them if they're going to find one that they want?
Yeah, so they need to get a pick pretty much at this point. They need to either catch Martin out of position or you. Flandre's too tanky. Can't really get a good team fight in that. So if they can shove up the waves again, make sure that there's no vision control in an area, try and get onto one of the squishier members, because there's so many tanks right now, and blow through them. They can start once again pressuring the base. Problem is that they had this huge advantage. They would know how much gold they've just given away. They were 4,000 gold up. Now they're 3,000 gold behind. 7,000 gold swing just means that they need to mentally pull themselves out of that right now and try and create some play.
Yeah, they certainly do. Rift Scuttler being taken by Martin here as well, so trying to create that little bit of vision for themselves around that area of the map. Baron not going to respawn for the next little while. Probably has another 4 minutes to go. And Snake just shoving up minion waves. Both teams pretty content with playing this game very, very slowly.
Well, there's nothing on the map right now to fight for. So even if you win a fight, the best you can do is try and push into bases and take turrets. Baron's still 2 minutes away. About 4 minutes. Wow, they've caught you.
Yeah, you. Agony's Embrace is down. ZZR uses the locket. Teleport comes through, but Flandre cancels it out. Just wants to stay on the bottom side, but now that Fizz very stationary on the bottom end of the map.
Yeah, and you very stationary in team fights. Doesn't have the flash to get away. Has a little bit of a speed up coming through from the power transfer, but if Loveling is able to find him again, and this is what I said, that as long as you've got an Evelyn, you've got the hope of generating a pick, good things can happen. As Flandre has to rejoin his team.
Yeah, Loveling getting caught out. Oh, there's the Banshee's Veil pop from Ella. He's going to get stunned up, though. The Nautilus dies very quickly. Chaos Bomb is down. Yu's going to get destroyed. Double kill already for Cool Martin, trying to get the work done. He's got a lot of damage, but now he's running the wrong direction. Flandre's going to die. That's the kill for North. OMG, 3 for nothing.
And I cannot believe that Snake chose to fight there. No objective on the map, neutral territory. They pull the trigger of the Sivir ultimate, and they don't have a flash on all of the damage coming through from mid lane. Instead, Xiang's able to get on top of you. Cool completely explodes him, and they're going to break the base.
Yeah, Unbreakable stops the boomerang there as well, so OMG easily able to tear out this inhibitor turret. Loveling locks down kill credit for that one. Gold incredibly even at the moment. Martin going to get slowed down by the Winter's Bite. And OMG now going to transition towards the top side.
Need to be
Still
careful
10 minutes.
Here. 30 seconds on Baron. If they stay too long and try and take out the turret, there's a very real potential that Snake just take Baron from them. OMG recognize it, back off.
Yeah, ZZR are going to head back to base here as well. You moving back towards the mid lane. They do have those super creeps to deal with, but a lot of wave clear from every member of the team, especially if, you know, Flandre even has some as well, if that minion wave is away from everything. Spirit Visage now completed for the Fizz. Also has the Glacial Shroud moving towards that Frozen Heart. Yeah, almost remembered. Loveling taking down a Grom for himself as well. So yeah. OMG now setting up vision around Baron.
Death Cap done for Cool is a big pickup here, as well as maybe North moving towards an Infinity Edge. That would be a very brave build coming out. No armor penetration to speak of, but no completed armor items right now means that he's relatively safe. And with all of the bottom lane pressure, look at the wave control once again coming out of OMG and super creeps in the mid lane. They have great positioning around this Baron.
Yeah, Snake trying to take the inside track so that they can move towards the Baron if they need to. Cool trying to get some auto attack damage down, and these mini waves don't survive very long. Of course, with a 4-item Sivir.
They're going in on Cool.
Yeah, they're looking for him. He does have the Emperor's Divide. Fish! Oh, forces the flash out of Cool.
They're still going.
Yeah, on the hunt comes through. There's ZZR flashes. Oh, Flandre flashes the Emperor's Divide as well. He's on top of the mid laner. Cool's going to fall down. Flandre knocked out. There's the Glacial Fissure. ZZR right in amongst it with the ultimate. North now. Chaos Storm to deal with on top of Loveling. In goes the Dredge line. And Snake, they turn that fight on its head. OMG come out with a fight 3 for nothing, and now it's Snake's turn.
And Cool stuck around to sweep out a ward. The rest of the team heading, wow.
Yeah, okay, North going to get caught out as well. Spell Shield from Martin, unnecessary, and Snake delivered another Baron.
And once again, OMG had everything in their favor. Bottom wave, it's like 4 creep waves stacked up on top of it. They had prime position with super creeps to be able to get control over the Baron area. Instead, Cool has a brain fade. And 5,000 gold. Back the lead for Snake.
Yeah, Martin now has a QSS as well. So
look how many creeps there are there. Oh,
Ridiculous.
Sad.
So many casters. If only there was a Diana to Crescent Strike that one. Crescent Strike, sweep, or slash? Not sure. Don't know whether it's Xin Zhao, Akali, or Diana that uses that particular ability. Complete non sequitur though. Is Snake going to be able to take themselves down? Their 3rd dragon of the game. 5th coming through here.
And OMG have been fighting tooth and nail to keep themselves in this game. Now giving up another advantage. Dragon number 3 going over Snake. You feel that the game's still on a knife edge because all the tools have been picked up that the teams need to win a team fight.
Yeah.
Snake have less margin for error. If Cool gets caught out, OMG's chances are done. If North gets caught out, OMG's chances are done. Whereas you see Flandre, you, Martin, all very real threats, especially when you couple any of them with the Nunu, just able to rip people to shreds.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Martin in comparison to North at the moment. He's going for that Infinity Edge, but Frozen Hearts have almost been completed on both Flandre and ZZR. He's missed that window where the Infinity Edge is a better choice and hasn't managed to get it yet.
Yeah, so he's still working on it. The way Corky's passive works, I actually really hate Last Whisper as an item, but that is a different...
I hate it as a second item.
That is
most
a
definitely.
different story for a different time, as they're once again looking to see if they can generate a pick.
Yeah, they want to try and grab Flandre. He's getting pinged back here as Loveling was hanging around.
They've caught him.
Yeah, he went back in. Oh, Playful Tricks is going to be used. Agony's Embrace is down onto Flandre. He's trying to fish his way back into this one. Looking for something. He gets out. Got a lot of cooldown reduction. But look, Snake are going to answer. They're going to push down the top wave. Flandre's just bouncing away from them. Not going to be taken. Has the teleport. Can even get a home guard teleport into this team fight if one does break out. They break the base. They grab an inhibitor. Teleports in from Flandre. Full health now on top of Cool. Emperor's Divide used. And Snake just with the complete outplay.
Yeah, Flandre just way too tanky for the 3 utility members of OMG to take out. I thought they must have had North or Cool there, but they didn't. In the end, an inhibitor falls down. Now 10,000 gold the lead. And Flandre's having an interesting build choice.
Yeah, it's got a needlessly large rod. The rod definitely does not need to be that large. See what he does decide to pick up with it. Could just be a Zonya's.
Yep.
To be even more annoying.
That is a really weird build. You'd think if anything, Void Staff would be appropriate because he still does a lot of magic damage.
Luden's Echo?
AD Fizz.
Because Luden's Echo doesn't scale a whole lot and he wants more wave clip.
Well, generally the thought is when all the lockets are built up, things like that, you need some form of penetration to be able to apply things like your W. Martin might be caught.
Yeah, he's going to flash out of the way. Spell Shield was there, uses the QSS at the same time. North, he's trying to get it turned around. Martin locks down the kill. The amount of lifesteal is amazing on the Sivas with the ultimate as well. Martin's still alive. It's ridiculous. Yu comes through as well. Gravity Field. Jian gets destroyed. What the hell happened? How did they not kill that Siva?
Yeah, Martin picks up a triple kill to make matters worse. Insult to injury. All of a sudden, Snake streaming into the base. It's 30 seconds. They're going to be able to take this one out.
Yep, they're just going to run straight through here as well. They can take down Nexus turrets if they feel like it. Looks like this inhibitor turret going to fall down first. Inhibitor dies. They just need to get minions into this base. Flash forward. There's the Chaos Storm on top of Cool. He is able to make it to the fountain, but
has to burn barrier.
Yeah, Snake going to be able to pick up this 2-0 victory against OMG. There is no other team that they wanted this against more, just to try and get ahead of them on those standings. Then you can see Snake with a beautiful victory.
And 2 games in a row, really good shot calling coming out of Snake. That one fumble around the Baron area where they obviously called the team fight and they popped Silver Ultimate and OMG made them pay. But game 1, great rotation in the top lane. Flandre stopping the back. Sorry, it was the bottom lane. Game 2, really good shot calling once again to take the team fight in the top lane. Claw themselves back into that game. Martin played terrifically again.
He did. Unbelievable. And towards the end now, that Bloodthirster was doing a whole lot of work, making sure that he stayed alive through everything. It looked like he was caught out, but with only North, they just didn't have enough damage. You iterated it to us at the early stages of the game that with sort of the Azir Corki, if one of them dies, they just don't have any of the damage in the team fights to withstand Snake.
Yeah, exactly right. And that's always the danger of playing 2 threats. Technically one of the better ways to play League of Legends, but it's just so execution focused that if you ever make one of those slip-ups, and when you play against Snake, a team that you know loves to fight, there is so much implied pressure on the map that OMG just made one too many mistakes and Snake made them pay.
Yeah, and Snake, of course, never opt out of going for the aggressive move. You saw how far they chased to cool down that map, made sure that they got the pick, turned it into 3 kills, took a Baron, and then took the game at that stage. They just knew exactly what they needed to do, and they make decisions like they all have the one brain. It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, very decisive calling. In the end, coming from Snake, they pick up the 3 points. I want to say that ties them with OMG, although don't quote me. I think we have
a point ahead.
The ladder coming up. And that was just an incredible series coming through there. That's what we have for the playoffs. Bring it on. I'm so excited.
Oh, yeah. I'm pretty ready for OMG Snake if we do see that one come through. But, man, let's have a look at the ladder. Let's see what's happened at the end of Week 8 of the LPL. Edward Gaming still ahead. Now I've actually broken away from Xiaogu after a few decent games. Xiaogu on 28 points behind the 30 points of EDG, but now 23 for OMG. And the tie, actually, you're exactly right there, Spawn. Snake sitting on 23 points as well, locking down that 3rd position. LGD now rocketed up the standings. Still 9 points behind the first team, but still 5th position, nothing to scoff at as Masters 3 and IG sitting there as well.
Yeah, exactly right. Invictus Gaming and Vici going to round us out, and the bottom 4 teams still UP, Royal Never Give Up, King, and Team WE. WE not able to find very many wins coming into this one. You have to think that they're starting to get a little bit antsy, although still 2 series behind King, so they have some time to make up the gap.
Yeah. 2 games behind King.
Yeah, but wow, what an incredible series coming through there. When you look at the top standings, LGD now starting to make their charge. IG falling off. This is going to be a race down to the end to see who gets those seedings, because with the new structure, it couldn't be more important.
It couldn't be more important. Of course, every position matters this time around. That's what's the big deal here. It's not like you're looking for, I want 4th place, so I'm on the other side of the bracket or something like that. All of these sort of decisions, unnecessary. It's a gauntlet. Just be as high up the ladder as you possibly can, and that's going to give you the best chance. But, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for this week of the LPL. On behalf of myself, Spawn, of course, Sada and Frosker, and from before, and our whole production team, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you next week.